Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 630, Chapter 629, Battle of the Underworld, v. Using all his strength to push open the gate, with no time to rest, the old man was immediately blinded by the room's dazzling brilliance. Fortunately, his obsession and rationality reminded him of his purpose. After identifying the direction, he rushed toward the left annex at a speed rivaling Hermes's. Vast quantities of coins beckoned to him. The two women walked past Cerberus and leisurely strolled through the passage, admiring the sights. Hades's collection was truly abundant. Compared to Zeus's high standards, ordinary treasures couldn't catch his attention. Hades had a somewhat indiscriminate approach, which explained why he'd built such a massive treasury. Adamantium, mithril, and orichalcum were piled in heaps. The brilliant radiance of jewels and jade stones made even Diana take notice. Take it all. Diana, who usually regarded money as dirt, now gazed at the treasure-covered ground with hopeful eyes. Thea waved her hand grandly, storing all the jewels in her wealth dimension to sort through later at home. After all, she'd still need to join the battle soon. Carrying everything and getting discovered would be awkward. She also muttered to herself, no wonder Persephone, after being abducted, never mentioned going home again. She was probably won over by these tons of jewels, right? Walking onward, everywhere they looked were swords and armor from ancient warriors, demigods, and deities, magnificent works of art, plus divine artifacts, semi-divine artifacts, quasi-divine artifacts, and numerous magical items. They even saw a massive suit of armor that Diana identified as belonging to the second god king, Cronus. The two women, or mainly Thea, were as happy as kids in a candy store. Regardless of what it was, everything went into the wealth dimension to be carefully examined later at home. Wow, so beautiful. The long-legged goddess suddenly stopped. Thea followed her gaze and couldn't help but stare. Four exceptionally robust black warhorses were examining the two women from nearby, with a magnificent chariot behind them. Hades's chariot. Thea was rather impressed. Can we take this? Diana asked somewhat carefully. These were living creatures that obviously couldn't fit in the wealth dimension. Moreover, this was Hades's personal property. If they took it, he'd definitely sense it. But Diana truly loved these fine horses, looking at Thea with eager eyes. Honestly, Miss Queen's enthusiasm for horses was just SOSO. Riding horses couldn't compare to driving cars. These horses weren't the cute type either. However, making Diana happy wasn't that troublesome. She could take everything else freely, but for this item with high connection to Hades that was also a living thing, she needed a different approach. Coercion and extortion. That was her solution. She pulled out another stone tablet and tossed it on the ground, essentially forcing a transaction with Hades. One party was naturally the king of the dead. For the other party, Thea didn't leave her own name but rather a new Genesis personnel code. Technically, this code could also represent Thea, so it wasn't deception, it just required Hades to personally verify it with the High Father. Thea left a single copper coin, essentially forcing through a transaction. Unfortunately, Hades was currently being swarmed by a bunch of gods far away. Such subtle divine power fluctuations, he simply had no time to notice. The four steeds had been watching the two women warily, but once the transaction completed and ownership transferred, their expressions became intriguing. Two even showed fawning, ingratiating looks. I want this one. The warrior woman excitedly selected a mare. To keep her company in her madness, Thea also picked a mare. The remaining two stallions shouldn't go to waste either, into the spatial ring to keep the reindeer company. Having taken the horses, naturally the chariot wouldn't be spared. Thea felt that after today, Lord Hades wouldn't need a chariot anymore. Wherever the two women passed, not a blade of grass remained. This opportunity came once in 10,000 years. They nearly pried up the floor tiles. At this point, Cerberus outside the gate grew restless. You said you were following Lord Hypnos's orders to just get something. Why is it taking so long? The three heads began arguing again. However, Hades had issued strict orders to this guardian to prevent self-theft. Hades had repeatedly commanded it not to enter the treasury. Sharon could ignore the king of the dead in his money-crazed state, but the three-headed hound hadn't reached that level of madness. Worried about what was happening inside yet unable to enter, it grew anxious. Anxiety, fear of the unknown, these emotions filled the already chaotic consciousness of the three heads. What should they do? Finally, they came up with a solution that wasn't really a solution. We won't go inside, but we'll watch from the door. That should be okay, right? Through the gap Sharon had opened, the three heads lined up together and peered behind the gate. Thea and Diana had long since gone deep into the treasury. No matter how hard it looked, it couldn't see them. But it did discover a busy figure in the left annex. Sharon was full of energy, his steps carried by wind, his entire body brimming with strength. Though he loved wealth, he had no wealth dimension and could only use divine power to wrap up the coins, transporting them like an ant hauling crumbs, bit by bit. Tiring. Running back and forth dozens of times was definitely exhausting. But he was happy. Whether as a human or a god, wasn't happiness the most important thing? As the primordial goddess's son, he just loved money, such a harmless little hobby. In the past, he'd collected a dead man's coins, a few coppers, with great satisfaction. Now facing Hades' wealth accumulated over tens of thousands of years, he was so excited he wanted to jump for joy. Under Cerberus's 6 huge eyes, old Sharon made trip after trip carrying money. He planned to transport it all to his boat later, then he could sleep on piles of coins. Beautiful. What is this guy doing? Cerberus outside the gate had no concept of wealth and didn't initially understand Charon's purpose. It wasn't until this guy, like a cliché villain, muttered all his goals and motivations aloud that the three-headed hound had its revelation. So he's a thief. But the dutiful Cerberus still couldn't enter. Extremely anxious, it could only relay the information to the king of the dead. It had slept too long, and given its guard duty, the king of the dead hadn't conscripted it for battle, so it didn't know its boss was currently being swarmed. To explain the facts clearly, or perhaps with some thought of shirking responsibility, it also transmitted Hypnos's token. Hades, being pummeled left and right by Hera, Hercules, and the Sea King's manifestation, suddenly received Cerberus's message. Initially, he truly had no time to look. Fighting 3 gods alone, even with his formidable strength, he was struggling. His left shoulder had a bloody hole from Hera's lightning spear, his right leg had been struck by Hercules' axe. The intense combat, combined with wounds inflicted by divine artifacts, reduced his healing ability by half. The battle situation could only be described as barely maintained. Seeing him fight 3 opponents and still hold out this long, Hera and Poseidon became even more determined not to let him go. If they didn't take this golden opportunity to beat him into submission, who could withstand him next time? The Sea King's manifestation, originally just there to reap some benefits, also began attacking fiercely. The top-tier divine artifact trident danced with tremendous vigor, each strike carrying irresistible weight, driving the injured king of the dead into constant retreat. Hades wasn't a fool. He knew very well that he might have a chance against 2, but against 3 he absolutely couldn't win. His goal was to stall for time, waiting for his subordinates to break through and help him. Out of 10 moves, Hades attacked only once, the other 9 were defensive. Though somewhat embarrassing, he believed he'd be the ultimate victor. Chapter 631, Chapter 630, Battle of the Underworld, 6. With unwavering confidence in victory, Hades continued his desperate struggle. It wasn't until Cerberus sent a second message that he glanced at it with his divine sense during the chaos, and truly, he was extraordinarily busy. He kicked away the Sea King's trident with 1 foot, punched Hercules' axe off course, and used his twin-forked staff to block Hera's lightning spear. His divine sense swept over the message. He didn't know before looking, but once he saw, Sharon. By the gods, had this guy's audacity grown beyond all bounds. Someone who would normally lick his boots now displayed unparalleled courage. He'd just threatened to make an example of him, and instead of cowering in fear waiting to die, this bastard had turned around and robbed him. Being defeated by Hera or Poseidon wouldn't be shameful, they were all siblings. But now, being bullied to his face by this old fool, Hades found it unacceptable. The old man's greed wasn't news, he'd known about it ages ago. But how did he have such audacity to commit this monumental crime? The token Cerberus transmitted made his eyes narrow. Hypnos. Was his boldness because the twin gods of death and sleep were backing him? Was this Charon's reliance? In the midst of being besieged, Hades instinctively filled in the blanks, and his imagination ran wild with additional details. Was Hypnos plotting rebellion? Did he have dealings with the gods? Had the brothers made some secret pact with the gods behind his back? The more Hades thought, the more frightened he became. The twin gods of death and sleep had long served as his right and left hands, their prestige was hardly inferior to his own. His thoughts churning, he involuntarily glanced toward the twin gods amid the chaotic battle. The 2 brothers stood shoulder to shoulder, battling Apollo and Supergirl together. Plus the Sea King's 3 brutish giant sons helping nearby, the brothers fought with perfect coordination born of shared consciousness. Considering their opponents, Supergirl and Apollo hadn't started fighting each other, which was already worth celebrating, the 2 versus 5 situation still seemed manageable. Before receiving Cerberus's information, Hades would have thought Hypnos's attacks were graceful and fluid, like a dance, silently affecting the enemy's 5 senses. But now, with suspicion in his heart, the more he watched Hypnos, the more convinced he became the guy was slacking off. Combined with the actual battle situation, he himself was being beaten black and blue by 3 gods, waiting for rescue, they were slowly wearing down their enemies. Hades' expression darkened. After fighting the three gods with a grim face for several more exchanges, his concentration slipped. Hera's spear struck him hard across the face, a literal slap in the face. Only then did Hades shout, "Thanatos, come help me." The twin gods of death and sleep were momentarily stunned. The direct consequence was Supergirl's heat vision burning 2 holes in the death god's elegant grey robes. The brothers fumbled to regain their footing, utterly baffled. "You're fighting 3 and need support, but we're fighting 5, don't we need it too?" Moreover, Hades's tone carried heavy overtones of command. The brothers were displeased. They held high status, possessed strong abilities, and worked in perfect harmony. Normally Hades didn't speak to them this way. Without any verbal or visual communication, they simultaneously chose to ignore him. "We're also the number 2 and 3 figures in the underworld, not your servants, Hades. Show us some respect." The two acted as if they hadn't heard, which further confirmed Hades's suspicions about their disloyalty. Between external enemies and internal traitors, which was more hateful? Hades's answer was traitors, especially since he knew the twin gods commanded high prestige and many of the underworld's forces answered to them. This made Hades even warier. He'd played all his trump cards and was still being pummeled by the allied gods. Was it because of their secret obstruction? The more he extrapolated, the more terrifying it seemed. He wanted to intimidate his subordinates, to show them who was the true master of the underworld. Using his struggle against Hercules as cover, he shot into the air and appeared before the twin gods, calling out sinisterly, "Hypnos." Ah. Not understanding the truth, Hypnos thought he was about to say something and turned to look at Hades. What greeted him was a pitch-black twin-forked staff. The weapon gleamed with lethal intent, and Hades's eyes flashed with cruel light. "He wants to kill me." Hypnos didn't know why Hades would turn on his own in the middle of battle. He only knew he had to dodge. During the Trojan War, sleep god Hypnos had committed an infamous act. To prevent the war's outbreak, he tried to use his ability to make all things sleep to put Zeus to sleep. Unfortunately, the plan failed and he was directly banished to the underworld. Now, at this life-or-death moment, this usually refined male god unleashed his full potential. At the critical instant, he evaded the thrust. The refined deity, his face pale with fright, cursed Hades. "You're insane." Seeing his certain kill strike dodged, Hades's misunderstanding deepened. He felt his opponent had been hiding his strength all along, waiting to deliver a critical blow. With a cold snort, he unleashed the king of the dead's true might, determined to capture this traitor in the shortest time possible to intimidate all the underworld's deities. Unfortunately, he'd underestimated the twin gods' mental synchronization. After tens of thousands of years together, when Hades launched his sneak attack, Thanatos had sensed it. Now seeing him press the attack relentlessly, the death god could only join his brother in resisting the king of the dead. Is this some kind of conspiracy? This question circled through the minds of Hera, Poseidon, Hercules, and Apollo. As for the simple Supergirl, she hadn't even processed why her opponent was suddenly fighting someone else. The other gods fighting at a distance were just dumbfounded. Rhadamanthys, first of the 3 judges, had been suppressing the Cyclops when shock at the development caused him to take a club to the face, distorting his handsome features. But he couldn't focus on his enemy, he couldn't understand why, at this critical moment, the underworld's boss was fighting with numbers 2 and 3. This is a recipe for disaster. Thea's clone, who'd been playing around with the firstborn, received information from her true body. Combining the two perspectives, the truth wasn't hard to guess. Greed moved hearts, she could only note that this minor character, Sharon, had unwittingly become the key factor deciding the war's outcome. No time for lengthy explanations. Thea's clone quickly alerted Hera. Now they needed to cement the evidence, ensuring the brothers couldn't clear their names even if they jumped in the river Styx. If the underworld split in 2, their chances of victory would be assured. Hera received her information and was initially shocked beyond measure. Though somewhat incredible, it cost her nothing to say a few words. She immediately shouted, "Thanatos. Hypnos. I, Hera, swear, if you help us take down Hades, I, representing Mount Olympus, will accept you back. All past grievances will be forgiven." Chapter 632, Chapter 631, Battle of the Underworld, 7. When Hera made her offer, her heart was pounding. These two brothers were formidable opponents. Either Thanatos or Hypnos alone could fight Hera to a standstill back when she wasn't a god queen. If the brothers joined forces, they could challenge even a god king. You only had to watch Hades now, spinning his halberd like a windmill yet unable to defeat them, to know their strength. Unlike the solitary ferryman Sharon, these two had numerous demigod offspring and vast armies of followers. The second and third layers of the underworld were currently under their subordinates' control. If she could pull these brothers to her side, this campaign would be won. Hearing Hera's direct recruitment pitch, Poseidon hesitated briefly. He didn't know the full context, but he understood how to recruit allies. He just lacked Hera's central authority, making his offer slightly less compelling. When Hera and Poseidon both extended invitations simultaneously, it sent a different signal to the underworld gods. These two were definitely in league together. The subordinates directly loyal to the death god and sleep god looked between the allied gods across from them and their former battlefield comrades, reconsidering their allegiances. Apollo watched Hera with a peculiar expression, his usual defiance giving way to something approaching horror. He didn't believe this was coincidence. His mind conjured images of Hera secretly conspiring with the two gods. Not only could the brothers help the gods defeat Hades, but they could also intimidate Apollo himself. He clicked his tongue internally. Hera's methods were so subtle. He'd never realized she possessed such intricate scheming abilities. Hades, convinced he'd exposed the brothers' treachery in advance, channeled all his frustration into his attacks. His massive halberd struck faster and faster. The two brothers still had no idea what was happening, but even the mildest have their limits. Unlike the unambitious loner Charon, they were gods with ideals and capabilities, sons of the primordial goddess Nyx with noble enough bloodlines, possessing both means and cunning. Only bad fortune had reduced them to their current mediocre position. Deep down, they didn't think themselves inferior to Hades. Facing his fierce assault, they had to consider their future paths. Should they switch allegiances or establish themselves as independent kings? The brothers quickly communicated telepathically and reached consensus, then began negotiations with Hera. Mount Olympus was the center of divine authority. This was the current consensus of the Greek pantheon. Hearing their demands, Hera agreed without hesitation and proclaimed loudly, "I am God Queen Hera. On behalf of Mount Olympus, I acknowledge the authority of the death god Thanatos and sleep god Hypnos over the underworld. From this day forward, they are the twin lords of the underworld." Puffed. Watching this unfold, Thea's clone burst out laughing. Things just got even more interesting. Hera was making promises so casually, practically burning through the god king's credibility. But this had nothing to do with Thea. She was happy to watch the chaos unfold. The battlefield could indeed be described as chaotic. What had been two clearly divided armies suddenly saw a quarter of the underworld forces split off. These troops stood awkwardly in no man's land before finally, led by the brothers' offspring, joining the allied gods. The previously balanced battlefield collapsed instantly. One side gained a quarter of its strength while the other lost a quarter. The battle's outcome was no longer in doubt. The brothers' years of networking proved crucial. Hades himself was arrogant and harsh with his subordinates, while the brothers were relatively mild-mannered. Despite the sudden shift, quite a few supported them. One of the three judges, Minos, persuaded by the brothers' discussion of past grievances and future promises, also joined the allied gods. His Minotaur army immediately turned to attack the legions of the dead. The allied forces' morale soared while the battle situation rapidly deteriorated beyond recovery. Finally, Hades began to panic. He started promising benefits to his subordinates, but unfortunately, his reputation had never been high. Meanwhile, the allied forces' snowballing advantage was obvious to everyone. Perhaps a change in underworld leadership would actually be an improvement. Several gods who'd only come out of courtesy promptly withdrew. Numerous Greek heroic spirits automatically ran to the brothers' camp. Their original oath was to serve the lord of the underworld once, and with Hera's official appointment, the brothers were now the legitimate underworld lords. The rout was complete. Now only the queen of the underworld, his eldest son, two judges, and large numbers of demigod descendants remained at Hades' side. In terms of raw combat power, they could still fight. Unfortunately, his subordinates were anxious and unsettled. The mindless undead weren't affected by morale, but gods and demigods were different. They had thoughts and eyes. The loyal ones were pondering defensive strategies, while the more flexible-minded were already considering what to say when they defected to the brothers. The gods were all fired up with fighting spirit. Heracles charged ahead, directly killing his way into the first layer. Hades hastily reorganized his forces, trying to stabilize the situation, but the army's resistance was extremely weak. The first layer fell to the gods' assault. The second and third layers had always been the brothers' traditional territory. Despite Hades' efforts there as well, facing over 10 gods' combined assault, he could only retreat in bitter defeat. Worth mentioning, during the third layer battle, Thea and Diana's main bodies returned fully loaded, merging with their clones unnoticed. On the third layer battlefield, unaware the enemy had pulled a switcheroo, the eldest son was caught off guard and captured by Thea, Diana, Supergirl, and a bunch of indigo lanterns due to his carelessness. Seeming to know the fate awaiting him, the eldest son struggled fiercely. Unfortunately, all three women matched his strength, and the indigo lanterns' conjured chains bound him in multiple layers. Thea herself and Sister Blue took turns bombarding his consciousness with compassionate emotions. His psyche already bore old wounds, and Thea had drunk the underworld's sacred white poplar tree fruit, which greatly enhanced mental power. Now not only had her old injuries healed, but she'd advanced even further. Working with Sister Blue, whose will was equally steadfast and whose compassion was unmatched, this time without interference, they spent an entire day wearing down the rage in the eldest son's heart. Shedding all impurities and facing his inner self again, the eldest son finally found rare peace. Towering hatred, 10,000 years of solitary suffering, 6,000 years of persistence, all became nourishment for compassion. Extremes inevitably reverse themselves. The eldest son, once surrounded by countless vengeful spirits, burst into tears when he put on the indigo lantern ring, burying his head against Hera and crying bitterly. When Thea saw the eldest son again, even as the instigator, she was utterly amazed. 10,000 years of grievance dispersed in one day, and now the eldest son resembled a scholar filled with wisdom. Without any prompting, his gaze naturally radiated compassion. This state of being was beyond even Thea, who used compassion as a weapon. Even Sister Blue couldn't match him. Thank you for your help. I feel truly light now. The eldest son exhaled, looking completely relieved. I've already bid farewell to Mother. I want to see the world. The universe is actually that vast. Incredible. My vision was too narrow before. He laughed self-deprecatingly, waved casually to them, and left the underworld alone with his great sword. Whether he went to the outer world or into space afterward remained unknown. The eldest son's power was too great, even the lantern ring couldn't restrain him. For him, the ring was more like a communicator. The eldest son had quit Hades' friend group, and the Death and Sleep God brothers not only quit but dragged a bunch of people to the opposing group. The Lord of the Underworld situation perfectly illustrated what it meant when defeat becomes a rout. Now he had only himself left who could fight. Every time he entered battle, 10 gods of considerable skill jumped out from the other side to gang up on him. Who could endure that? Chapter 633, Chapter 632, Battle of the Underworld, 8. Perhaps Zeus could fight 10 at once, but Hades couldn't. Handling 3 gods simultaneously was his limit. The deteriorating situation forced him to do something shameless. Hades. Surrender. The gods won't make things difficult for you. Hera shouted from below the 4th layer. She didn't even believe her own words. If not now, when else would they strike down the Lord of the Underworld? However, she'd underestimated Hades' ruthlessness. The Lord of the Underworld stood within the 4th layer's barrier, looking down arrogantly at the gods with undisguised contempt in his eyes. Hera, look who this is. Hades gestured behind him. Numerous undead pushed a massive coffin before the gods. Inside lay a giant over 10 meters tall. Clearly the giant had died long ago, yet his body still radiated a bronze luster accompanied by intense, oppressive power. Several formidable deities sensed the immense force contained within the corpse. Thea actually recognized this body. Years ago, when she and Hera had wreaked havoc in the underworld, the young miss had drawn the holy sword in furious anger, shaking the entire underworld and awakening many of the dead. This corpse had been among the most prominent, the father of Hades, Poseidon, and Zeus, the second-generation god-king, the titan Kronos. Back then, Kronos had awakened with extremely limited consciousness, probably less than 1% of his peak, yet had still caused severe damage to the underworld. Now that Hades had dragged out their father's corpse, what was his plan? Chop him up and make soup. Then distribute bowls to the siblings below. Hera and Poseidon were equally puzzled. Neither spoke, instead watching coldly to see what Hades was really up to. Hades didn't keep them guessing long and revealed his answer himself. He produced a sky-blue, unidentifiable substance and waved it at the gods. I still hold this old bastard's soul. Take one more step forward, and I'll resurrect him. With his body, his soul, plus my authority as Lord of the Underworld, Kronos can be completely resurrected. Do you dare bet on whether the old bastard will deal with you first or come after me? Hades now looked disheveled, like a madman. Watching this scene, Thea clicked her tongue. This tactic of, can't win, so release dad, was quite creative. In the outside world, father-daughter or father-son reunions would be joyous occasions. However, with the dysfunctional Greek gods, things weren't quite so simple. Their father showed no kindness. Kronos, fearing his children would overthrow him, swallowed each one as his wife gave birth. Similarly, the children showed no filial piety. Zeus overthrew their father, freed his siblings, then silently dealt a killing blow. The massive hole in Kronos' chest made it clear this was Zeus's work. No one else had the power. Now Hades, truly desperate, had thrown out a massive bomb. Keep attacking me, and I'll resurrect dad. Today there was no Zeus to hold back Kronos, and this former god-king Titan, filled with rage, could completely crush the gods. Mount Olympus had taken everything from him, while Hades had at least resurrected him. The Lord of the Underworld was betting on Kronos' attitude and the gods' fear of this Titan god-king. His ruthlessness indeed shocked the gods. Hera, sharp on details but blind to the big picture, immediately hesitated. Once Kronos, Gaia's own son, was resurrected, he would inevitably absorb the underworld's earthly power to restore his divine strength. The underworld would descend into chaos, but afterward, Mount Olympus would face his vengeance, starting with her, Hera. Actually, Hera already wanted to retreat, but pride prevented her from saying anything conciliatory. She lowered her head in thought. Hades watched her tensely, his heart in turmoil. Given a choice, he didn't want to resurrect his father. Resurrecting a god king of this level required astronomical amounts of divine power. Even as Lord of the Underworld, borrowing the Underworld's vast power for such a task carried significant risks. And even if successful, given his father's character, who knew if the old man might turn around and devour him? The card was played. Now it depended on Hera's choice. Poseidon watched coldly. Kronos was Gaia's son and hated seawater, so among all the gods present, he felt the least pressure. Hades clutched his father's remnant soul, feeling extremely anxious. Among all present, his pressure was greatest. Seeing Hera unable to make a decision, his heart sank. Fortunately, someone finally spoke up to advise Hera. Retreat, Hera. A woman dressed in shorts and a t-shirt, modern attire completely out of place, emerged from the void with an awl perched on her shoulder and a baby in her arms. Her sudden appearance shocked all parties. Who's that woman? Flash asked Kara beside him. This modern outfit among all the ancient armor-clad figures was jarring, impossible not to notice. Though usually scattered, Kara had excellent Kryptonian memory. She tapped her chin thoughtfully. I think she's Diana's former employer, but I remember Thea saying the baby she's carrying is Zeus's. Such complicated relationships made Supergirl's brow furrow. Flash was equally confused and decided to just enjoy the spectacle. Without divinity, they could only watch from the sidelines, but the gods present recognized the woman's true identity. Athena. Several deities shouted simultaneously. Indeed, this woman who'd suddenly appeared holding a baby was the origin of everything a year ago, Diana's former employer, Miss Zola. Of course, now that her divine soul had awakened, those 20-plus years as Zola were nothing compared to Athena's vast past, directly assimilated away. That day, it was precisely because of her and Hermes' respective schemes that Diana got pulled into this vortex. Unfortunately, the young miss had interfered repeatedly, leaving no trace of the original plan. Hermes was severely injured and imprisoned by the gods, while Athena had long retreated to the rear lines to have her baby, sitting helplessly as events developed to this bizarre state. She'd silently given birth to Zeus's backup body, but facing the complex situation, even the goddess of wisdom was bewildered. How exactly had things developed to this point? She had originally been hiding in the shadows, analyzing causes and effects, trying to redirect events toward her desired outcome. Unfortunately, Hades' desperate gambit completely disrupted her plans. If Kronos was resurrected, everyone would suffer. Hera thought herself the primary target, but actually Zeus bore the greatest hatred. Zeus's main body was currently sleeping, training a backup. This was his most vulnerable moment. The gods couldn't find his hiding place, but the second-generation god king Kronos could. When facing his utterly defenseless son Zeus, would Kronos braze him or steam him? Chapter 634, Chapter 633, Battle of the Underworld, Part 9. With the entire situation having collapsed to this extent, Athena had no choice but to appear personally. Things were already catastrophic, they couldn't get worse. Hades never imagined his trump card would flush out Athena. Back when Hermes brought the mortal Miss Zola to the underworld, Hades had seen nothing remarkable about the woman and dismissed her completely. Now reality had slapped him in the face again, the woman was Athena's incarnation. The problem suddenly became far more complicated. This niece was hiding an even larger conspiracy behind her, you didn't need high intelligence to figure that out. Hera, Apollo, Eris, Diana, and Thea, pretending ignorance, all those who participated in the battle for Zola on Paradise Island that day stared at Athena with confused expressions. Enjoying the gods' various astonished looks, in the past Athena would have felt proud of her wisdom. Now she felt only bitterness. The war should end here, she said earnestly to Hera. In the past, Hera's attention would typically focus on Zeus's illegitimate children, this was also why Athena had been so respectful. But now, having tasted the sweetness of power and the sense of achievement from commanding armies and determining the world's course, Hera's former jealousy had faded. Even if she wanted to be jealous, she couldn't manage it, Zeus simply had too many bastards. Half the 12 Olympians were his, and the battlefield held plenty of demigods too. Like Diana, those ancient Greek heroes who defected, even Hades' side had the queen of the underworld and the 3 judges, every single beautiful demigod was basically Zeus's offspring. She was now leading a bunch of her husband's illegitimate children to fight her own brother-in-law. Her old personality would have died of rage. So Athena's respectful attitude pleased her immensely. She gave the baby in Athena's arms a peculiar look, perfectly ordinary, she sensed nothing unusual. But how was that possible? Zeus and Athena producing a normal human. Athena definitely had some conspiracy, Hera was certain of that. But now wasn't the time to discuss it on the battlefield. Hera's gaze returned to Hades, her expression shifting from cold to dignified. Fine. The divine war ends here. As she said this, she felt delighted inside. Could Zeus's era attack the underworld? No, he couldn't. But this old woman could. God Queen, what about us? Her retreat would screw over the death and sleep god brothers. Even the normally aloof sleep god Hypnos looked anxious. If you retreat and Hades settles scores, what happens to us? Hera was indeed poor at grand strategy, but tripping people up to make them utterly uncomfortable, that was something she'd done for thousands of years with extensive experience. She immediately offered kind reassurances to the brothers, once again using her authority as God Queen to guarantee their current interests wouldn't suffer. The brothers were helpless and could only follow the gods back to the third layer. Over the following days, Athena acted as mediator, constantly coordinating between both sides. Through tireless efforts, they finally hammered out a final agreement. Even Athena felt speechless looking at this agreement she'd worked so hard to facilitate. As the defeated party, Hades suffered the heaviest losses. Not only had his right and left-hand men taken large numbers of elite troops, but now the brothers were openly opposing him. His proud personality meant he never asked the brothers why they'd robbed his treasury. The brothers were equally bewildered but had grown accustomed to playing it cool, even with countless questions in their hearts, their expressions betrayed nothing to outsiders. Hera single-mindedly maintained the brothers' rivalry with Hades. The title, Twin Lords of the Underworld, Hades grudgingly acknowledged, but he wasn't willing to be outdone. He changed his title from Lord of the Underworld to Emperor of the Underworld. Seeing his title change, Hera considered and changed her own from God Queen to God Empress, ranking alongside Sea Emperor Poseidon and Underworld Emperor Hades while subtly suppressing them. The first three layers were territory the gods had conquered. Despite Hades' objections, through mediation by numerous neutral underworld deities, they still fell to the brothers. Having lost even the first three layers, jurisdiction over the river Styx had nothing to do with him. Hera and Poseidon decided its ownership without consulting him. Old Charon made a fortune and kept his job. Aside from being bitten twice by Cerberus when escaping the treasury, he suffered no other losses, quite satisfied indeed. A shocking battle concluded. The underworld now couldn't even dream of attacking Mount Olympus. Stabilizing internal chaos would take Hades decades. His main body had fought and been ganged up on multiple times, suffering injuries that required vast divine power to heal. Overall, despite constant twists and turns, the original objective was achieved. The gods returned in great triumph. All of Mount Olympus radiated joy. Hera cheerfully held celebratory banquets on one hand while shutting the door to argue with Athena on the other. Various allied forces partied for 3 consecutive days before gradually dispersing. Supergirl went back to school. Barry continued tracking Reverse Flash. Thea sensed nothing abnormal about that baby. The final outcome, whether Zeus continued playing his backup role or had an intimate talk with his wife, was someone else's family business, nothing to do with her anymore. She still needed to negotiate the issue of the dead king's scepter with the Sea Emperor. After setting a time, everyone went home. Too many items needed examination. Mount Olympus and the underworld, crowded with people, neither was a good place for inventory. They returned to Paradise Island, and with Thea's barriers deployed here, the two women finally had time to sort through their gains. Various rare materials, precious accessories, countless treasures and curiosities, powerful equipment piled like mountains, weapons from famous warriors and artifacts from departed gods. Thea, who now relied more on magic in combat, had low equipment needs. The warrior maiden was so happy she almost forgot her own name. Thea helped her completely replace her original newbie village divine equipment. Their greatest gain from the equipment was a set of Kronos' armor and shield. This father of Hades was Gaia's son, the second-generation god king, born with the mighty power to control Earth. His armor was incredibly thick with numerous special properties: immunity to knockdown while on Earth, immunity to various negative statuses, immunity to mental manipulation, enhanced strength and speed, and so on. But he was a titan with a massive build. No matter how long Diana's legs were or how tall she stood, she couldn't wear this armor. Moreover, to avoid drawing attention, they definitely couldn't parade around in the original armor for exhibition. It needed complete reforging. Diana's smithing skills were completely useless for this top-tier divine artifact armor. Neither could they let Hephaestus, the Greek smith god, know about it. Fortunately, Thea was employed by the new gods. Opening a boom tube, she went straight back to find the new god's forging deity, Hymen. He did precisely this work and started crafting without a word. He knew Diana's measurements very well. 3 days later, Thea returned to Earth loaded with packages. So many components. The warrior maiden covered her little mouth in surprise and began examining them, trying them on. Breastplate, pauldrons, bracers, helmet, greaves, the armor's overall color scheme was deep red trimmed with gold edges. Wrapped in the large red cloak, it looked incredibly impressive. Thea was very satisfied. As for Diana's previous armor, she packed it away directly, keep it as a memento, or give it to whoever wanted it later. Honestly, the young miss had never liked that armor, mainly because it was too revealing. From below the neck all the way down to indescribable regions, it exposed large expanses of skin, even showing half her cleavage. The pants were even worse, basically triangle shorts with entire thighs exposed. Forget defensive effectiveness, the young miss had always been unhappy with that design. She just hadn't had the conditions to replace it in the outside world where divine artifacts were rare. Look at Farah's armor, 3 layers inside and out, wrapped up tight. You couldn't even tell it was a woman without looking at the chest contours. Very worth learning from. Chapter 635, Chapter 634, Changing Equipment. Without a word, Thea stripped Diana of her previous equipment. The tall goddess instantly transformed into her birthday suit, another thing Thea had always internally criticized. She went completely commando under the armor. The original newbie village divine equipment was forged by Hephaestus and had always fit Diana's curves perfectly. This wasn't because he'd personally measured her, otherwise, even across the vast reaches of space, Thea would find a way to kill him. When he forged it, Diana was still a baby. To allow for future growth, divine artifact armor possessed one special property, automatic size adjustment. It grew when you grew, shrank when you shrank. At least from Thea's observations, Diana's current measurements were slightly larger than when she first left the island, and the armor's automatic enlargement feature relied on powerful memory and tactile feedback to make predictions. After wearing the armor for so long, Diana had grown to dislike cumbersome undergarments. She found them completely meaningless. Ancient Greek values held that beautiful things needed no concealment. Whether during thousands of years of tribal life or after entering modern society, this remained true. Even when attending social functions now, her outfits featured deep V-necks front and back, dazzling and provocatively sexy. Often she simply forgot to wear undergarments, throwing on a long dress before heading to events. The young miss also occasionally went commando, but purely out of laziness. Now she needed to cultivate Diana's habit of wearing undergarments. In past small-scale battles against criminals who basically couldn't break her defense, it didn't matter. But future battles would grow increasingly large-scale. Comic book worlds had mysterious forces preventing wardrobe malfunctions, but the real world had no such protection. What if during a future battle with Darkseid, the armor shattered? All her glory would be on display for others. Do I really have to wear this? Diana frowned slightly. Absolutely. Thea said cheerfully, holding a bra woven from spider silk mixed with divine thread by Armani. Diana looked at her with a half-smile. Oh. What benefits? Preventing peeping by unrelated people. Did that count as a benefit? The young miss racked her brain but couldn't think of any real advantages. As for preventing sagging, promoting development, ensuring blood circulation, all nonsense for them. Seeing her usually eloquent lover at a loss for words, Diana laughed heartily. Her bare chest even bounced twice, making the young miss's heart race. Laurel and Barbara don't seem to wear them either. They just put Kevlar combat suits directly over, so I think you're... Diana made her case, finally pointing at the undergarment in Thea's hand and shaking her head, her meaning crystal clear. Thea felt equally helpless about this. Female superheroes and villains here basically went commando under skin-tight suits. Like Sister Blue, a little vest on top, 2 fabric panels front and back below, plenty of others dressed similarly. Gotham's heroines were relatively better. Star City's Laurel, too completely separate from her daytime identity, wore leather with fishnet stockings and tall boots, completely different from her daytime lawyer image. Thinking about it, female superhero issues remained numerous and needed gradual correction. However, Thea decided to start with those around her. She forcefully explained, they all operate at night, different from you. Starting today, I'll supervise you. You must wear them. Really have to wear them. Absolutely. Diana took the undergarment, looked at it, and had to admit Armani's craftsmanship was excellent, at least master-level tailoring. Also from Greece, her aesthetic completely matched Diana's standards. Thinking it over, the goddess counterattacked, then you have to wear them too. Thea argued with her for a long time but couldn't out-argue the warrior maiden. She could only surrender helplessly. Fine, I'll wear them too. Throwing off the blanket, Diana saw she also wore nothing underneath and laughed silently, tilting her nose up proudly. Thea picked through several but discovered a problem. These were all prepared for Diana. She hadn't prepared any for herself. She had magic and lantern ring constructs, wardrobe malfunctions were impossible. Reluctantly selecting one, she tried putting it on halfway before realizing it wouldn't work. A mischievous thought arose, and she gave Diana a teasing, playful look. Oh my, seems a bit tight. Diana was furious. Thea Queen, you. Say that again. Absolutely outrageous. Even the good-tempered warrior maiden couldn't tolerate this. How could undergarments prepared for me not even fit you halfway? Too infuriating. And what was that comment? A bit tight. Your skin is what's tight. Where's it tight? Looks loose to me. Here, and here, all gaps. Diana huffily adjusted things, but in the end had to admit it was indeed somewhat tight. Their chest shapes differed. Thea was naturally slender, and having become a goddess, her proportions had reached perfection. From shape, it was a beautiful teardrop, fuller on the bottom half than the top, looking tremulously enticing. Diana was traditional Greek Venus-shaped, viewed from the side like a semicircle. Divided from the indescribable point, her top half exceeded Thea's while her bottom half was smaller than Thea's. This meant the young miss could get it on initially, but by the end it was rather tight. After much effort, she finally got it fastened. Watching this scene, the warrior maiden felt extremely displeased. "I need to ascend to godhood too," Diana roared internally. She'd never felt such urgency about achieving a perfect divine body. Since the young miss had set an example, Diana could only wordlessly put hers on. Honestly, it felt very uncomfortable. The two women agreed to mutual supervision. This little interlude finally concluded. After playing around for ages, they finally remembered the armor. Thea pulled on a t-shirt and sat to the side watching Diana try things on. This new armor, reforged from Kronos' giant armor, had a design considering several factors, somewhat resembling saint cloth from certain anime. It didn't reach Farah's level of coverage but looked far more dignified than Diana's previous chest-exposing, back-bearing design. Deep red base with gold lines tracing the contours. In motion or at rest, occasionally revealing some skin, it highlighted Diana's majesty with a hint of wild ferocity. Diana was a pure warrior. Her bloodline gave her equally high magic resistance, but magic's unpredictability meant even divine-level magic resistance needed protection. Thea installed a gemstone at each of the new armor's shoulders and knees. Ordinary gems couldn't store high-level magic, but these were from Hades' Underworld collection. She stored 2 time stops, 1 ultra-long-range teleport, and 1 powerful healing spell in the gems. Why embed the gems in the equipment? The warrior maiden was puzzled. Wouldn't holding them be better? Spatial rings weren't sophisticated equipment, Thea had made her one after ascending to godhood. Thea's answer, equipment without socketed gems, is that even equipment? The original Guardian silver bracelets remained formidable in quality even now. As divine artifacts accompanying Diana for thousands of years, she chose to continue wearing them. Normally in use divine power accumulated, then exploded all at once, such powerful effects made even Thea envious. The original shield was made from some nameless metal Zeus found in some corner. It couldn't keep up with the times now. Having obtained Hades' 10,000-year collection with abundant rare metals, the shield didn't need new genesis, Diana could reforge it herself. Chapter 636, Chapter 635, New Equipment. The original shield was remelted and large amounts of adamantine added. Finally, Thea stabilized a considerable amount of compassion into the shield. Though it couldn't reach Medusa's level of turning people to stone with a glance, when enemies looked at Diana's shield, they'd be hit by a similar wave of compassion. Aside from those few with iron-strong willpower, everyone else's attacks would naturally weaken somewhat. The new shield, rich with compassion, had an overall bronze color with silver trimming. Ancient Greek inscriptions were engraved on it, translating to protection in English. Additionally, the shield's edges were thickened. In Thea's view, shields were for defense. Throwing them at people was completely unnecessary. Overly thin shield edges didn't facilitate defense at all. Instead of wasting time showing off by throwing shields, just jump over and slash with the sword, wouldn't that be beautiful? As for weapons, they had to continue using the previous twin swords. Hades' treasury held plenty of weapons, but their quality was roughly similar to the twin swords, not worth replacing. Diana's equipment was completely renewed. Feeling her lover's deep affection, she didn't idle away the following days. Artemis's silver moon bow was returned to the Amazon tribe. Only the arrow capable of traversing time, Zeus's arrow, was kept. Hera didn't know why Thea had worked so hard helping her. To express gratitude for this selfless assistance, she proactively used her god-empress authority to erase the imprints of Zeus and the moon goddess from the arrow. From now on, this arrow belonged to Thea herself. Diana had already collected plenty of rare materials, and now with Hades' stores, she would craft a divine artifact bow for her lover. Using the section of black dragon spine severed from the eldest son's greatsword as the bow body, she mixed in a handful of fine sand blessed by Hades' own mother, who was of course also Poseidon and Zeus's mother, Diana's grandmother, the Titaness Rhea, goddess of time. Black dragon spine mixed with sands of time gave the bow body eternal, indestructible properties. The bowstring used a tail from the Hydra, also possessing regenerative properties. In the bow's final forging stage, Thea infused it with wealth divine power. Only then was this divine artifact complete. Thea Queen's wealth bow, that was the new bow's name. When striking enemy artifacts, it had a chance to trigger force trading agreements. Thea lacked time-related divine offices or positions, so most of the Sands of Time's functions were useless. But combined with wealth itself, the Sands of Time added a depreciation effect to forced buying and selling. Buying an opponent's artifact for a single copper coin was impossible, but exchanging it for equivalent goods worth 30 to 40%. Completely doable. Originally she wanted to call it the get-rich-quick bow. Diana strongly objected, so it became the wealth bow. The ideal scenario, Thea shoots a few arrows, and the opponent becomes completely stripped bare. Both their equipment significantly upgraded, they finally had time to examine various miscellaneous items. Some enhanced physical attributes, they ate those directly. Some conferred various effects when worn, they each selected favorites to wear. Many things remained that even Diana's erudition and Thea's wealth divine eye couldn't identify their purpose. Like the staff in Thea's hand. Diana frowned studying it for ages before giving up helplessly. Thea could only consult archaeology Dr. Savannah. This old man's knowledge was truly extensive. After checking numerous references, he finally confirmed its origins. Getting the answer left Thea somewhat speechless. Hades' hobbies were too broad. Not just Greek pantheon items, Egyptian, Norse, Mesopotamian, anything he thought good, he'd collected. Complete identification would require enormous time. The young miss was too lazy to bother. Items she couldn't identify herself that didn't seem dangerous, she dumped wholesale on the bald Dr. Savannah, who forgot his own name when seeing ancient treasures. Over the following days, Thea used the excuse of mutual supervision to get cozy with Diana for 2 more days. Leaving the warrior maiden to familiarize herself with new equipment and continue comprehending the source, Thea returned to handle her own pile of trivial matters. By facilitating the agreement between the human world and Atlantis, Moira's popular support climbed even higher. Numerous commentators published articles one after another, believing America would emerge from its trough under President Queen's leadership, revitalize the economy. More ordinary citizens were filled with anticipation for the new government protected by superheroes. Now at the election's final moment, even if God descended, the other party's candidate couldn't match Moira. Of course, this meant the God from the Bible. But this didn't prevent desperate people from doing foolish things. From this underworld battle, Thea became increasingly convinced that history was shaped by ordinary people, somewhat biased, but not entirely wrong. The ferryman Sharon was a vivid example. The 2 cold male gods who'd been tricked probably still hadn't figured out the true situation. To prevent anyone from attempting harm against Moira, the young miss returned to America and began close personal protection of her mother. Well, long time no see. You're getting more beautiful by the day. Greeting her with a smile was Amanda Waller, who'd made a special trip today to curry favor. The nature of ArrowVerse determined their dependence on government. Without government funding and support, they could accomplish nothing. Fortunately, her relationship with the Queen siblings over the years, though full of minor friction, had at least never completely broken down. Now aligned in the same camp, she immediately came to show goodwill. You don't turn away someone who shows up smiling. Thea wouldn't make things difficult, especially since their relationship, while fluctuating, was overall harmonious. Any major ArrowVerse operations recently? She asked casually. Mentioning this made Amanda somewhat troubled. More and more superheroes, but criminals are getting increasingly rampant too. Really miss the old days when we only dealt with explosives and bullets. Thea had no solution for this problem and could only offer perfunctory comfort. They only chatted superficially. After all, Amanda answered to the president, not the president's daughter. Thea was quickly surrounded by numerous military bigwigs. The military had been beaten senseless by the Atlanteans. Their current position, humanity still has untapped potential. Current military equipment upgrades aren't fast enough, we think they could be faster. Fending them off, she sent all these people away. Thea didn't want to continue upgrading weapons and equipment. The current tech tree had already climbed fast enough with unstable foundations, no need to open new research projects. The military felt inferior to Atlantis, but how many years had they researched to achieve today's results? Tens of thousands of years. Catching up in a few years? Completely impossible. Current Earth military power was sufficient for future self-defense. Forcibly developing tech equipment would only cause massive government deficits, harmful to civilian life improvement. Whether from Moira's perspective or her own wealth divine position, vigorously developing civilian products and revitalizing the economy was the correct path forward. Chapter 637, Chapter 636, Old Friends. Over the next 2 weeks, Moira campaigned tirelessly, making her final push. Thea and Oliver followed along on a whirlwind tour of major American cities. And wouldn't you know it, there really were people foolish enough to try something. When hired guns took payment and made their move, Thea could immediately direct the Green Arrow team to eliminate the threat. For those who weren't paid off but simply wanted to make a name for themselves, she had fewer options. All she could do was rely on tight security to keep everyone safe. In just 2 weeks, there were 3 assassination attempts and, yes, you read that right, 2 kidnapping attempts. Most people didn't dare mess with Thea now that she'd revealed her superhero identity. After all, anyone who'd seen her battle against Doomsday, casually leveling buildings and punching craters into the ground with every move. Knew ordinary people couldn't handle that kind of power. So they targeted others instead. One group kidnapped one of Moira's key advisors, though fortunately ArrowVerse rescued them in time. Another group lost their minds entirely and tried to kidnap Oliver for ransom, only to get thoroughly beaten down by the Green Arrow team, leaving everyone in the know equal parts amused and annoyed. After another exhausting day of chaos, Thea accompanied her mother on the campaign trail while Miss Mercy, the secretary, could only chase after them with stacks of documents that needed signing. Electronic filing was convenient, sure, but many documents still required her personal signature. With the campaign team racing across the country's major cities, Miss Mercy had to follow along, tracking Thea down every couple of days with files to sign. Only someone with the secretary's enhanced physique could handle it. Any ordinary woman would have collapsed from exhaustion by now. After signing yet another stack of documents, Thea leaned back hard in her chair, her gaze drifting toward the window with seemingly casual interest. Miss Mercy instantly understood. She grabbed a pen from the desk and hurled it toward the window. "Who's there? Show yourself." Even an ordinary pen thrown by her left a blur in its wake as it shot forward like an arrow toward whoever lurked outside. The person outside hesitated for just a moment, then responded with delight. "Well, well. Nice moves." A hand clad in a black leather glove shot out, catching the pen at a precise angle. In one fluid motion, the intruder redirected its momentum in a semicircle, adding new force before sending it flying straight back at Miss Mercy. When her supposedly foolproof attack was turned against her, the secretary didn't try to catch the pen. Instead, she pushed off hard with both feet and executed a perfect backflip, dodging the strike. An agile figure in black leaped through the window. Miss Mercy's eyes narrowed slightly. She glanced first at Thea, but her employer was pretending to review documents, showing absolutely no reaction to the sudden intruder. So, not an enemy then. But the fact that the newcomer still hadn't revealed their identity after entering, that was intriguing. "Who are you?" Miss Mercy maintained her elegant, professional tone, as if she were negotiating a business deal rather than confronting a masked intruder. When Thea showed no reaction, the figure's posture shifted slightly. The intruder deliberately roughened their voice. "Beat me and I'll tell you." Mercy glanced at Thea again. Her employer made a casual, go-ahead gesture. "Fine." The secretary's response was curt. In the next instant, she kicked off her high heels, tore away her restrictive pencil skirt, and removed her glasses. The transition from stillness to motion took less than a second. She launched herself into the air, both legs striking like twin battle axes toward the intruder's head. "You really are skilled." The black-clad fighter raised an arm to block the kick, then shifted from defense to offense, trying to grab Mercy's ankle and throw her aside. But Mercy, who could fight Deathstroke to a standstill, wasn't so easily handled. While still airborne, she twisted her torso and changed tactics, reversing her foot to aim for the opponent's head. The intruder finally realized they'd been too careless. They hurried to adjust, but it was too late. All they could do was lean back to dodge the powerful kick while simultaneously striking toward Mercy's abdomen with their own foot. At the critical moment, Mercy struck the floor with her left hand, using the leverage to evade the attack. After one exchange, both fighters had underestimated each other slightly. Neither had gained the advantage. "I had no idea a delicate little secretary could be so formidable." "Your secretary can last at least 10 exchanges with me, little Thea. You've got real talent working for you." The intruders stopped disguising their voice and removed their hood, revealing bright eyes, gleaming teeth, and long flowing hair. Their entire presence radiated an aura sharp as a blade. Thea didn't even look up, continuing to review her documents. "You're exaggerating again, Lady Shiva. You'd better focus on whether you can actually beat Miss Mercy." The visitor was none other than Lady Shiva, who had trained Thea for half a year all those years ago. The two hadn't seen each other in 6 or 7 years. Without Malcolm Merlin and Lady Shiva's instruction back then, Thea would never have reached her current position. Over the years, Thea had tried to find Lady Shiva several times, but the woman had deliberately avoided her, and they'd never managed to meet again. Using force to invite her would have been inappropriate, so the matter had dragged on until today. To Thea, Lady Shiva was like an older sister, someone who had given her everything she knew. Thea had never forgotten that debt. But Lady Shiva was stubborn by nature, and Thea had never found the right way to repay her. Now that she'd come in person, she likely needed help with something. Though Lady Shiva had lingered outside the window for a while, suggesting it wasn't urgent. Lady Shiva's greatest passion was fighting, sparring with all kinds of martial arts masters. She'd once made Batman's life miserable for quite a long time with her constant challenges. Thea obviously couldn't fight her anymore. No matter how skilled Lady Shiva was, she was still an ordinary human. Using her divine body to fight Shiva would be an insult to both of them. But Miss Mercy was perfect for this. She spent her time with Luther, so her reputation wasn't widely known. Otherwise, with her skills, she could easily make a name for herself as a master martial artist. Plus, the indigo light had improved Miss Mercy's physique. This was a perfect opportunity to match her up with Lady Shiva. As Thea had guessed, seeing she had no intention of stopping them, the two immediately resumed their fight. In physical attributes, Miss Mercy had a slight edge. Unfortunately, the gap in experience was enormous. No matter how good her combat instincts were, spending her days following Luther and Thea around as an assistant meant her actual battle experience couldn't compare to someone like Lady Shiva, who fought 3 times a day. Even so, the secretary relied on her superior physical conditioning and excellent battle awareness to go toe-to-toe with Lady Shiva, managing over 60 exchanges before finally taking a kick to the ribs. Lady Shiva naturally held back, barely brushing her. But the outcome was clear. The secretary truly couldn't beat her. Continuing would only lead to defeat. Fortunately, she had no particular attachment to a warrior's pride. Unable to win, she simply accepted it, calmly putting her glasses back on and slipping into her heels as if nothing had happened, returning to organize the documents. Such excellent combat intuition, and you're wasting it on paperwork. Lady Shiva looked regretful, her expression practically screaming, "Young lady, come train with me. This work is what I actually enjoy doing." The secretary resumed her professional, composed smile, as if the fierce warrior from moments ago had been someone else entirely. Chapter 638, Chapter 637, Lady Shiva's Choice. Seeing her regretful expression, Thea tapped on the desk. "Hey, don't poach my people right in front of me. Mercy truly wants a normal life. She won't follow your path." That wasn't an exaggeration. After spending so much time together, Thea had long since figured out that the secretary was easily satisfied. She just wanted a stable, peaceful life. She wasn't like Thea, who'd spent her early training days dreaming of punching Darkseid and kicking Highfather. Mercy learned martial arts purely for self-protection because Luther was such a magnet for trouble. Without solid combat skills, how could she survive? Lady Shiva seemed to recall her own troubles and let out a long sigh. Seeing they had things to discuss, the secretary calmly changed out of her torn skirt and left with graceful steps. Watching such an exceptional martial arts prodigy surrounded by mundane paperwork left Lady Shiva, a traditional martial artist through and through, thoroughly depressed. "So what brings you here?" With the secretary gone, Thea's expression turned serious. Lady Shiva scratched at her face, seemingly reluctant to speak. After a long pause, she finally said with some embarrassment, "I have a daughter." "Did you know?" Thea actually did know. She even had files on Shiva's husband, David Kane, one of the world's foremost assassins. She immediately understood why Shiva had come. She sighed. "Cassandra Kane, right? I know roughly what's going on. Can you cure her?" Lady Shiva asked with a glimmer of hope. "I can't promise anything without examining the patient, but I'll do everything I can to help." It was rare for Thea to make such a serious commitment. Lady Shiva felt her sincerity and nodded gently. What had once been a brief intersection in their life paths years ago had now brought her new hope. Without another word, she headed out. Thea could only follow. They wove through the streets and soon arrived at a modest house. Lady Shiva pushed open the door. Inside, a black-haired girl of about 12 or 13 had already sensed the intrusion 1 second before the door opened. She gripped a dagger in a reverse grip, concealing herself among the clutter, her eyes watching the entrance with sharp vigilance. This kid's pretty alert, Thea thought silently as she watched the mother and daughter communicate in sign language. Before long, Lady Shiva indicated they'd finished talking. The usually unflappable woman, who'd faced the end of the world with calm indifference, was now visibly tense. Though she stood with her hands behind her back, Thea could hear her knuckles cracking from the pressure. When Thea stepped forward to examine the girl, Shiva couldn't help but say, "Please." Thea looked warmly at the young girl. Even after Lady Shiva's explanation, the child maintained a combat-ready stance, her entire body radiating wariness. "Come here, sweetheart. Let me take a look." She infused her voice with a touch of charm, trying to lower the girl's guard. Unexpectedly, despite her young age, the child had surprisingly strong willpower. She resisted the enchantment, her eyes full of confusion. Still, Thea's formidable charisma did help the girl relax somewhat. Unable to speak, the black-haired child slowly approached. Her bright eyes never left Thea's face. She watched as the elegant hand moved closer and closer, several times nearly attacking on instinct, only to be stopped by the gentle look in the other woman's eyes. Finally, when that hand settled on top of her head, both of them exhaled at the same time. How the hell did they raise this kid? Thea was speechless. With her astronomical charisma, she could barely keep the girl calm. Would an ordinary doctor even survive trying to examine her? They'd probably get stabbed immediately. Fortunately, they'd cleared the hardest hurdle. With initial contact established, she began channeling magic to examine the girl's condition. Divine power would be too much for the child to handle, but magic, with its greater versatility and broader applications, was perfect for the situation. The examination took a full half-hour. When Thea finally withdrew her power, she folded her arms and thought carefully. The black-haired girl named Cassandra Cain didn't have an acquired injury. She had a congenital language disorder. The defect hadn't been obvious in early childhood, which was why Lady Shiva hadn't sought help in the first few years. But as she entered adolescence and her body grew stronger, the original flaw had been amplified, reaching the point where she couldn't speak at all. She had vocal cords, a trachea, and cartilage, everything was there. But a tiny deficiency in her brain prevented her from effectively processing the signals her vocal apparatus generated, making normal speech impossible. There's an old saying that many people who can't speak are also deaf, often because of hearing problems. But this girl had perfect hearing, even sharper than average. According to modern science, her condition was caused by genetic deletion. Having mastered all of Kryptonian genetic knowledge, Thea had few equals in the field of genetics. Using modern scientific methods, she could make simple additions to the genetic code, then repair the brain damage. After that, the girl's speech function would return to normal. I've got good news for both of you. I can cure this completely. She'd been thinking for a while, but only seconds had actually passed. This was the most agonizing moment for patient and family, and deliberately prolonging it served no purpose. Hearing those words, both Lady Shiva and the young girl let out relieved sighs. Just as Thea was about to retrieve her medical pod for treatment, she felt the threads of fate trembling faintly once more. Does this child have a different path available from my perspective? Thea attempted to interpret the signals fate was sending, contemplating in silence. With her current intelligence, she quickly made a connection, though she'd need to consult the parties involved first. When Lady Shiva saw her suddenly pause, she asked urgently, "Is there another problem?" "It's like this. You're practically like a sister to me, so I won't hide anything from you. Cassandra's current condition is easy to treat. Using contemporary medical technology alone, I can restore her speech function in about a week. But there's actually a better option available to both of you now." "What is it?" Lady Shiva abandoned her aloof master act, asking with barely concealed anxiety. "How do you two feel about supernatural abilities? Cassandra could actually turn this misfortune into a blessing and gain a fairly powerful ability." What Thea had thought of was Cassandra from the War of the Gods, the Trojan prophetess. The two shared the same name, and their circumstances were remarkably similar. One had destroyed vocal cords, the other couldn't speak from birth. Now, through Thea, their fates seemed poised to intersect in a strange twist. Though that demigod was ruined, the talent rooted in her soul hadn't completely disappeared. If Thea extracted the imprint from her soul, it could perfectly compensate for the young girl's genetic deficiency. She wouldn't achieve the original's level of making words into reality, but at the mortal level, combining voice powers with the girl's combat skills would make her formidable indeed. The only issue was that Lady Shiva somewhat rejected supernatural abilities. She was a pure martial artist who hoped her successor would be the same. This decision wouldn't be easy for them. As for whether the demigod Cassandra would be willing, that wasn't a consideration. With Thea's standing with Hera, asking for one ruined prisoner was trivial. That Cassandra should count herself lucky just to walk out of Olympus alive. Knocking her out and extracting from her soul directly wouldn't trouble Lady Shiva or her daughter, they weren't justice-obsessed heroes. Transplanting someone else's ability carried zero moral weight for them. The decision rested entirely with the mother and daughter. Time ticked by, but Lady Shiva still couldn't make up her mind. What kind of ability? Like the powers you showed on TV fighting that monster in Metropolis. Thea quickly shook her head. Of course not. I can't guarantee it'll work 100%. This is a linguistic power. Seeing their confused expressions, Thea continued explaining. A few days ago, I defeated an enemy. Her name was also Cassandra. She paused there. The black-haired girl, hearing someone shared her name, focused her attention immediately. She was an ancient mythological princess of Troy with the power of voice, using words to confuse others, control them, even kill enemies. Her ability has been destroyed now, but there should be some residue left in her body. What I'm suggesting is transferring those remnants to your daughter. Reaching her original heights would be impossible, but providing some combat assistance would definitely work. Thea explained the entire situation and potential outcomes. Now it was up to them to decide. Lady Shiva found herself hesitating. Deep down, she actually rejected superpowers. In her view, her daughter's combat talent and battle instincts were extraordinarily strong. If that focus got diverted to supernatural abilities, her dream of raising the world's strongest warrior would probably evaporate. But parental instinct made her reluctant to refuse this windfall. She wasn't an idiot. 9 times out of 10, this opportunity existed purely because of her past connection with Thea. Simply abandoning the supernatural ability and only restoring normal speech seemed wasteful. The black-haired girl was still young and had no grand ambitions of becoming the world's greatest martial artist. She just didn't dare make the decision herself, looking at her mother with hope and anticipation. Seeing her daughter's expression, even Lady Shiva's steel-hard heart softened. Whatever the ability was, they'd take it first. Worst case, she'd just supervise her daughter not to use it and focus purely on martial training instead. She convinced herself with this logic. I agree. What do we need to prepare? Thea gave her an approving look. I'll be right back. With that, she took one step forward and vanished, arriving at Olympus. The mother and daughter stared at the sky-blue portal in amazement, then began another flurry of sign language. Thea navigated the familiar paths to find Hera. When the Queen of the Gods heard she wanted to take Cassandra away, she approved without a second thought. Cassandra was imprisoned in the dungeons. Killing her wouldn't be appropriate, she was Zeus's daughter, after all. But not killing her felt like a waste of resources. Hera had been troubled about how to handle her. Now hearing Thea wanted to take the woman away, she immediately agreed, adding that if Thea wanted Hermes too, she'd throw him in as a buy-one-get-one-free deal. Thea hastily declined. Hermes had been critically injured by Supergirl, and his semi-undead body could slowly recover in the underworld. But locked up in the divine realm. He'd need 10,000 years to heal. Seeing the voice prophetess again, Thea had to acknowledge her misery. She lay alone in the stone cell, and according to the Amazon guards, she was only lucid about 1 hour per day. The rest of the time she either slept or went mad. The violent assault on her psyche hadn't just taken her innate talent, it had stolen most of her sanity. When Thea entered the cell, the former Trojan princess was curled in a corner like a demon, disheveled hair obscuring her face. Revenge. Revenge. Though her throat had regrown, she was a demigod, after all. Her voice was ugly, like sawing wood, harsh and grating. It formed a stark contrast to the clear, bell-like tones from before. Poor creature. Thea couldn't help but sigh. Even in her current wretched state, she remained fixated on vengeance. She probably didn't know that her eldest son, on whom she'd pinned all her hopes, had already been forcibly brainwashed. I'm taking her. Thea showed Hera's decree to the guards, then knocked Cassandra unconscious with a mental blast and teleported back to Earth. The round trip took only 5 minutes. Lady Shiva and her daughter were still signing to each other when Thea stepped through the portal again. Lady Shiva merely found it miraculous, but the black-haired girl was filled with anticipation. From what this beautiful sister said, she could become someone with superpowers too. Half-grown kids were at the perfect age to fantasize about supernatural abilities. Compared to the countless hardships of martial training, superpowers were far more appealing to someone her age. If this were Batman or other justice-obsessed heroes, they'd strongly oppose stripping powers from an enemy to graft onto oneself. Lady Shiva and her daughter had no such qualms. Between the two of them, they'd killed at least 1,000 people. They had zero moral hesitation and calmly waited for their windfall. At that moment, Thea was communing with divine power, preparing to craft the young girl's new gift. Under normal circumstances, extracting Cassandra's talent would be impossible. Innate abilities were inseparably bound to the original host. But in her current ruined state, the residual voice power fragments within her had been spontaneously gathering, an unconscious action by the voice prophetess. However, without the crucial missing piece, it was all pointless effort. Without the participation of rule-based power to complete what she lacked, Cassandra would remain like this for the rest of her life. Thea had initially planned to extract by force, but after examining the internal situation, she changed her mind. The voice power remnants had already gathered themselves. There was no need to yank them out violently, that would be too crude. After all, this woman was one of Zeus's countless daughters. It was better to be civilized about it. In the mental realm invisible to the mother and daughter, where Cassandra's consciousness roiled in chaos, Thea forced a transaction. She promised to restore Cassandra's health. In exchange, Cassandra would offer the voice power remnants as payment. A pale red point of light was extracted from Cassandra's body. The mote flickered uncertainly, extremely unstable, as if it might explode at any moment. Next, Thea touched a finger to Cassandra's forehead, using the wish force from her scales of order to help restore the woman's sanity. 3 powerful healing spells followed in quick succession. Finally, on impulse, she infused a large dose of compassion into the mix. Hatred and vengeance, time to let those go. Having completed the transaction, the pale red light gradually quieted. The fragments knew they were leaving their original host. A trace of sorrow slowly emerged from within them. Thea beckoned the black-haired girl to approach. Nobody here was an idiot. Seeing the unknown substance in Thea's hand, the girl naturally understood what it meant. Her small face tensed, teeth biting her lower lip as she quickly walked forward. Don't be scared. It'll be over fast. Won't hurt a bit. Thea soothed the child with nonsense. Truth was, she had no idea if it would hurt, this was her first time doing this. But to ease the girl's anxiety, she put on an air of expertise. With a casual motion, she slapped the red light sphere into the girl's body, then used magic to facilitate communication between the two entities, employing wish force to construct a connection channel and slowly graft them together. Like performing surgery, Thea integrated the body-based remnants into the new host's physical form, and the soul-based remnants into the new soul. The sudden influx of mental energy knocked the black-haired girl unconscious. Thea gestured to Lady Shiva that everything was proceeding normally, then got to work. Chapter 639, Chapter 638, Transferring Talents. Destruction is easy, construction is hard. That truth holds everywhere. Building a new talent on an already flawed foundation made things exponentially harder. Fortunately, she was already a deity, with formidable intelligence. Commerce and language overlapped in places, allowing her to recognize most of the voice power remnants within Cassandra's body. The demigod's human half was easy to identify. The divine portion required more thought. Thea's own wild demigod state had subtle differences from these Greek demigods, but she had Diana as a living reference sample. They all shared the same father, so the variations weren't too extreme. She first separated out the human components and integrated them into the black-haired girl's soul and body. Then, using Diana as a comparison, she identified the corresponding elements from Zeus. She had to admit, Zeus's bloodline was powerful. The black-haired girl, who'd only been moderately pretty among ordinary humans, would become extraordinarily beautiful in the future after absorbing even a trace of Zeus's blood. Finally came the talent planning. Sensing the girl's congenital deficiency, the fragments of Cassandra's remnant talent automatically moved to compensate. Thea only needed to add new functions to the existing foundation. She categorized and integrated the various energies into the girl's body. For Thea, this process was also a learning experience. The entire procedure took an hour. This soul-level grafting surgery was genuinely her first attempt. She broke the pale red light sphere into filaments invisible to the naked eye, weaving them around the black-haired girl's ordinary human soul. Aside from sharing a name, these two people from completely different timelines were now connected through Thea's intervention. One a prophetess, one unable to speak, the strangeness of fate was undeniable. Having gained a portion of the voice prophetess's abilities, the future Cassandra would go further than in the original timeline. How is it? Lady Shiva asked with concern. When have I ever let you down? Thea patted her chest in assurance. Lady Shiva glanced at it but said nothing, settling in to wait quietly. As for Princess Cassandra, now completely devoid of talent, she woke not long after. Having no relationship with her whatsoever, Thea didn't bother with pleasantries. She simply teleported the woman away and arranged for her subordinates to provide minimal care. With all her abilities gone, she was no longer a demigod. Without hatred clouding her judgment, perhaps finding a place to live out a mortal life would be its own kind of happiness. After sending Cassandra away, Thea and Lady Shiva began a long wait. 2 full days passed. Seeing Lady Shiva's growing anxiety, Thea could only keep her company, dispatching a duplicate to protect her mother in case of emergencies at the campaign. 2 days later, young Cassandra woke. True to her training, she showed no sign of panic, merely looking around curiously. Thea examined her condition. Excellent, the soul fusion had been completely successful. Her physical attributes had improved tremendously. A conservative estimate put her lifespan at 150 years. After clearing her throat lightly, Thea addressed the black-haired girl. You've sensed it yourself, haven't you? Voice power is a formidable force. By your logic, it's a weapon. But when you use it to harm enemies, you also pay a price. To prevent abuse, I've placed 2 locks deep in your soul. One will open completely when you reach adulthood. The other limits everyday use. Right now you can speak normally without difficulty, but I recommend you speak sparingly in daily life. When your voice power accumulates and you unleash it all at once in battle, your enemies will be pulverized by the force of your words. Thea punctuated this by clenching her fist for emphasis. She designed this principle based on Diana's bracelets of submission. After all, the black-haired girl wasn't the legitimate user of voice powers, she'd naturally be inferior to the original Cassandra. If she followed the path of gradual accumulation, the power she could unleash all at once would genuinely be capable of moving mountains and seas. But considering that unlike Diana, the girl's physical constitution was only slightly above ordinary human levels, sustained accumulation would place enormous strain on her body. The ability Thea had designed allowed normal speech, but required restraint. Long speeches and extended lectures were now off the table for the girl. Thank you. The black-haired girl's speech was still somewhat unclear, but that was because she hadn't spoken in years. With her dedication, a little practice would restore normal articulation. Thea reached out and lightly tapped the girl's forehead, passing on information. I'm not skilled in voice powers either, and the backlash is substantial for you. I'll teach you a few methods to reduce the backlash and let you use this power properly. 3 spell-like abilities: Word of Silence, useful in many scenarios; Word of Shield, a defensive spell; and Word of Pain, an offensive spell. You can use each ability once per day. Got it. Thea ruffled the girl's hair. The previous prickly defensiveness had mostly vanished, though she still wasn't accustomed to such affectionate head patting. Superpowers. The mental information transfer let her instantly grasp the usage methods. The more the black-haired girl examined them, the more she found this beautiful sister appealing. Thea was now her second closest person after her mother. As for her father, best not to mention him. She looked excitedly at her mother. Lady Shiva immediately understood and beckoned. Come, try it out. Their way of communicating was to spar first, talk later. They exchanged 6 or 7 casual moves. When Lady Shiva's whip kick aimed at her daughter, the black-haired girl softly uttered, "Shield." A transparent air wall, 1 meter tall and half a meter wide, materialized between them. Lady Shiva's kick struck the barrier. It couldn't withstand her full force and shattered instantly, but that momentary obstruction had sapped most of the leg's momentum. She had to pull back and switch tactics while the black-haired girl seized the opportunity to regroup and continue fighting. Interesting. Will this ability grow stronger in the future? She was naturally addressing Thea. Of course. I've only provided her with application templates, the accumulated wisdom of predecessors. If she can innovate beyond them, the effects will be even more powerful. Thea wasn't exaggerating. She'd essentially opened a backdoor from New Genesis's magic network and added the black-haired girl to the system. Otherwise, how could she apply it to combat so easily? The original Cassandra had spent over 1,000 years only managing battlefield taunts, never daring to use it in actual combat, precisely because the voice power backlash was too severe. Now, the girl's minor backlash was distributed among the tens of millions of new gods, diluting the effect to imperceptible levels. But breaking free from the spell's original limitations to make the power truly hers would require her own effort. Hearing there was still potential for growth, both mother and daughter grew excited. Chapter 640, Chapter 639, Words of Power. The black-haired girl sparred a dozen more rounds with her mother, finding an opportunity to try Word of Pain. Caught off guard by the sudden agony, Lady Shiva stumbled, her movements faltering. The direct result was that she took a palm strike to the ribs from her daughter. The two quickly ended their match. The girl stood to the side, barely suppressing her laughter. Her expression made it clear she was thrilled. Sure, it was a sneak attack and her mother hadn't been serious, but this was Lady Shiva, legendary for being the world's greatest martial artist. Using that ability without warning is definitely effective. Lady Shiva nodded with certainty. All right, that's enough trouble, little Thea. Thank you for your help. Without wasting words, Lady Shiva prepared to leave immediately. For this woman who came and went like the wind, Thea didn't know what to say. She wanted to ask her to stay a few more days but knew she'd likely refuse. All she could do was take an indirect approach. What are your plans for Cassandra's future? Lady Shiva, who'd been gathering her belongings, stopped and thought for a long while before finally speaking. Your household would have been ideal, but unfortunately, you're too famous now. Send her to Batman instead. She shouldn't end up half in the shadows like me. She should be a good person. I'm entrusting this all to you. Lady Shiva looked at Thea with unusual seriousness. Her own situation really wasn't suitable. The media's intrusive nature was no joke. A child suddenly appearing in the household would create massive complications. Batman was an excellent choice. Thea didn't need much time to consider before nodding in agreement. Lady Shiva stroked Cassandra's head, pressing her own forehead against her daughter's and closing her eyes in silent contemplation for a long moment. Without saying a single word, she turned, shouldered her pack, and left the room. Your mother is a woman with a powerful inner strength. Thea quietly comforted the young Cassandra. The girl stared unblinking at the receding figure, silent for a long time. Thea couldn't understand Lady Shiva's mentality, lightly setting aside all bonds to pursue ultimate strength with single-minded focus. She'd never make that choice herself. The behavior couldn't be called great, but it absolutely deserved to be called strong. Compared to those who gained supernatural abilities and immediately lost all perspective, Lady Shiva's spirit was pure as gold. The black-haired girl seemed accustomed to her mother disappearing for days at a time. Highly independent, she quickly collected herself. Knowing she was going somewhere new, she efficiently packed her bag and carefully grasped the corner of Thea's clothing. Hold on to me. We're about to visit a dark cave. After speaking, Thea gripped the girl's shoulder and activated teleportation. But an accident occurred. As the teleport completed, she discovered an obscure energy interfering with the coordinates. They hadn't entered the Batcave but had arrived outdoors instead. The black-haired girl looked at her silently. Where's the promised dark cave? Thea stood there with her eyes closed, teeth clenched in frustration. She could practically feel a vein throbbing on her forehead. What the hell kind of black box tech had Batman invented now? He could actually interfere with her teleportation. She genuinely couldn't comprehend how scientific means could block magical transportation. Batman's technology level, judging by current capabilities, was at least 1,000 years ahead of Earth. This countermeasure was undoubtedly designed specifically for her. Thoroughly annoyed, she at least took comfort that the deviation wasn't too far off. She still remembered the Batcave's location. Pulling Cassandra along, she headed in the other direction. After winding around and activating a hidden mechanism, the two descended a spiral staircase into the cave. The Batcave had already detected movement. Two figures rushed out to greet them. Thea recognized them immediately. Dick, Barbara, long time no see. The arrivals were none other than Nightwing and Batgirl. But both wore unnatural expressions. Nightwing's demeanor was somewhat gloomy. Thea, are you here for Batman? Obviously. Thea's brow furrowed. That was a ridiculous question. She could hardly be visiting the Batcave to find Superman. Nightwing and Barbara exchanged glances, responding with somewhat bitter smiles. He's a bit busy right now. Come with us and you'll understand. Your acquaintance is also here. My acquaintance. I have acquaintances all over the place. Who knows who you're talking about? The exterior of this godforsaken cave was covered in lead, completely blocking her supervision from seeing inside. She had no choice but to follow them deeper. Along the way, she introduced Cassandra's situation. Thea remembered that in the future, the girl would become Batgirl, so she should be compatible with the Batcave. Neither could make that decision and could only offer limited welcome. Entering the cave's depths, Thea immediately spotted her acquaintance. Her own brother, Green Arrow Oliver, was actually here. Standing beside him with an awkward expression was the Demon's Head's younger daughter, the square-jawed Nyssa. The eternally beloved father-in-law figure, Ra's al Ghul, was waving his arms emphatically about something. Batman, masked and suited even in his own home, stood with a dark expression arguing with the old man. A tall woman stood on the periphery of the group, none other than Talia, whom Thea hadn't seen in ages. Holy crap, something big is going down. The thought flashed through Thea's mind instantly. Too bad teleportation was blocked here, or she'd definitely drag Diana over to watch this drama unfold. The five of them formed a small circle, engaged in heated discussion. All of them had noticed Thea's arrival, but none had time for more than a glance. Only Oliver awkwardly waved at her. What on earth is happening? Thea's curiosity was overwhelming. She needed to find someone who knew the situation. Nightwing and Barbara were tight-lipped types, asking them would be useless. Better to ask Oliver. The third Robin on the other side was unfamiliar to Thea. Catwoman was over there cutting something with a small knife, hardly the ideal conversation partner either. Hey, Damian. You see me and don't even say hello. Thea pulled young Cassandra along and plopped down beside Damian. The kid was now 10 years old, beginning to show signs of adolescence. When Thea approached, he'd been sitting alone on the steps, staring woodenly at the five people arguing below. Oh, Damian greeted her listlessly before returning his attention to the group. What are they doing? Come on, spill. Thea smiled brilliantly. Damian grimaced, reluctant to speak. But his childhood trauma still held sway. In the end, he obediently recounted the whole story. The situation was extremely complicated. In this timeline, Ra's al Ghul had fallen from power too early. His approach to dealing with Green Arrow wasn't as violent as in the original timeline. Instead, he'd adopted a softer strategy, which had completely won over the soft-hearted Oliver. When Ra's one day made a heartfelt request to help him reclaim the League of Assassins, Oliver had wrestled with his conscience for a long time. After much hesitation, he'd finally agreed. But Oliver wasn't brain-dead. There was no way he'd charge into Nanda Parbat single-handedly. Thanks to Thea, he knew Bruce and Damian. Arriving at the Batcave, the two of them put their heads together and came up with a plan, tricked Damian's mother into coming back. Chapter 641, Chapter 640, A Lively Batcave. Damian continued his explanation, his young face twisted with complicated emotions. The plan had worked brilliantly, too brilliantly, in fact. Talia had come running the moment she heard her son needed her. But the problem was, Ra's al Ghul had followed right behind her. And that wasn't even the worst part. Nyssa al Ghul, Ra's al Ghul's other daughter, had also shown up, dragged along by who knows what circumstances. Now the Batcave had turned into an impromptu family reunion for the Al Ghul clan, with Batman caught in the middle, and Oliver, the catalyst for this entire mess, standing there looking like he wished the ground would swallow him whole. So what are they arguing about? Thea asked, fascinated despite herself. Damian sighed, sounding far too world-weary for a 10-year-old. Ra's wants Oliver to help him retake the League of Assassins. Batman doesn't want Oliver involved. Talia is torn between supporting her father and whatever complicated feelings she has for Batman. And Nissa. He paused, making a face. Nissa has her own grievances with Roz and is arguing that if anyone deserves to inherit the League, it should be her, not her father regaining control. And Oliver. Oliver is realizing that trying to help his girlfriend's father might have been a spectacularly bad idea. Thea bit back a laugh. This was absolutely priceless. She wished she had popcorn. As if sensing her amusement, Damien shot her a resentful look. You think this is funny? Do you have any idea how awkward this has been? They've been at it for hours. Hours. Thea's eyebrows shot up. And nobody's thrown a punch yet. I'm actually impressed. Batman won't let it escalate to violence in the cave, Damien said primly. He's very strict about that. Down below, Ra's voice rose sharply. The League of Assassins is my legacy. My birthright. I will not allow it to fall into the hands of that usurper. Your legacy involves mass murder and environmental terrorism, Batman cut in coldly. I won't let Oliver help you reclaim it just so you can resume your genocidal plans. I seek balance. Ra's thundered. The world is dying, detective. Someone must have the courage to commit mass murder, Talia said quietly, her voice cutting through her father's rhetoric. Father, perhaps it's time to consider that your way isn't the only way. Roz turned to her, and even from this distance, Thea could see the betrayal in his eyes. You too, daughter. You would side with the detective against your own blood. I'm not siding with anyone, Talia said tiredly. I'm asking you to think about whether reclaiming the League is truly worth all this conflict. Nissa laughed bitterly. Oh, this is rich. The favored daughter suddenly develops a conscience. Where was this moral awakening when father was grooming you to be his heir while I was left to rot? That's not fair, Talia began. Fair. Nissa's voice cracked like a whip. You want to discuss what's fair? I've bled for the League. I've sacrificed everything. And yet he still sees me as nothing compared to his precious Talia. Oliver, looking absolutely miserable, tried to interject. Maybe we should all just stay out of this, Arrow, all three L-Goals snapped in unison. Oliver's face fell. He caught Thea's eye and mouthed a silent plea, help me. Thea just smiled sweetly and shook her head. This was his mess. He could clean it up. Entertaining, isn't it? A smooth voice said beside her. Thea turned to find Catwoman had wandered over, the small knife she'd been playing with now tucked away. Selina Kyle settled onto the steps with feline grace, her green eyes gleaming with amusement. When did you get here, Selina? About 20 minutes before them. Catwoman gestured at the arguing group. I was here for a completely unrelated reason, a professional matter Bruce wanted to discuss. Then this circus rolled in, and I decided to stay for the show. She grinned. Worth every minute. I'll bet. Thea glanced at young Cassandra, who was watching everything with wide, curious eyes. At least the girl was getting an education in dysfunctional family dynamics. It might prepare her for whatever awaited in the world of masks and capes. So that's Ra's al Ghul. Cassandra couldn't speak much yet, not properly, but Thea had gotten good at reading her expressions and minimal gestures. The girl was pointing subtly at the demon's head. That's him, Thea confirmed. One of the world's most dangerous men. Also one of the most tedious to listen to when he gets on his soapbox about balance and the greater good. Harsh but accurate, Catwoman murmured. Though I notice you're not rushing down there to help either. Why would I? This is the most entertainment I've had all week. Thea settled back more comfortably. Besides, Batman can handle it. Probably. As if to test that confidence, Ross suddenly drew his sword. The temperature in the cave dropped several degrees. Enough words, the demon's head declared. If you will not help me willingly, Oliver Queen, then you leave me no choice. Oliver's eyes widened. Wait, what are you? Batman, Ross said softly, his blade catching the dim light. I challenge you. If you defeat me, I will leave and trouble you no more. But if I win, the boy helps me reclaim what is mine. Father, no. Talia stepped forward, but Roz held up a hand. This is between the detective and myself, daughter. Stay out of it. Batman's jaw tightened. I don't accept your terms. Then I will simply take what I want. Roz's eyes gleamed with dark promise. You cannot stop me, detective. Not without killing me. And we both know you won't cross that line. The standoff stretched taut as a bowstring. Then Damien stood up. I'll fight you, the boy said clearly. Every head turned to stare at him. Damien, Batman began. No. Damien descended the steps, his young face set with determination. He's my grandfather. This is a family matter. If anyone's going to settle this, it should be me. Roz looked at his grandson with something approaching surprise. You would challenge me, boy. You, who I trained myself. You taught me to be strong, Damien said quietly. But Batman taught me to be better than that. If you want Oliver's help, you go through me first. For a long moment, nobody moved. Then Ra's al Ghul smiled, a real smile, not his usual condescending smirk. Very well, grandson. Show me what the detective has taught you. Thea exchanged glances with Catwoman. This had just gotten a lot more interesting. And possibly a lot more problematic. Batman looked like he wanted to intervene, but Talia put a hand on his arm. Let him, she murmured. Damien needs to do this. The boy and the ancient warrior faced each other in the center of the cave. Thea leaned forward, genuinely curious now. Damien had been training with her in magic, true, but his combat skills were still developing. Ra's al Ghul, on the other hand, had centuries of experience. This wouldn't be a fair fight. But then again, when had anything in their world ever been fair? Should we stop this? Barbara whispered to Dick. Nightwing shook his head slowly. Batman will intervene if it goes too far. But Damien, he's been waiting for this confrontation for a long time. He's 10 years old, Barbara protested. He's also an Al Ghul, Dick said grimly. Age doesn't mean the same thing in that family. Ra's and Damien began to circle each other. Thea found herself holding her breath despite herself. Whatever happened next, one thing was certain, dinner conversations at Wayne Manor were going to be awkward for a while. Assuming they all survived this particular family reunion, of course. Beside her, young Cassandra watched with rapt attention, absorbing every detail of the fighters' stances, their movements, their breathing. Even still mostly silent and new to this world of heroes and villains, she recognized something important was happening. A test. A challenge. A passing of something from one generation to the next. And in the shadows of the Batcave, surrounded by secrets and history and the weight of countless battles, the wheel turned once more. Thea smiled slightly. Welcome to the family business, Cassandra, she murmured. It's always this dramatic. The girl's eyes gleamed with something that might have been excitement. Or possibly terror. With this crowd, it was hard to tell the difference. Chapter 642, Chapter 641, Life Extension. Things started getting complicated. Talia was indeed tricked into returning, but then Ra's al Ghul suddenly jumped out demanding that Oliver accept the position of leader of the League of Assassins and marry his youngest daughter. With the old man as the bridge, relationships became thoroughly entangled. In this timeline, Ra's al Ghul had been nothing but good to Oliver, teaching him everything without reservation. Now, with only 10 years left to live, he played both the pity card and the sympathy card. Faced with his final wish, Oliver really couldn't bring himself to refuse. Before Thea entered, the group had spent half an hour in awkward discussion without reaching any conclusion. Talia naturally opposed it strongly. She could do without the men and was somewhat reluctant to give up her son, but power was absolutely non-negotiable. Square-jawed Nyssa was a lesbian. How could she get involved with Oliver? But she also knew her father didn't have many years left and couldn't bear to refuse him outright. She was in the most awkward position. Batman had always considered the League of Assassins villains and strongly opposed letting Green Arrow fall into that trap. As for Green Arrow, forget about it. What League of Assassins? He was doing just fine in Star City. Why would he run off to join them? Ra's al Ghul, contrary to his usual domineering manner, just kept playing the sympathy card, leaving both men speechless. Get it now? If your brother marries my aunt, we'll be relatives. Damien had spent several years with Thea and had perfectly imitated several of her expressions. Right now he was squinting to express his displeasure. Scratching her head, even the young miss who could go toe-to-toe with her eldest brother had no good solution at the moment. She feared soft tactics more than hard ones. This was true for her, for Green Arrow, and equally true for Batman. With wife, son, and father-in-law all tangled together in a mess, even Batman's off-the-charts intelligence couldn't untangle this knot. Ra's al Ghul seemed to have finally found their weakness. He wasn't wearing his usual imposing long cloak either. With his face now haggard, dressed like a lonely elderly man, he kept insisting that Green Arrow inherit the League of Assassins, promising he wouldn't interfere at all with how the League developed afterward. Oliver could even have them do good deeds on the streets every day if he wanted. This old man didn't have many days left anyway. Honestly, Green Arrow was somewhat tempted. If an organization could follow him toward goodness, he'd be willing to bear the infamy. Batman thought the same way. He'd always had high hopes for Oliver. If he could inherit the League of Assassins and guide them toward the righteous path, Batman would definitely support it. The one strongly opposed became Talia, who'd even drawn her blade, demanding a duel to the death with Oliver. Oliver obviously couldn't fight her. Whether considering Batman or Damien, injuring or killing her was impossible. He flatly refused the duel. Ra's al Ghul wouldn't give up. One moment he demanded his two daughters fight it out, the next he wanted the two men to settle it. Nightwing, the first Robin, Barbara, Catwoman, plus Thea, Cassandra, and Damian, 7 people in various slouched positions against walls or sitting on the ground, watching the whole group argue. Finally Batman couldn't take it anymore and desperately waved at Thea. Initially she really didn't notice, thinking he was calling Damian. Only later did she realize he meant her. But remembering this guy had specifically installed anti-teleportation black tech, she tilted her head to the side and pretended not to see. Only when Oliver also called her did she awkwardly stand up and slowly walk over to the group. Hands in pockets, she carefully observed them. Family matters are messy, even a judge can struggle with them. What could she do? After hearing everyone's demands again, she frowned internally. Actually, the problem with everyone else wasn't that serious. The key issue was Ra's al Ghul's attitude. This old guy looked weak as hell now, but his intentions toward Batman and Oliver were genuinely sincere. This made both superheroes unable to make up their minds. Locking him up or killing him directly, neither was possible. Neither superhero had fallen to such ungrateful depths. Talia's attitude was also problematic. Thea lowered her head in thought, then pulled Batman and Oliver aside to ask, "You know Ra's al Ghul isn't a good person, right?" Obviously, who didn't know that? Both men nodded. If the old man's life could be extended, I think today's problem could be shelved and slowly resolved later. Thea saw subtle changes in their expressions and continued. But this old man isn't a good person. Now it depends on your choice, let the old man live, or resolve everything today. After speaking, she looked toward Batman. No need to worry about Oliver's side. Her brother's relationship with the old man hadn't reached that do-or-die level. The key decision rested with Batman. After his parents died brutally in the street, it could be said that during the darkest period of his life, Ra's al Ghul gave Batman the courage to overcome everything. The old man wasn't a good person, everyone knew that. But you didn't see Superman or the Flash running over to punch the old man. This was all because of Batman's relationship with him. In a sense, Ra's al Ghul was like a stern father to Bruce. He'd created the Batman of today. Without him, Bruce Wayne probably would never have reached his current heights. After falling out with Batman, the two had clashed several times, but neither had delivered a killing blow to the other. Batman could excuse it with his no-killing principle, but Ra's al Ghul had also let Batman escape on several occasions. Their relationship hadn't been severed because of their different views on good and evil, but had instead become more tightly connected. What Thea was doing now was tossing this choice to him. Back when she was a demigod facing Ra's al Ghul whose body was corrupted by demons, she'd been powerless. Today was different. She was confident she could let the old man live another 30 or 40 years. "Thea, do you really have a way?" Seeing Batman sink into contemplation, Oliver quickly pulled his sister aside and asked quietly. "Of course." The young miss answered with absolute certainty. "What about Talia?" After thinking it over repeatedly, Batman still couldn't bear to let his father-in-law simply wait for death, so he raised a new question. "Maintain the status quo." Under her leadership, the League of Assassins has kept a much lower profile. Perhaps that's a good thing. This kind of delaying tactic, honestly, Batman didn't like it, but he had no better solution. Delay one day at a time. He nodded grimly, agreeing to the plan. Seeing the superheroes had unified their position, she called the old man aside and explained her proposal. "I can extend your lifespan for a while longer, but the price is giving up the League of Assassins. Can you do it?" Hearing his lifespan could be extended, Ra's al Ghul's eyes flickered. "You said I only had 10 years left." Needless to say, Thea wouldn't mention ascending to godhood with the old man. She was afraid of stimulating someone who'd sought immortality his whole life. She pulled out a colorless transparent hourglass from her spatial ring and showed it to him. "This is a treasure from the Greek death god Thanatos." Quite amazing, despite being severely conned, Thanatos and Hypnos, the two cold-hearted gods, didn't know the truth. When they heard that Hera took Thea's words seriously, they specifically brought out a batch of treasures to curry favor with her. This hourglass was an inconspicuous item among the gifts. Chapter 643, Chapter 642, Election Victory. For deities, it was inconspicuous, it couldn't even be put on display and only counted as a bonus. But for Ra's al Ghul, it was extremely precious. The only drawback was soul contamination. After all, it was another person's lifespan. Soul contamination could result in anything from mental confusion to complete personality replacement. Thea really couldn't use it on ordinary people, but Ra's al Ghul, already corrupted by demons, had no such concerns. This hourglass contains 70 years of a person's lifespan. Your original demonic constitution will increase the burden on your lifespan, but extending your life another 30 or 40 years is still possible. Thea noticed Ra's al Ghul's eyes instantly flash with interest and knew he was tempted. Now 2 options are before you, waiting for your choice. Resolve the League of Assassins issue today while everyone's here, or take a step back and extend your own lifespan. Actually, you didn't need to guess to know the old man's true thoughts. The longer someone has lived, the more they fear death. Ra's al Ghul was especially so. Indeed, as Thea expected, he quickly made up his mind. First, secure the lifespan. The League of Assassins could be shelved for 2 years. After all, he'd originally established the League to extend his own life, couldn't put the cart before the horse. Thea tossed him the hourglass. How do I use this? The old man looked at it for a long time. This thing didn't look edible. You know the Greek ritual of worship, right? Thanatos requires your devotion. As long as you believe in him and worship him from time to time, this flowing sand will slowly enter your body and extend your lifespan. Ra's al Ghul was very satisfied. This method wasn't difficult. Although it was strange for a Central Asian man to worship Greek deities, who cared about such things when life and death were at stake. The old man gracefully departed the Batcave. A crisis, neither big nor small, was finally resolved. Only then did Thea have time to introduce little Cassandra to Batman. Whether for Lady Shiva's sake or Thea's, he couldn't refuse. Batman readily took over the black-haired girl's future training. Thea sent square-jawed Nyssa back to Star City, and the siblings continued following Moira on her nationwide tour. Under the strict vigilance of all parties, Moira's final campaign push ended perfectly. Now it was just a matter of waiting for the final vote. That morning, after the Queen family finished breakfast, the three of them went together to the nearest polling station. Reporters who'd been waiting rushed toward them like madmen the moment they saw the family of three got out of the car. Miss Queen, how confident are you about winning? Dr. Queen, will you vote for your own mother? Mr. Queen, do you have anything to say to the media about your relationship with the Lance sisters? To appear approachable, Moira had dismissed her large security detail. Today she was voting as an ordinary citizen. The young miss similarly kept a low profile, bringing no entourage. But without the usual human wall, and unable to throw mental shocks into the crowd, she was surrounded by reporters like a tide and looked rather exasperated. As the male, Oliver could only physically part the crowd, letting the two women enter the polling station first. The tabloid reporters outside could be ignored, but the major media inside the polling station needed careful handling. The three got their ballots. This wasn't the time for modesty. Ignoring the other candidate, all three chose Moira. Each filled theirs out and displayed them to the media. Only then was this procedure complete. The media inside the polling station had fairly high professional standards. They didn't focus on tabloid news but concentrated on Moira's future governance. Moira didn't hold back either, extensively describing the benefits of electing her as president. In short, you'd be at a huge loss if you didn't vote for her. When it came to the other candidate, she wasn't polite either, ridiculing them mercilessly, just short of shouting into the camera that so-and-so was an idiot. This was quite interesting. At the beginning of the campaign, when the two candidates mentioned each other, it was all courtesies, worthy opponent, extraordinary politician, and so on. But once Moira started leading, everything changed. Both sides simultaneously adjusted their strategy: demean the opponent, elevate yourself. TV debates still required maintaining some dignity, but now that the dust had settled, no need for courtesy. Moira mocked everything from the opponent's governance policies to their fashion sense. Turns out the other side showed no mercy either. When the family of three returned to the mansion and turned on the TV, they saw the opponent also criticizing their clothing and appearance. Since Moira's main card was the superhero angle, the opposing candidate completely let loose. Figuring superheroes couldn't do anything to him anyway, he thoroughly threw caution to the wind, spending ages mocking several superheroes. He especially focused on how Superman's blue tights and red cape were completely uncoordinated, how terrible the color matching was. For poor Superman suffering collateral damage, Thea could only apologize. She was sure good-natured Superman wouldn't mind. The entire voting day was chaotic, with rumors flying everywhere. The whole country was as festive as a holiday. The family of three didn't go anywhere, just waited quietly at home for the final results. Numerous staff members continuously relayed messages. Vote counting results came out extremely fast. Moira won with a large margin and directly declared victory in front of the media. To officially enter the White House would require waiting until January 20th next year. At the inauguration ceremony, placing her hand on the Bible and taking the oath of office would complete the entire process. That date was still over a month away, nearly 2 months. Thea used this time to personally arrange her mother's security. The teleportation gem remained the top priority. Although Moira's physical condition was better than the average elderly woman's, she still couldn't withstand large-caliber weapons fire. She herself had learned some taekwondo and similar martial arts, but the effectiveness was, best not mentioned. Thea found several less fierce-looking operatives from Deathstroke's subordinates and inserted them into the security team. The DEO would similarly provide protection. With this double insurance, she finally felt at ease. Moira flipped through her calendar every day, waiting to reach the pinnacle of her life. Meanwhile, the current occupant of the White House, already somewhat neurotic, was also flipping his calendar. Whoever wanted this place could have it, he didn't want to stay a single extra day. Thea made time to meet with Poseidon again. Through rippling water, she entered Poseidon's divine realm. Several giants she'd fought alongside before led her into his palace. He was waiting outside to greet her. Dismissing idle attendants, the two gods exchanged pleasantries. Seeing his roundabout manner, Thea got straight to the point. This staff can be yours, but... Being so direct about asking for compensation, Poseidon didn't mind. Having demands was good. Demands could be worked with. What was scary was having no demands. 1 ton of meteoric iron, how does that sound? Poseidon considered this a very high offer. Thea almost spat in his face. Meteoric iron. Wasn't that just meteorite residue left after entering the atmosphere? She had as much of that stuff as anyone could want. If he wanted it, she could give him entire planets. Remembering those few abnormally precious pieces of meteoric iron in Hades' treasury, she felt speechless. She hadn't touched a single one of those broken stones. They were among the few things remaining in Hades' vault. Shaking her head to indicate refusal, she told him to try another condition. Water essence. No. Cornucopia. Our family is a high-tech commercial group. We don't farm. Thanks anyway. Poseidon made several consecutive suggestions, some inappropriate for the times, others completely useless. Modern society had abundant resources. What use was a cornucopia? How about this, open your treasury and let me freely select one treasure. How's that? Thea finally showed her true colors. Chapter 644, Chapter 643, Future Path. Poseidon shook his head in refusal. What if you freely picked and chose the best one? This old man would lose big. Thea realized his concern. She sighed internally. Opportunities to pick up bargains were too rare. Chances to forcefully plunder were once in a millennium. She'd be proper this time. She summoned a trade slate again, clearly writing that she'd exchange the dead king's staff for one treasure from Poseidon's vault. She specifically noted an exchange of equal value, with any difference made up by her side. Oh, so you're a goddess of wealth. Really couldn't tell. With that one display, Poseidon saw through her. The Sea King had always thought she was a combat-oriented deity. You can't take my personal artifacts. He added one condition. Thea nodded and added it to the slate. All right, follow me. After repeated consideration, the dead king's staff was very important to him. This trade could work. He led her toward his vault. Having seen 2 divine emperors' treasuries, it must be said, Poseidon's vault was very different from the other 2. Zeus's vault was all premium items. He looked down on anything mediocre. Hades was a mixed bag, all sorts of things. Too much stuff. It had kept Thea and Diana, the 2 little thieves, quite busy. The categorization work still wasn't finished. Poseidon's vault was like the man himself, wantonly flamboyant. He looked down on ordinary items, and he also disdained things that didn't suit his taste. In short, very willful. His treasures were all related to his divine authority. Water element items were the most numerous. Fire and light elements, not a single one. Power venerating items were abundant. Things that brought peace of mind were almost non-existent. A very extreme, very willful collection style. Time was limited. Thea couldn't look carefully. She directly activated her wealth divine power to observe the most valuable items in the room. After scanning around, she found that heaven-defying treasures like the threads of fate from before were truly once-in-a-lifetime encounters. Neither Hades nor Poseidon had collections of that caliber. After circling halfway around, she finally found something good, a cluster of deep blue flames quietly and peacefully nestled in a corner. This cluster of flames wasn't the most valuable thing in the room, but it was relatively suitable for her. Honestly, Poseidon's vault was a bit disappointing. This guy could neither match Hades in comprehensive content nor Zeus in consistently premium items. No wonder he'd maintained the position of eternal second place for so many years. Several treasures were good, just not useful for Thea. But this cluster of flames was different. Whether she absorbed it and added it to her silver flames, or used it to forge something for Diana, it was extremely valuable material. Stretching her neck to search more, she finally confirmed this cluster of flames. Flames collected by Amphitrite. Poseidon saw the treasure she'd taken, and his expression held a trace of reminiscence. Oh! Thea really hadn't expected these flames came from a famous figure. This Amphitrite, if she remembered correctly, was Poseidon's wife. Like his elder brother Hades' style, his wife was also abducted. This sea goddess had probably been sleeping in the divine realm for a long time now. Thea had never met her in person. Poseidon's sentimentality lasted at most half a second. Seeing Thea hadn't taken one of his favorite treasures, the two happily completed the transaction. The dead king's staff had relatively lower value. After all, it was crafted by a demigod dead king. But it was extremely useful to Poseidon now. The two considered it an equal exchange. Holding the golden dead king's staff, Poseidon secretly breathed a sigh of relief, then carefully chose his words. Goddess of wealth, may I ask where you obtained this staff? If Thea still didn't realize the dead king was connected to him, she'd be too foolish. She described in detail the location and circumstances of obtaining the staff, just omitting Aquaman Arthur and company. Poseidon didn't hear the answer he wanted. Dead king. Is that what people call him now? What's his relationship to you? Thea's gossipy curiosity surfaced as she asked casually. Poseidon thought about it and decided to share some truth. This was mainly because he saw Thea's outstanding strength, plus her connection to the Greek gods wasn't that close. Atlan was once my chosen one. But while I slept, he stole part of my power. That bastard. Poseidon forcibly suppressed his temper, speaking in a cold tone. Oh. Thea suddenly understood. That explained everything. Atlan was, of course, the dead king. Like when Thea became the moon goddess's chosen one, his level was higher, he became Poseidon's chosen one. This explained how he could survive to this day. Ordinary Atlanteans lived longer than surface dwellers, but couldn't possibly live 10,000 years. The dead king himself was Poseidon's chosen one, so his lifespan was long enough. According to Poseidon's meaning, he'd also stolen part of Poseidon's origin. That was formidable. You rule the seven seas. Haven't you found him? He's not a deity, right? Thea was somewhat puzzled. The comics didn't describe it clearly enough, leaving her unable to figure out the dead king's true strength. That thief is definitely not a god. He's just not in the seawater, I'm certain of that. Looking at Poseidon's indignant expression, Thea felt somewhat tempted. Of course, she wasn't righteously indignant about seeking justice for Poseidon, but wanted to proactively defuse the dead king, this ticking time bomb. This guy was once the first king of Atlantis, ever-victorious hero, great ruler, all those titles referred to him. Unfortunately, betrayed by his own kin, he vowed revenge and sank the continent of Atlantis. The more serious problem was that this guy had gone insane. It was hard to say whether he'd jump out and cause trouble. Thea, pushed to the forefront by fate, had to eliminate him. Moreover, she wanted to see how the dead king had stolen Poseidon's origin. After ascending to godhood, her strength growth had slowed 1,000-fold. According to Thea's estimate, she was currently just a lesser deity, while Darkseid and Highfather were definitely greater deities. She was 2 levels below those big shots, possibly even more. At her current level, taking even one step forward was incredibly difficult. Shazam's gift package was still waiting for her to claim, but directly absorbing divine power like during her demigod phase was no longer viable. The divine powers were completely incompatible. Even if forcibly absorbed, they'd quickly dissipate. During the mortal phase, she only pursued quantity. When quantity reached a certain point, it could cause qualitative change. Now that she'd completed the qualitative change, simply accumulating quantity was no longer appropriate. To put it broadly, different deities' divine powers could mix during the mortal phase. However, at the deity stage, the differences became enormous. Wealth divine power and earth divine power or lightning divine power were completely incompatible. This problem still troubled Thea. If she could see how the dead king intercepted Poseidon's origin, perhaps it would help her absorb Shazam's divine power in the future. She chatted with Poseidon for a few more moments, stating she had no leads but would notify him if she saw the dead king, then left his divine realm. Chapter 645, Chapter 644, Family Banquet. No matter what, the dead king needed to be found. To see whether his method of stealing Poseidon's origin was useful as a reference was her true purpose. Poseidon's insistence on exchanging the staff back was mostly for tracking purposes. Thea returned to Metropolis and began arranging for her subordinates to search separately for traces of the dead king. She remembered that this guy had hidden in an iceberg for thousands of years, but if even Poseidon couldn't find him now, it surely wasn't that simple. In her estimation, the probability of the dead king hiding in some small pocket dimension was very high. This was also the main reason Poseidon had never found him. After winning the election, Moira's tasks became even busier. Every day, people came in an endless stream to visit the Queen Mansion in Star City. Some came seeking jobs, some presenting scientific achievements hoping for government support, some discussing international situations. All sorts of people nearly trampled down the Queen Mansion's door. Those arguing and seeking positions were easy to handle. Some scientific figures left Moira completely lost, forcing her to pull in her doctorate-holding daughter. Honestly speaking, Thea was indeed knowledgeable. Leading humanity in climbing the technology tree, she had some involvement in almost all branches of modern applied science, just varying degrees of proficiency. But after 2 days of handling this, she was exhausted. She had no choice but to pull in the chubby old man from Firestorm, a titan of nuclear physics, and with his white-haired elderly scholar appearance, he could handle most frauds. After dealing with various people like a revolving door, they finally endured a month and reached Christmas Eve. This year's Christmas didn't need such a high-profile banquet. Moira only prepared a small-scale family gathering. Aside from last year's grand banquet filled with celebrities, this year's small gathering could be considered Diana's first formal entry into the Queen family circle. Today the warrior goddess dressed extremely properly. Although late December didn't faze her, she still wore a beige wool coat with an over-the-knee skirt and boots. "Auntie Moira, Merry Christmas." Diana curtsied very gracefully and presented a small gift. "Diana, long time no see. Merry Christmas." Moira gave her a light hug, expressing her welcome. For this family gathering, Oliver also brought Shadow. Diana wasn't familiar with them, but they were acquainted. The group could chat together. Moira left the young people to chat idly while she went to entertain some peers. The Queen family had quite a few relatives. Although old Robert had passed away 8 years ago, his siblings were still around. Moira didn't come out of nowhere either, she had her own relatives. Now with the White House within reach, numerous relatives came to show support. Even for a family gathering, over 30 people arrived in a grand procession. The older generation gathered to chat, while the young people naturally clustered around Thea's group. The young Mrs. Beauty was simply unparalleled. However, several relatives didn't dare make moves on her. Local laws allowed cousin relationships, but billionaire, academic giant, superhero titles made most people back off. They were just ordinary people who didn't want to be walking down the street and getting abducted by aliens. A few young men unconsciously found themselves attracted to Diana's spirited aura, trying to extract information and display their own excellence. How could the young miss let them entertain such thoughts? Without a word, quick as lightning, she turned Diana's head and planted a kiss on her lips. Diana was initially stunned but quickly understood and responded enthusiastically. The two put on a public display of affection on the spot, causing several relatives to sigh in regret. Why were two such beautiful women in a relationship? What a surprise. Although Thea's response was a bit intense, they understood the situation. They'd been wondering why this beauty Diana was at the Queen family banquet. The truth left several young men in agony. Despite the small incident, the Christmas party remained warm. The young people decorated the Christmas tree and hung mistletoe. The usually incredibly lazy young miss today, for once, didn't use magic, rolling up her sleeves to decorate with everyone. The elders brought various foods, turkey, pudding, chocolate, and red wine, for everyone to taste. From time to time, citizens dressed in Christmas robes with fake beards, as Santa Claus, came to the house to offer congratulations. Moira gave everyone a gift, completely without airs, just like an ordinary housewife. Knock knock. A knock sounded. She could only go open the door again. "Hi, Moira. Merry Christmas." A refined-looking middle-aged man smiled and greeted her. Moira's expression changed subtly. Her peripheral vision involuntarily wanted to glance inside, but she forcibly held back. "Merry Christmas, Mr. Merlin." Sensing the abnormality at the door, Thea casually glanced over. She nearly spat out her pudding. Malcolm had arrived. Not only had he come himself, he'd brought his biological son Tommy and daughter-in-law Laurel. That was already something, but he'd brought Madame Xanadu too. Having a quasi-goddess like Diana celebrate Christmas was already absurd. Now the youngest sister of the Lady of the Lake was also celebrating Christmas. Could that wooden-carved god handle this? While Thea stood dumbfounded, Malcolm had already entered the Queen mansion with his girlfriend and son. This guy really came to celebrate Christmas. Seeing Malcolm bring his family and clearly not looking for trouble, Moira relaxed her guard somewhat, chatting with Xanadu half to probe and half to build connections. Today Madame Xanadu had obviously made some preparations. She'd put away that ethereal mystic aura, just like when Thea first met her 100 years ago, graceful and noble, with an extraordinary way with words. Even facing Moira, who was already a national leader, she showed no inferiority. "Who is that woman?" Tommy pulled Laurel over to the young people's side. Oliver asked quietly, naturally referring to Madame Xanadu. She's my dad's new girlfriend." Tommy felt a bit awkward. His old man would disappear for several years, then suddenly jump out unexpectedly. Oliver looked seriously for a few moments. "This woman seems very powerful. She's not an enemy, is she?" He then looked toward his sister and Diana. In Oliver's worldview, for these strange matters and people, asking his sister was definitely right. While Thea was considering whether to speak, Diana directly sold her out. "Thea knows best. They even have some connection." The young miss shot her a traitor's look, quietly set up a small barrier, and explained to everyone, she's Madame Xanadu, the youngest sister of the Lady of the Lake from Celtic mythology. As for my connection with her, it's that my sword is the sword of the lake, that's the connection Diana meant. The warrior goddess drew her head in. She'd forgotten Thea's own Merlin bloodline couldn't see the light of day. She'd spoken carelessly just now. Fortunately, the young miss covered it up. Chapter 646, Chapter 645, Oath of Office. The Sword of the Lake, the story of King Arthur and the Lady of the Lake, this was practically common knowledge here. Even Shadow, from a far-off country, had roughly heard of it. Everyone stood with mouths agape, minds working to digest this information. Oliver and Shadow didn't care much, they just listened to it as a story. Tommy and Laurel had it harder. Fortunately, both were well-traveled. Diana was a living example right before their eyes, so they weren't too shocked. They just found future relationship management a bit tricky. With 4 more people added, the Christmas party proceeded as usual. Everything was peaceful without any incidents. The young people agreed to go out for a stroll, while Malcolm and Madame Xanadu took their leave. Malcolm walked ahead with Oliver and Tommy. The women lagged slightly behind. Xanadu looked at Thea carefully for a long moment, then sighed lightly. So you've already reached this step. Reached what step? Laurel and Shadow were full of questions but wisely didn't ask. By chance, but the road ahead grows increasingly difficult. Thea's relationship with Xanadu had always been lukewarm, previously mentor and student, now more like the older and younger generations. Regarding being surpassed by a junior, Madame Xanadu felt no resentment. Her expression remained indifferent. Fate has revealed to me that the path you now walk is completely correct. Don't be afraid, don't hesitate. Follow your heart and persist. The group reached a crossroads where Malcolm and Xanadu parted ways with them. From start to finish, Thea hadn't exchanged a single word or glance with Malcolm, but they both understood each other's hearts completely. Oliver, Tommy, and Laurel weren't devout believers on normal days. Shadow was from a far-off country. As for Thea and Diana, forget it, making them go to church would be pure torture. After discussing, with the long night ahead and no desire to sleep, they might as well go stop some criminals for fun. Returning to her old base, Thea felt many emotions. Felicity had now gotten together with Ray Palmer. The two looked very promising as a couple. And she'd long since left this place behind, heading toward broader horizons. Perhaps Star City security was too good, or perhaps the criminal sense tonight would bring catastrophe. The 6 of them monitored the communication channel for ages without a single emergency call. Let's have a competition. Oliver made the suggestion. With everyone idle and bored, they all agreed. After pooling everyone's ideas, an archery contest. Green arrow, female green arrow, black arrow, all depended on bows and arrows for their livelihood. Thea went without saying. Diana actually knew archery too. Antiope had taught her for quite some time back in the day. She just preferred close combat and normally didn't use bows. Worth mentioning was that Laurel had also learned archery. The current Green Arrow team was truly a shooting club in name and reality, not a single person who couldn't shoot. Everyone displayed their skills. Thea and Diana also suppressed themselves to ordinary human levels, purely competing in archery technique. Oliver's greatness instantly stood out. Even when Thea and Diana used all their archery skills, they couldn't surpass him. This was Oliver's natural talent. They played around until 3 o'clock before heading home. Diana officially moved into the Queen Mansion. With the election dust settled, this kind of children's private life couldn't possibly shake Moira's position. It could even help share her political pressure. She was very calm about it. Is this your adoptive father? After bathing and changing into pajamas, the 2 women lay in bed. Thea showed Diana childhood photos. While flipping through them, Diana pointed to one photo and asked. In the photo, Thea was only 6 or 7 years old, sitting on a middle-aged man's shoulders. This middle-aged man was the late Robert Queen, who died in the Gambit shipwreck, where everything began. Looking at the photo, Thea also fell into memories. That was in Hawaii. He was fishing and I pestered him, climbing onto his shoulders. Have you never thought about resurrecting him? After much hesitation, Diana finally asked this question she'd thought about for a long time. Thea fell silent. Recently she'd been enthusiastically giving others choices every day. When the choice fell on her own head, she realized how conflicting it was. Resurrection methods, though rare, existed. Whether Hera or Highfather, they had some. As long as she made some exchanges, they'd probably give them to her. But what about after resurrection? The Gambit was sunk by Malcolm. Malcolm had been nothing but good to her. What would she do then? Watch biological father and adoptive father fight each other, blades drawn and blood spilled. Additionally, Moira's attitude and Oliver's thoughts all needed consideration. They all knew her current capabilities, but nobody mentioned resurrecting old Robert. More likely they were conflicted too. Thea silently stroked Robert's photo. The great wrong between their father's generation was already done. What should she do? Return to the past to prevent it all from happening, creating a Thea version of the Flashpoint event. That would be quite a spectacle. If old Robert knew a multiversal-level disaster was caused because of him, he definitely wouldn't want it. He'd rather die with a smile. Thea could be certain of this. Diana gently kissed her forehead. Thea leaned into her embrace. The two didn't spar, just quietly held each other until dawn. Thea ultimately didn't make up her mind. Just like Batman chose to indulge Ra's al Ghul, she also chose to bury her head in the sand, delay and maintain the status quo. Another month passed in a flash. Finally, Inauguration Day arrived. Early morning on January 20th, the family of three was pulled to church for a worship ceremony. Moira was very serious and solemn. Oliver and Thea were somewhat casual, at least this carved wooden god wasn't worthy of the goddess of wealth bowing her head. Afterward came the outgoing president accompanying the incoming president to Capitol Hill. On such a day, Thea obviously couldn't hold her holy sword wrapped in a quilt. She wore a water blue dress, carried a handbag, wore 6-centimeter heels, and simply accessorized with a few pieces of jewelry. She looked very low-key and modest. Actually, that dress was personally woven by Armani using divine silk threads. The heel's exterior was dragon hide, the heel tips polished dragon fangs. Those jewelry pieces were all Hades' treasures. Any single piece was quasi-divine artifact level. She'd now reached the point of casually squandering precious materials without batting an eye. Dr. Queen is getting more and more beautiful. The outgoing president hadn't met Oliver, but he knew Thea. Of course, Thea had never brought him good news in the past. For a long time, the young miss appearing in the president's dreams meant nightmares. Today this outgoing president swept away all gloom, beaming, walking with a spring in his step. Compared to Moira's serious face, seeing him so elated, those who didn't know might think Moira was outgoing and he was incoming. Chapter 647, Chapter 646, The New President. Judging by the former president's robust energy, he looked nothing like the media's portrayal of someone heading to Arkham Asylum for treatment. Thea felt extremely awkward exchanging pleasantries with this old acquaintance. Only after the man finally let her go did he move to stand beside Moira. Moira Queen, do you accept the office of President of the United States? Once everything was in place, the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court asked in a resonant voice. Moira placed her hand on the Bible before her. Having been enhanced twice by her daughter, her voice rang clear and strong, not at all like that of a middle-aged woman. I do solemnly swear that I will faithfully execute the office of President of the United States, and will to the best of my ability preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States. After the routine procedure, enthusiastic applause filled the venue. Thea happily clapped along a couple of times. Next came the ceremonial escort of the former president's departure, followed by the new president's first policy address. It was all formulaic, the same old rhetoric. During the campaign period, Moira had already repeated these talking points hundreds of times, but she still had to go through the motions. Once again, she pulled out the usual promises about eliminating poverty, protecting women's and children's rights, increasing employment, and vigorously developing the economy. The assembled elites in the audience had to pretend they were hearing it for the first time, each putting on deeply moved expressions and responding with enthusiastic applause. The vice president had already been sworn in before the president. He was another old acquaintance of Thea's, former Secretary of Defense General Swanwick. This general had now officially retired from military service to enter politics, serving as Moira's running mate. After much internal maneuvering, the position of Secretary of Defense went to General Lane, Clark's future father-in-law. He just needed to wait for Moira to take office before going through the nomination process. Political analysts unanimously agreed that the combination of a president with massive corporate backing and a vice president with deep military connections would be more effective and inclusive than the previous administration. After the policy address came the inaugural luncheon. Many guests had been standing in the sun for most of the day, and several of the elderly ones were nearly exhausted. This was a perfect opportunity to rest and grab a bite. More importantly, it was a chance for mutual greetings. The men had it relatively easy, but many female guests wore such tight outfits that they could barely sit down, let alone eat. That was just ridiculous. Thea didn't mind either way. She could devour an entire dragon right now without her flat stomach showing any sign of it. Still, she couldn't abandon her poise, wolfing down a chicken leg would be inappropriate. She had to maintain a ladylike demeanor and wait alongside Oliver. The banquet proceeded quickly. Formalism was inescapable everywhere, and this was no exception. The luncheon ended right on schedule. A crowd of people filed out in an orderly fashion. According to protocol, next came the inaugural parade, the motorcade would circle Pennsylvania Avenue before the president took her place on the White House viewing platform to watch a procession of military honor guards, civilian groups, and various floats. After all the commotion, there would be one final inaugural ball, and then the event would finally conclude. Ugh. I'm exhausted. Thea felt this day had been more tiring than fighting the firstborn. Completely worn out, she threw herself onto the large bed in the White House. For the next 8 years, barring any surprises, she would have her own bedroom here. That was the only reward for several months of effort. She was so exhausted, and Oliver and Moira weren't faring much better. The whole family retired early. Early the next morning, Thea was awakened by noisy sounds. Just as she was about to hurl chain lightning to eliminate the annoyance, she finally remembered she was in the White House. Sheepishly, she withdrew her magic, observed who was outside, changed into casual clothes, and walked out leisurely. The White House breakfast was simple. A staff member brought her a small plate with a few slices of bread, some scattered pieces of bacon, a palm-sized pancake, and a glass of milk. That was the entire breakfast. Thea didn't really need to eat anymore, but she found it amusing. Those people who constantly protested about the White House's extravagant lifestyle should really come take a look. This breakfast cost at most $10. At this rate, how much could 8 years of eating possibly cost? After finishing quickly, the new president had to hold a routine press conference on her first day in office. Thea got herself ready as fast as possible and stood on the White House lawn, eyes half closed as she listened to reporters ask various absurd questions. She'd originally thought this had nothing to do with her and was spacing out, thinking about the dead king, when a reporter suddenly mentioned her name. She quickly pulled her attention back to reality. Dr. Queen, how comfortable is it living in the White House? Right, anyone with a doctorate had to be addressed as doctor in public settings. Thea had always been proud of her persistence back then. Otherwise, being called Miss Queen would sound so lame and inferior. Looking back 8 generations in the Queen family, she was the only one with a doctorate. The reporter's question was obviously directed at her. Thea certainly wouldn't say this was the smallest place she'd ever lived. The White House was 73,000 square meters, not exactly small, but compared to the properties under her name, it was just SOSO. She shamelessly launched into praise about America's democratic system, expressing her admiration and excitement for the White House. Will you be building a swimming pool at the White House? Thea looked at the reporter mildly. What kind of ridiculous question was that? She mentally considered whether she should have poison ivy grabbed this guy for fertilizer. No. Should superheroes be required to publicly reveal their identities and register with the government? Huh? Thea couldn't help but look over sharply. Did you just cross over from the Marvel Universe? A superhero registration act. This was troublemaking. She couldn't brush this question off. I can tell you clearly, no. Why not? The public has a right to know. The reporter pressed aggressively. Thea's gaze swept across the venue. Oliver stood beside her. Diana and Bruce Wayne were present as distinguished guests observing today's events. Superman had donned his Clark Kent disguise and mixed in with the press corps. The Martian Manhunter stood diagonally behind her as security personnel. Thea frowned slightly and organized her thoughts. Absurd. Superheroes don't take a single cent from the government. They risk their own lives to help others. If their identities are revealed and bad guys retaliate against them, what then? If their families die because of this, whose responsibility is that? The public's right to know. Since when does the public have the right to control others' lives and deaths? Is that granted by the Constitution or by God? 3 consecutive questions from Thea, delivered in a calm voice but with a chilling tone. The reporter paused, not expecting Thea's words to be so sharp. However, he'd come prepared and immediately changed angles. Perhaps the public doesn't have that right, but the government should. Thea's smile was clearly fake, and her words even more so. Government personnel are also composed of ordinary citizens. These high-ranking government officials are actually just ordinary people serving the country and society. After 8 years, they'll return to ordinary life. Your premise is fundamentally flawed. Chapter 648, Chapter 647, Touring the Facilities. The assembled reporters let out quiet laughter. Thea was obviously lying through her teeth. Were these government personnel ordinary citizens? They were either executives from major corporations or elites from various industries. When they left the White House, they'd only moved to even higher positions. Yet mainstream society clung to the self-deceptive belief that they were ordinary citizens. This was quite interesting. Everyone knew Thea was spouting lies and empty words, yet the reporter had no rebuttal. He couldn't deny current mainstream values, and Thea kept circling back to democracy, leaving him at a loss for how to respond. Are you advocating for an unmanned government? If superheroes need to register, then we'd have to abandon our current system and remove the human element. Sir, Are you suggesting we use supercomputers running fixed programs to control all systems and regulate everyone? Thea was getting into it. Wasn't this just about spouting nonsense? Her trade godhood did touch on language, after all. She'd never been afraid of debates. Her opponent was stunned by her topic derailing skills. When did I say anything about establishing a robot government? Sensing amused looks from those around him, he slunk back into the crowd and fell silent. After dealing with several more strange questions, the reporters finally let her go and turned their questions to Oliver, who looked somewhat wooden. After an hour of this circus, the three of them completed all the required procedures, and Oliver fled the White House without a word. Thea also grabbed Diana and rendezvoused with several other superheroes at the place she'd named Justice Hall in Metropolis to discuss matters. The public and leadership harbor suspicions about superheroes. Batman spoke first, back in his bat suit. Thea's identity was completely public now, and Diana didn't care either way. Superman existed in a state between public and private. He and the Martian Manhunter firmly opposed revealing their identities. Batman was constantly contemplating other schemes and was extremely sensitive to the scent of conspiracy. I believe that on a voluntary basis, we should leave it to individual choice whether to reveal their true identities. We should give people the right to choose rather than vetoing it outright. Superman was very enthusiastic about this theory his biological father had taught him, the concept of giving others the right to choose. No. What if someone acts impulsively and reveals their identity, then regrets it later? Batman flatly refused. You powerful gods and aliens might be able to choose to go public, but human superheroes absolutely cannot do this. We age. There will come a day when we can no longer wear the cape. What happens then? Thea immediately took a clear stand in support of Batman. This was what made ordinary superheroes so admirable. They weren't gods among men. They couldn't run faster than light. Every time they put on that cape and walked the streets, they were risking their lives. One accident could cost them their lives. A fall from just a few stories could leave them paralyzed for life. If they revealed their identities, it would be far too dangerous. I generally support Batman, but Superman's opinion can also be adopted. Let Earth superheroes keep their identities hidden. If someone really can't resist revealing themselves, we shouldn't oppose it. Thea tried to moderate their positions, but unfortunately, both Superman and Batman were stubborn. Superman was single-mindedly focused on giving individuals the right to choose. In his words, we have no right to make decisions for others. Batman, meanwhile, maintained a stance of, I have experience, they'll regret it later, so I must prevent it in advance. Thea's opinion was relatively moderate. She felt Superman was too idealistic, while Batman dwelled too much on the dark side. Neither was appropriate. The two men then turned to criticize her, accusing her of wavering in her position. Diana and the Martian Manhunter joined the discussion. The five argued endlessly. In the end, they could only table the dispute temporarily, waiting for more superheroes to appear before revisiting this issue. Over the next few days, Moira formally settled into her role, beginning frequent meetings with people from all sectors. To put it nicely, she was soliciting opinions from all parties. Less charitably, she was wrangling with a bunch of people. Moira spent an entire week cleaning up her predecessor's mess before beginning her inspections within her jurisdiction. Her first stop was the Department of Defense. General Lane led all the military brass in attendance. Thea was quite familiar with the Pentagon and tagged along to observe. She'd already discussed her future policy with her mother. Moira highly approved of Thea's timing, letting the previous president engage in military adventurism and take the blame, then having the current administration focus on improving people's livelihoods. After a cursory tour of the flying helicarriers in the shipyard and the giant mech still in training at the military base, Moira expressed her approval. Next came the second stop, ArrowVerse, is this your newly recruited metahuman? Thea pointed to a female warrior in the distance wearing a purple-red bodysuit, asking Amanda. ArrowVerse was accumulating more and more metahumans. Dr. Light and Dr. Mist were among the outstanding ones. Add in the Suicide Squad, and their numbers were truly considerable. Hee hee. Her codename is Xian Lan. Amanda's laugh was somewhat awkward. The role reversal left her unsure whether she should answer Thea's questions. Thea's gaze swept over the female warrior. She snorted lightly. A human experiment product, right? You added both the green and the red into a single body. This is the only survivor, isn't it? She shook her head gently, letting the topic go while silently marveling at ArrowVerse's Black Ops tech. The green and the red, such rule-oriented forces, how did you manage to make them coexist in a human body? ArrowVerse had bases all over the country. Moira didn't have time to inspect them one by one. She went through the motions of listening to some reports, and that completed the scheduled procedure. However, she made one final request: she wanted to tour the Black Room. The Black Room had always been under Steve's direct control. Even Amanda, who now controlled ArrowVerse, hadn't penetrated it. Fortunately, Steve was truly patriotic. Faced with the president's order, he chose to comply. Thea also took her mother's arm and stepped into the black room. Chapter 649, Chapter 648, A Day at Belle Reve, Part 1. Chaos. When the interior lights came on, revealing this room comparable to a small library, that was everyone's first impression on entering. Thea ignored the others' gazes and looked around on her own. After seeing the vault of the three brothers, Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades, and then looking at humanity's own collection, she had only one thought. This place was basically a junk heap. All sorts of random items were piled together. There were definitely treasures here. For instance, she immediately spotted a fully enclosed golden bell-shaped helmet quietly placed in a corner. This was the spirit of Nabu, a lord of order. Anyone wearing this helmet could instantly merge with the god Nabu, becoming a powerful mage with a host of abilities including time travel, immunity to aging, and danger prediction. Records showed that 8 people had worn this helmet, all calling themselves Dr. Fate. Ridiculous. Thea scoffed at their self-designation. Being possessed by a deity, having your very form of existence assimilated, gaining tremendous power for a brief time, what meaning did that have? They couldn't even see their own situation clearly, yet dared to call themselves Fate. Utterly absurd. Using the brief decades of human life experience and knowledge to comprehend a deity that had existed for tens of thousands of years. All she could say was, good luck with that. This was a possession artifact. The only fortunate thing was that Nabu was relatively benevolent. Otherwise, he wouldn't need 8 hosts, just one body would be enough for this god to revive. Thea's divine sense briefly probed the helmet. The spirit within was still vibrant, but a god without a divine body was rootless. No matter how strong the mental power, there were limits. She forcibly entered his mental world and found that while he wasn't evil, his understanding of order was far too narrow and completely incompatible with her wealth godhood. Thea sheepishly withdrew. She couldn't absorb this guy's divine power. Her personality and godhood both leaned toward neutral alignment, quite different from order. No value here. She mentally crossed off the helmet and continued pulling her mother along to observe. Debris everywhere. ArrowVerse. Personnel would throw any strange item they found into this room. They couldn't figure out what things were for, so their only solution was to pile everything together. Divine power, magic, witchcraft, even energies Thea couldn't name, permeated this space. Merlin's robes, African tribal totems, voodoo altars, Native American hunting spears, she even saw notes written by an Onmyoji. ArrowVerse must have stolen all this stuff, right? These were the relatively harmless items Steve had placed outside. The contents inside were even worse. Colonel Steve Trevor, tell me, what is this thing? Thea pointed to a long-dried human head hanging on a shelf and asked Steve. Colonel Steve was quite earnest, pulling out his notebook and flipping through it. It's from Central Africa, a small tribe called Kuka. It's an ancestral relic they worship. Thea narrowed her eyes at the relic. Having this thing hanging here was just creepy. Colonel Steve, this thing doesn't have a trace of magical energy. Get rid of it immediately. Amanda responded with a mocking laugh. Nothing made her happier than seeing Steve suffer. She turned and ordered her subordinates to handle it. Several underlings also found the thing ostentatiously hanging there to be an eyesore. They all looked disgusted as they tossed it into a bag for disposal. Thea hadn't wanted to intervene, but the chaos here was truly unbearable. That several hundred-year-old head was her breaking point. What kind of garbage was this? It had been dried out for hundreds of years, even dogs wouldn't eat it, yet it was hung up like a treasure. The Steve from 100 years ago was much more fun. Still, she didn't make things too difficult for ArrowVerse. For items carrying curses, she offered her suggestions. Whether they followed them was up to them. Over the next few days, Moira began touring various locations. Considering that some places were genuinely dangerous, Thea accompanied her on another inspection of Belle Reve Penitentiary. Located in the Louisiana bayous, this prison held America's most notorious criminals. 13,000 prisoners were incarcerated here. The guards all looked fierce and were heavily armed. Americans had an interesting culture. Their incarceration rate was famously high, at times nearing 1 in every 100 adults. Prison culture had quite a market on certain levels. Shows like Prison Break and The Shawshank Redemption were products of this unique culture. Mother and daughter, accompanied by numerous guards, followed the warden on a tour. Secretary of Defense General Lane and ArrowVerse Director Amanda each brought their own people for protection. The warden, his face covered in scars, was tall and imposing. Thea glanced at him once and lost interest. In this position, he definitely embezzled plenty of money. Strictly speaking, most of Belle Reve Penitentiary was underground. The first level above ground held ordinary people who'd committed serious crimes. Starting from the second underground level, there were criminals with abilities and organizational backing. For instance, Captain Cold and the Bug-Eyed Bandit, both of whom Thea had dealt with before, were held on this level. By the fourth level, the bottom level, numerous metahuman criminals could be seen. Several elite members of the Suicide Squad were held in separate areas here, with some cells specially modified for metahumans. The Suicide Squad. Moira flipped through the squad's mission records, somewhat hesitant. Her uncertainty was understandable. Amanda was truly harsh on these people, sending them wherever needed, into the most dangerous places to do the most dangerous work. Their reward? Amanda's empty promise of sentence reduction. As for their original sentences, nobody knew. It was excessive. The current Suicide Squad had 5 members: Deadshot, Harley Quinn, Killer Croc, Revenge Demon, and Bronze Tiger, the martial artist recently defeated by Oliver in Star City. Under Amanda's anxious gaze, Moira solemnly closed the file. Treat them with respect. Don't assign them suicide missions. Amanda immediately proclaimed the leader's wisdom and vowed full support. Neither mentioned releasing these people. Too much dirty work was inappropriate for the government, it had to be done by these individuals. After reviewing the general situation, Moira prepared to head back. Thea lightly squeezed her mother's hand, signaling her to wait. She looked at Amanda with a half-smile, pointing downward. There's another level below this, isn't there? You even poured a layer of lead under the floor. Huh, that's hilarious. Amanda immediately turned to glare at the warden. You idiot, isn't this just making things more obvious? Unfortunately, the prison still fell under ArrowVerse oversight, so she could only force an explanation. The prisoners below have very strong abilities and must be heavily guarded. She insisted it wasn't to prevent unauthorized viewing, just to prevent prisoner escapes. There are even stronger criminals. Moira, who'd been about to leave, suddenly became interested. With her daughter right beside her, she wasn't afraid at all. She'd just watch for entertainment. Amanda shot Thea a resentful look. Thea smiled back harmlessly. Madam President, please follow me, but you must be extremely careful. All unrelated security personnel were dismissed, leaving only mother and daughter, the Treasury Secretary, the Defense Secretary, and herself, 5 people total. They all had considerable confidence in Thea's abilities. If she couldn't handle something, those security personnel would die no matter how many there were. Amanda led them to a wall, went through iris verification, entered passwords, and completed 5 or 6 procedures before a spiral staircase appeared. As they descended, she introduced the prisoners. They first came to a cell cast entirely from solid alloy. A gray-skinned man, his entire body muscular as iron, red eyes and black hair, face covered in stubble, was firmly secured inside. Hearing sounds from outside, he began roaring. Amanda. The main man wants you dead. The main man will strangle you with your own intestines. His voice was thunderous, audible even through the thick metal cell. Amanda, an ordinary person without any superpowers, had nerves of steel. Her expression remained unchanged as if she hadn't heard anything, and she introduced him to the group. This guy is definitely an alien. He can understand our language, but communication has never been smooth. He ran wild on the streets of Philadelphia, then resisted arrest. We pursued him 19 times before finally subduing him by adding nanobombs to his food. Chapter 650, Chapter 649, A Day at Belle Reve, Part 2. Amanda continued, it's worth mentioning that his healing ability is terrifyingly strong. After his body was blown apart from the inside by a bomb, he recovered fully in less than 10 minutes. This guy should fall under the jurisdiction of the Extraterrestrial Supervisory Committee, right? Thea looked calmly at Amanda. Amanda's expression didn't change, she only responded with a smile. Thea glared at her a few times but didn't pursue it further. She observed him up close. Lobo, who was arrogant enough to call himself the main man, this guy was a famous bounty hunter in the universe, but coming to Earth was his bad luck. You couldn't steam him, couldn't boil him. His body had reached a ridiculous level of strength. His soul was equally tough, even hell couldn't contain him. Supposedly both hell and heaven had put up signs at their gates forbidding his entry. Such a powerful individual had actually been captured by Amanda. Amanda was quite capable. Does Dr. Queen know his details? Does he have weaknesses? Amanda's vision was razor-sharp. Connecting it to past examples, she suspected Thea might know the background of this alien in the cell. Before Thea could speak, the main man inside had already started bellowing. The main man has no weaknesses. He's invincible. Is this guy insane? Looking at the muscular man locked in the metal frame, hands and feet restrained, roaring hysterically, Moira was somewhat taken aback. She'd always lived in relatively peaceful Star City and had never seen someone this savage. This guy has no fatal weaknesses, but I know he really loves dolphins. Right, Lobo of Charnia. The latter sentence was naturally directed at the cell. He instantly fell silent, his voice gaining inflection. You know me. The Green Lantern Corps mentioned you. Thea threw them under the bus. Go after the lanterns if you've got a problem. Thea thought for a moment. This guy looked like a complete brute on the outside, but his intelligence wasn't low. He could understand the principles of the Atom's suit. Genius-level intellect, knowledge of over 10,000 languages, keeping him locked up here was a waste. Though he'd killed everyone on his own planet, looking at how even Batman had recruited him for the Justice League of America in the future, apparently Earthlings didn't mind. Thea spoke up immediately. Lobo, let's make a deal. Silence inside for a few seconds. The main man doesn't trust you. How about this, let's make a 2-year agreement. Use your knowledge and combat power to help Earth. We'll give you freedom, and I'll personally gift you a space dolphin. How's that? Thea figured if Batman could rehabilitate this guy, so could she. What did killing an entire planet's population have to do with Earthlings? Not a damn thing. Amanda wanted to speak several times, hearing about releasing her prisoner, but forcibly held back. She thought this prison was impregnable. Thea had a different opinion. Under her keen gaze, Thea had already seen that breaking free of his restraints wouldn't be difficult for Lobo. She just didn't know what was going through this guy's head that he hadn't acted yet. There was absolutely no need to bear criticism. She calmly tore off this pretense. Stop pretending. Sit up. Let's talk properly. The moment her words fell, Lobo sat up under Amanda's tense gaze. The metal rings that had bound his hands and feet snapped like paper. Thea glanced at Amanda. The meaning in her eyes was clear. See. If I hadn't come today, next time this brute would have strangled you with your own intestines. Amanda's expression finally showed a trace of panic. With the enemy unrestrained, if he charged out, she, an ordinary person, couldn't stop him. Lobo broke free, moved his limbs around, and walked to the edge of the cell. Through the thick metal, he looked at Thea. He was 2 meters tall. Thea was also 1.8 meters, and in high heels, their height difference wasn't large. Lobo's blood-red eyes stared for a long time before his mouth curved into a vicious grin. I've killed a few like you before. That he'd killed deities didn't surprise Thea. The universe was vast, there were always some old gods who fell into the hands of the strong, becoming trophies they bragged about. Thea showed no fear. I'm different from them. You're no match for me. Hee hee. You're strong. Do you have space dolphins? The two of them stopped discussing release and only talked about the transaction's content. Yes, I only have 2. I paid a huge price for them. Thea controlled such a large neutral commercial alliance. Diana liked various rare materials, she preferred cute little animals. Space dolphins were extremely rare throughout the universe. These creatures were similar to Earth dolphins, shiny all over, snow-white bellies, swishing tails looking silly. The only difference was their living environment, one in the sea, one in space. All other habits were about the same. Thea had searched the entire universe and only found 2. Now she was planning to use one for this transaction. A bunch of Earthlings couldn't appreciate the value of space dolphins. Lobo was very clear about it. His eyes seemed to fall into some kind of memory. Thea's divine power was something he could sense. Lobo didn't know what deities were, but as a seasoned warrior, he had indeed killed old gods, more than one. Making a deal with a powerful being was completely aligned with his principles. Moreover, it was a space dolphin. Still uneasy, he asked, I just need to help Earthlings for 2 years. Right. You can't kill people or cause destruction. If Earthlings ask you something and you know it, you must tell them. If external enemies invade, no matter what you're doing, you must wholeheartedly help Earthlings fight. Thea stated her requirements. Lobo's terrifying face contemplated briefly. His crimson eyes stared directly at Thea. Fine. I accept. Thea nodded, pulling Moira back a few steps. The 2 cabinet members and Amanda didn't understand but also stepped back. Next, they saw Lobo suddenly punch the metal cell wall. The cell shook violently but didn't break, which relieved Amanda. However, this was just the beginning. Lobo gave them a full demonstration of what madness meant. 1 punch couldn't break it, so 10 punches. When his left hand was mangled, he switched to his right. When his right hand was twisted and deformed, his left had already healed. By his 33rd punch, the cell finally couldn't withstand it and was smashed open with a half-meter diameter hole. The main man is out. Where's the dolphin? Lobo completely ignored his bloody, mangled fists, grinning widely as he asked about the dolphin. See, Amanda. Your cell couldn't hold him at all. Thea first gave Amanda a mocking look. Amanda felt both relieved and embarrassed, utterly speechless. Mentally, she immediately decided to send the guy who designed the cell to a Siberian observation station. The main man's dolphin. Lobo saw she was ignoring him and asked impatiently. Don't rush, don't rush. Thea first calmed him down. She hadn't kept this thing on Earth. Chapter 651, Chapter 650, A Day at Belle Reve, Part 3. The space dolphins were all roaming free in space. Thea opened a long-distance portal, her divine consciousness searching until she grabbed a round little creature from the other side. Suddenly pulled from the starry space into underground confinement, the space dolphin was very uncomfortable. Seeing Thea, it let out happy sounds, its big head rubbing against her calves. Damn it. I'm a bit reluctant. Thea gently patted the dolphin's large head, feeling she'd spoken too definitively earlier. She should have loaned it to Lobo for 2 years instead of giving it to him. Unfortunately, the words had been spoken. Mortals could go back on their word, but she, the goddess of trade, couldn't easily break a transaction. She could only pat the dolphin's head and regretfully point at Lobo. Earth dolphins had high intelligence, and this dolphin floating in midair was even smarter. Realizing its owner was abandoning it, its happy little face immediately fell, accompanied by ultrasonic calls that normal people couldn't hear. Fortunately, Lobo had skills too. He emitted the same ultrasonic waves as the dolphin, and man and dolphin began communicating. The little dolphin was torn, but ultimately followed Thea's wishes and swam to Lobo's side. Ha ha ha. You've gained the main man's friendship. For the next 2 years, I'll help you. Lobo's face was still fierce, but he truly loved dolphins. He rubbed his rough face hard against the little dolphin. When it spat water in his face, he didn't get angry but instead laughed happily. Seeing her daughter's disappointment, Moira quickly changed the subject, asking quietly, this guy won't go back on his word, will he? Thea's disappointment came and went quickly. Hearing her mother's words, she said cheerfully, Lobo's reputation is excellent. He's never broken his word. He'll be our ally for the next 2 years. Moira looked at the brute playing with the little dolphin. From this angle, he didn't seem as vicious as before. Her fear dissipated, and the politician's mind returned. Can Earth dolphins also attract him? Thea thought about it. In her memory, Earth dolphins had also attracted him. Should be possible. Then that's easy. Moira immediately nodded. If he had preferences, he was easy to deal with. Likes dolphins, does he? She'd have her people raise dozens of them. Tying such a tremendously powerful fighter to Earth, was there any better deal than this? Resolving a hidden danger early and turning an enemy into a friend was good for everyone. Lobo's character had nothing to do with superheroism. Plus, this guy looked fierce and hideous. Say he was a superhero. Who'd believe that? However, as a trump card for the government and ArrowVerse, Lobo would be very competent. Even Amanda was considering, should she not send the cell designer to Siberia after all, but send him to raise dolphins instead? Seeing Lobo and the little dolphin playing happily, they decided to continue their tour. Thea wasn't about to indulge him. She'd given up her cute pet, at the very least, she needed to hear some results. Lobo, follow. Her tone was almost like ordering a subordinate. Lobo's expression first showed great anger, then gradually calmed, finally revealing what he considered a gentle smile. You're the boss. I'll listen to you, listen to you. Holy crap. Seeing this scene, Amanda became even more determined about the importance of vigorously developing marine aquaculture. You bastard, I'll crush you with 1,000 dolphins. The cell designer at ArrowVerse might need to be fired, but the planner still deserved credit. Also on this level, another cell was several hundred meters away with multiple partitions in between. The route was very winding. Even if one prisoner escaped, it wouldn't cause total collapse. Thea specifically asked Lobo, do you know who else is on this level? He glanced at her, continued playing with the dolphin, and shook his head to indicate he didn't know. The group walked to a cell filled with yellow light. Amanda pointed to a green-clad woman sleeping on her side inside. Madam President, the woman you see now was captured with great difficulty after we sacrificed many agents. Her technological weapon is very, very peculiar. You mean that orb? Why haven't you confiscated her weapon? Moira pointed to something floating beside the woman, like an eyeball magnified 10 times or more. This weapon is beyond our understanding. It seems to have some kind of displacement ability. Even when we remove it and lock it away, it automatically returns to that woman's side. This weapon can absorb energy from the air and convert it into energy beams. We only discovered by accident that it has particularly poor resistance to yellow light, which is why you see what you see today. Amanda made it sound easy, glossing over the agents who'd sacrificed in the process with just a few words. Thea just watched without speaking. She recognized the woman being held. The Emerald Empress from the 31st century. Her weapon was the Emerald Eye of Ekron, modified through technology. She didn't know what Black Ops tech they'd applied, but they'd grafted some green lantern-like functions onto the eye, which was why it could emit green light beams and react badly to yellow light. Moira casually glanced at Thea. Thea gently shook her head. This woman, unlike Lobo, had no value herself. The big eyeball weapon also had no possibility of widespread use. If Earth's military forces each had a modified lantern ring, that would be catastrophic. Even though Thea now mastered nearly 3 emotional spectra, she had to say that if emotional energy was abused, the universe would explode in a heartbeat. The Emerald Empress also had no record of being rehabilitated. Let her continue staying in the cell. Amanda was also watching her expression closely. Seeing her shake her head, Amanda felt relieved. She continued leading them to see the last prisoner. This cell was thicker and more massive than the previous 2. From a distance, it looked like half a mountain peak cut at the waist, with a small portion hollowed out inside to contain the prisoner. No electrical components, no mechanical devices. Most crucially, there was no light inside, not a trace of light. My apologies, Madam President, but this is the only way we can observe this prisoner. Amanda pointed to this thing that looked more like a boulder than a cell. Ridiculous. Amanda, what are we supposed to see? General Lane, the current Secretary of Defense accompanying the tour, was very displeased. The Department of Defense knew nothing about these 3 prisoners. If Thea hadn't exposed it today, how much longer would they have been kept in the dark? Secretary, Amanda isn't lying. This prisoner really is very dangerous. Thea glanced inside twice and was genuinely startled. She quickly grabbed the old general who was about to argue with Amanda. This prisoner was very dangerous, at least to ordinary people, absolutely the highest danger level. She turned to ask Amanda, I want to ask a question. This target seems to exceed your capabilities. Can you tell me how you captured him? Amanda sighed. She wasn't trying to offend the Defense Department, she had no choice. We didn't capture this guy. He turned himself in. He claims his name is Johnny Sorrow. We investigated, and if the name is correct, he was previously a silent film actor who disappeared after an accident. When he reappeared, his appearance had completely changed. He claims he came to turn himself in on the orders of a deity called the King of Tears. Although we can't let you observe now, we do have previous footage. Amanda handed Moira a tablet. Several people, including Thea, gathered to watch together. The footage was very short. A well-dressed man concealing his face calmly walked into the ArrowVerse base. Facing multiple weapons aimed at him, he very readily raised his hands in surrender. Chapter 652, Chapter 651, Belle Reve Day Trip, Part 4. But when the agents pulled back his hood, they all froze in shock. His entire body emitted a faint glow. Where his face should have been, there was only a mask. He had no brain, no hair, nothing a normal person should have. Just a mask floating eerily where a face ought to be, with empty space behind it. After ArrowVerse personnel conducted a preliminary examination, an even more startling truth emerged. He appeared to be wearing human clothes, suit, tie, gloves, but they were all just decorations. He had no body beneath them. Apart from identifying himself as Johnny Sorrow and claiming he'd come to this ArrowVerse facility to surrender under orders from someone called the King of Tears, he refused to reveal any other information. When Amanda asked him to remove his mask, he responded with utter seriousness, anyone who sees my face will die. Given such a significant public threat, Amanda had no choice but to imprison him. He'd been locked up here ever since. After observing him for some time, Thea determined he wasn't lying, anyone who saw his face really would die. The aura emanating from this guy unmistakably marked him as a chosen one of a deity, though this King of Tears didn't seem to be an earth god. She wasn't particularly surprised by this. Gods were rare in one sense, yet fairly common in another. Earth alone had plenty of deities, so naturally other planets would too. Hronmir, whom she'd killed before, had been a Martian god. The Kryptonians Faura and the others constantly mentioned Rao, who was likewise a Kryptonian deity. So encountering an unfamiliar god now wasn't exactly shocking. This King of Tears differed from Earth-specialized gods, deities who governed specific domains, and resembled more of a conceptual god. The major concepts like time, space, life, and death, the kind that would make even Highfather and Darkseid's head spin, were beyond his grasp. He couldn't comprehend anything else either, so this deity had taken a creative approach. He'd written his own rule. That rule was, those who see me shall die. To Thea, this seemed like self-deception. His rule had too many limitations, it only took effect when someone actually saw him. According to this law, the air that saw him should vanish, stars that saw him should explode. But he couldn't withstand such tremendous backlash, so he could only hide himself away somewhere. This chosen one completely embodied his deity's doctrine. He normally wore a mask, and when the need arose, he'd remove it, boom, world goes quiet. This attack method worked on exactly the same principle as Diana's practice of wearing guardian bracelets to accumulate power, or the artificial word of power talent Thea had created for little Cassandra. All required gradual build-up over time. Seeing Amanda looking at her with such hopeful eyes, practically desperate for Thea to take this ticking time bomb away and dump it on some planet at the edge of the universe, Thea was forced to disappoint her. She shrugged apologetically. Sorry, I genuinely don't know this guy's background. I can only confirm that this god isn't from Earth. This guy is semi-corporeal. Current methods probably can't kill him. As for the King of Tears behind him. Thea frowned, racking her brain for memories. She recalled the King of Tears had descended to Earth once before, but was quickly defeated by the Spectre and reduced to a single tear. How did she compare to the Spectre? The Spectre had that annoying tendency to fluctuate between strong and weak, but overall was still incredibly powerful. After all, he was God's spirit of vengeance. Ganthet, one of the guardians of OA, had once arrogantly claimed the Spectre was inferior to him, only to be smashed into the ground calling for mercy 2 seconds later. Thea was definitely stronger than Ganthet now, but she didn't believe she could defeat God's spirit of vengeance either. Among all the beings she'd encountered, the strongest were the three, Trigon, Highfather, and Zeus, now re-rolling as a baby. The only others stronger than her were a scant few like Hades and Metron, though they weren't much more powerful. Highfather was probably on par with Zeus. Trigon was stronger than both of them. And conventional wisdom held that Trigon was inferior to the Spectre. Following this chain of reasoning, Thea figured the Spectre wouldn't find beating her much harder than beating Ganthet, she'd maybe last 2 moves longer at most. The conclusion was rather unpleasant. In the eyes of those truly powerful beings, she probably wasn't much different from Amanda and the others. The Spectre wasn't an appropriate benchmark. It was actually hard to judge whether the King of Tears or Thea was stronger. After considering it, Thea decided to err on the side of caution. This King of Tears is probably very strong, possibly stronger than me. My recommendation is to keep him imprisoned here. Amanda was speechless. You're leaving someone this dangerous with me? Have you no shame? Thea's skin was exceptionally thick. Faced with Amanda's resentful gaze, she chose to ignore it completely. Without another word, she pulled her mother toward the exit. General Lane, seeing even the superhero preparing to flee, didn't dare linger. He hurriedly followed their group. Just as everyone was about to board the aircraft, Thea reconsidered and taught Amanda a method after all. That guy has already transcended the normal definition of life and death. Current methods can't kill him, but you can restrain him. Amanda immediately listened carefully. He has this law about dying if you see his face. Your method for dealing with him isn't actually difficult, set up several mirrors. As long as you can use the mirrors to reflect his face back at him the moment he removes his mask, then he'll die. Amanda was extremely concerned about this bomb that could go off at any moment and asked urgently. I don't think he'll die. But according to our terminology, it would be banishment at most, banishing him from the material world. As for what other dimension he'd end up in afterward, I have no idea. Thea wasn't lying. This Johnny Sorrow had been active for quite a long time. He was a major enemy of the Justice Society, a villain who kept getting defeated but never gave up. He'd already sacrificed his physical form to the King of Tears. It was somewhat like a lich's phylactery, he was immune to any external harm. Unless you killed the King of Tears, there was currently no way to truly destroy this semi-corporeal being. After also giving Amanda a teleportation gem as a precaution, the group finally left Belle Reve prison in grand procession. As for Lobo Rob, he was sent directly to the Alien Management Committee. With Farah being one of the leadership members, she couldn't constantly intervene personally. Now with Firestorm and Lobo, the committee's muscle finally looked somewhat respectable. In the dead of night, Thea returned once more to the underground levels of Belle Reve prison. During the day with so many eyes around, doing anything was inconvenient. She'd returned naturally to deal with this hidden threat. Since he was willing to walk into this trap, then let him stay here. She wasn't sure how effective the annihilation eye would be against something without a physical form, so she chose a more reliable method. The technique many heroes used against great demon lords, seal him. Modern magic's research into sealing could be said to have reached its peak. Thea, who'd synthesized the strengths of ancient and modern methods, was one of the best in this field. She drew the magic circle, created the nodes, and finally even connected the formation to New Genesis's magic network, using the network to power the seal. To prevent him from suddenly unleashing his ultimate move, after all, the power of laws definitely exceeded magical power, Thea set up 2 layers of sealing. Even if one was breached, the other would immediately replace it. Chapter 653, Chapter 652, The Exposed Relationship. According to Thea's calculations, this Johnny Sorrow's ultimate ability had a very short duration. Without accumulating 500 years of power for a single burst, he had no hope of breaking through the double seal. Of course, this was the most conservative estimate. If a former silent film actor could casually figure out the operational principles of magical power, all contemporary mages might as well find a brick wall to bash their heads against. Thea even maliciously thought that it might take this guy 500 years just to understand the barrier's principles, then another 500 to accumulate power. By the time he got out, the King of Tears would probably have turned to dust. Having played the role of anonymous hero and resolved the hidden threat, Thea spent the next few days touring various locations with Moira. After half a month of busy work, her mother finally smoothed out all the relationships and got work on the right track. It was hard to say which was more dazzling, the halo of being the first daughter or that of a superhero. Either way, she now attracted far more attention from outsiders. Without deliberately avoiding public scrutiny, intimate images of her with Diana were inevitably captured. Fortunately, Diana's true identity hadn't been exposed. Yes, that's right, the warrior's high-speed movement during combat plus flowing hair, helmet, armor, and greatsword, so different from her usual ponytail and glasses, meant these severely face-blind media outlets still hadn't recognized her. Superheroes love life. This was a tabloid, directly using eye-catching headlines to attract attention. First daughter's mysterious lover is British nobility. Not wrong either, Diana currently held British citizenship and, thanks to years of deep work on poverty alleviation frontlines, even had a knighthood bestowed by the Queen. Anyone with a doctorate had to be addressed as doctor, anyone with a knighthood had to be addressed properly. In official media reports, Diana had to be called Dame Diana Prince. For a time, Britain and America got into a war of words over their relationship. The British looked down on those across the pond, considering themselves superior by birth and viewing the Americans as nouveau riche. Their words dripped with sourness, money means everything. Money lets you do whatever you want. Meanwhile, the other side couldn't stand them either, seeing them as poor relatives while simultaneously envying the old nobility's history. Ancestral lands and manor houses might not be worth much money, but when bragging, being able to mention William the Conqueror and such carried so much more weight than some ragged folks from the Mayflower. Their exposed relationship had media on both sides of the Atlantic attacking each other, while the two parties involved remained blissfully unaware, going about their business as usual. This is hilarious. Moira had entered the White House, a place too restrictive for Thea to visit often, especially when Diana was around. Right now she was lounging in her Metropolis mansion, holding a newly published comic book. The comic's content was somewhat wicked, it was about her and Diana's story. Thea was reading it with great interest. Her image bore a 70 to 80% resemblance to a certain Artoria. The artist had probably studied art in Japan, the style was extremely delicate and beautiful. To demonstrate American superiority over the British, they'd even added a crown to her image, making her look even more similar. Since they didn't know the warrior's true strength, they'd made up a story about a queen rescuing a frail young woman, followed by the ancient noble and modern sovereigns meeting, understanding, and eventual romance, all the beloved standard content. The Valkyrie picked up the comic and flipped through it. The entire thing was about how brilliant and mighty Thea was in fighting criminals, while she herself was just a cheerleader shouting encouragement. This really annoyed her, they'd drawn her so weak. How am I this weak? This is too much. Seeing Diana's face flush red with anger, Thea burst out laughing, which led to Diana chasing her around. Diana's original purpose had been to protect Earth without revealing her true identity. Though quite unhappy, she didn't run to the media to demonstrate her actual strength. However, 2 days later she regretted it. A gang of thugs somehow tracked down her whereabouts and, trying to make a name for themselves, avoided Thea and came with automatic weapons to kidnap the frail Dame Diana Prince. Even with Athena's wisdom, Diana was initially confused. It took her a long moment to realize, these people had mistaken her for an easy target. Wonder Woman exploded, giving these deluded thugs a lesson they'd never forget. Still not going to reveal your true identity? Thea asked, struggling to suppress her laughter. Diana thought carefully for a long time before finally shaking her head. Mother once said my duty is to silently protect Earth and humanity. I shouldn't be exposed. Seeing her reluctance, Thea didn't push. Once this period passed, the media would naturally grow tired of reporting on it. Time flowed slowly on. Before they knew it, March arrived. Moira had been in office for 2 months now, and last month she'd even personally landed on Mars, the first national leader to set foot on an alien planet. That alone was enough to secure her place in the history books. The media storm around Thea and Diana gradually subsided in official outlets, but on certain indescribable websites, the two had become hot search terms. Various images and comics proliferated. Some artists were genuinely talented. Thea had even registered an account just to follow the latest releases. Between daily entertainment, she hadn't forgotten business. Tech products were slowly transitioning toward civilian use. Though the military was somewhat dissatisfied, their complaints meant little in the face of massive corporate power. Clean energy projects had always been a key development direction for Queen Consolidated. Even during Old Robert's time, it had been the corporation's flagship product. Now, with Thea full of advanced tech, she'd maximized this advantage. She didn't need to control all resources, she didn't have that much energy anyway. Trade and wealth weren't about accumulation but circulation. So distributing some work and profits was the immediate priority. In just 1 month, Queen Consolidated had continuously negotiated partnerships with corporations worldwide. Things that flew in the sky, ran on the ground, swam in the water, clothing, food, housing, transportation, every industry had people coming to seek cooperation. The one currently discussing matters in her office was also an old acquaintance, Lena Luthor, Lex Luthor's sister. This young woman was 2 years younger than Thea. She'd inherited her brother's mess early on and worked hard in the business world. Luthor Corp, which had been eroded by various capital interests, now showed signs of resurrection. Though Thea was one of those capital interests, it didn't affect their relationship. Especially after the young woman learned she was a superhero, she'd actually developed a bit of admiration for her. All right, Lena. I've reviewed your plan. If you can master the maglev car technology, then we can cooperate. After settling on the cooperation framework, the specific details could be negotiated by subordinates. Luthor Corp, despite its decline from former glory, remained a behemoth thanks to previously accumulated technological achievements. Handling several major projects could completely revitalize it. Lena didn't resemble her evil-looking mother or her arrogant brother, she could be called the Luthor family's outlier. The two chatted briefly before Lena stood to take her leave. As she pushed open the door, she came face to face with another young woman. Neither recognized the other, but the good-natured Lena still greeted her. The two nodded at each other and passed by. Only then did Thea look toward the doorway's visitor, somewhat surprised. Kara. Looking for me about something. The troubled Supergirl looked back at Lena's retreating figure for a long moment before slowly walking into the office. She looked around for quite a while, leaving Thea completely baffled. Thea had no idea what she was up to, so she sat calmly in her chair and waited. Today Supergirl had come in normal clothes. Whether it was the Martian Manhunter, Superman, or even her adoptive mother, they all required her to keep a low profile. So low profile that her fashion sense had become utterly terrible. Even expensive dresses of fine quality somehow looked frumpy when she wore them. Thea. Supergirl removed her glasses and looked around carefully. Seeing the environment was safe, she finally spoke in a small voice. Thea sat with her legs crossed, waiting for what came next. Can you look at my ears? After considerable effort, Supergirl finally managed to complete a full sentence. Thea looked at the other's delicate, fair earlobes, completely bewildered. What was she supposed to see? Seeming to know her behavior was somewhat absurd, Supergirl explained with great embarrassment. That. I don't have ear piercings. Thea looked at her constantly touching her ears and couldn't help touching her own. Why was she suddenly bringing this up? Oh. Why don't you understand? The young woman grew anxious. I want to pierce them, but. Earth's tools don't work. Holy crap. Thea finally had an epiphany. You've been talking in circles, how was anyone supposed to know what you meant? So you want to get your ears pierced, but Kryptonian steel body physiology poses this unique problem. She'd never imagined the Men of Steel would have this particular struggle. Faced with Supergirl's pitiful eyes, Thea scratched her head. A divine body didn't have this issue, she could freely control every muscle and automatically generate piercings. Diana was the same way. But she genuinely didn't know how to handle Kryptonians. She first contacted Farah, who was currently presiding over work at the Alien Commerce Alliance and vigorously developing trade. The female adjutant initially thought it was something major. Hearing it was this kind of problem, she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, her ear piercings had been done on Krypton, back when she hadn't absorbed yellow sun radiation and her body strength was only slightly above that of Earthlings. She had no experience with Kara's current problem. Kara had left Krypton at just 12 years old, still too young, so she'd missed the best timing. Now Farah couldn't think of any good solution either. Thea then asked Superman. Clark didn't need ear piercings, but how did he manage all those whiskers? Thea called to ask. Shaved with heat vision. Hearing this answer, Thea was genuinely amazed. Superman must have spent considerable time training to perfect that technique. Thea hung up the phone and told Supergirl somewhat uncertainly, try heat vision. Control the temperature and use mirror reflection. As it turned out, Supergirl was indeed a remarkable warrior, she learned any combat-related ability instantly. Unfortunately, heat vision could only shave whiskers. Trying to pierce her body, too much heat would break the mirror, while too little had no effect. Thea tried her own gaze as well, but the effect was minimal. She was afraid of accidentally using too much force and annihilating Supergirl's ear, that would be a huge sin. Let's go with brute force. Follow me. The office wasn't suitable for such extensive work. Thea pulled Supergirl to Themyscira, and Diana came over when she heard the commotion, curious to watch. Adamantium drill bit, paired with an electric drill I've enhanced with a bit of speed force energy. Come lie down here, let's try. Thea rolled up her sleeves, donning a cap, mask, and white coat. Looking like a mad scientist holding an electric drill, she indicated for Supergirl to lie down. Looking at the gleaming drill in her hand, Supergirl claiming not to be afraid would be a lie. But thinking about how everyone else could wear earrings and studs while she couldn't, she gritted her teeth and endured. Kara lay on the stone slab like someone facing execution. Thea gathered up her hair, made some adjustments, aimed at her ear, and drilled down. It had to be said that after advanced tech modifications, this drill's speed-force conversion rate was quite high. Combined with adamantium's naturally maximum hardness plus added durability and sharpness enchantments, she still had about 30% confidence in successfully creating an ear piercing. However, reality delivered a harsh blow. The speed force stolen from Reverse Flash ran frantically, the drill bit sent fragments flying everywhere, and Supergirl howled in protest. Thea thought something had gone wrong and quickly stopped, only to learn after asking that it was just too loud. Sealing off Supergirl's 5 senses and ignoring her pained expression, Thea went at it with the drill. After 3 minutes of drilling, she sheepishly stood up. The adamantium drill bit had worn down to nothing. Under ultra-high-speed rotation, it had completely turned to powder. After pulling the dusty, disheveled Kara upright and blowing the adamantium dust off her face, Diana and Thea looked at each other. Kara's earlobe remained small and smooth, not even a trace. Maybe adamantium's toughness isn't enough. We could try something both harder and more resilient, dragon fangs, suggested Diana, the master blacksmith. A quarter-hour later, the dragon fang was reduced to half its length, while Kara's desired ear piercing remained nowhere to be seen. The young woman seemed to realize she'd troubled her 2 big sisters and shrank back without daring to speak. Diana stood with arms crossed, head tilted in thought for a long while, then produced a dark green slender sword. Hermes' caduceus blade. Even among divine artifacts, it ranks at the top. It contains a trace of spatial properties. Great. Thea cheerfully accepted it. Without consulting the young woman's opinion, one sat on her body while the other held down her feet. From a distance, it looked like they were up to no good as they gave Kara another round of treatment. Having worked both goddesses into a sweat, perhaps because that trace of spatial property took effect, they finally saw results. A small hole appeared in Kara's ear. However, they'd celebrated too soon. Before the 3 women could rejoice, they watched the ear piercing instantly seal itself. Thea was so angry her eyes went wide, gasping for breath. You're forcing me to use kryptonite. Kara was nearly in tears too. This healing ability being so strong, I can't help it either. Kryptonite could only be mentioned as a threat. Unlike Superman who had a complete worldview and outlook on life and could, to a certain degree, resist kryptonite's effects through willpower and conviction, Kara Danvers was just a young woman. What willpower did she have? The moment Thea brought out her kryptonite, before it even made contact, Kara went limp like a rag doll. If this actually touched her skin, wouldn't the poor girl instantly die? Why don't I just use my holy sword? It can permanently wound Doomsday, creating an ear piercing for you should be pretty easy. Thea said, drawing her sword with a swing. Did they need to make such a huge deal of this? Kara looked at the gleaming greatsword, feeling her liver quiver. Diana shot her lover an exasperated look. That sword's hard to control precisely, isn't it? Any scientific methods? Right. Scientific methods. Kara nodded like a pecking chicken. She was afraid the holy sword would slice her whole ear off. Chapter 654, Chapter 653, Kara's Little Problem. After a brief chat, Lena stood to take her leave. As she pushed the door open, she nearly walked face first into another young woman. Neither knew the other, but the good-natured Lena still greeted her. The two nodded to each other and passed by. Only then did Thea look toward the person at the door, somewhat surprised. Kara. Need something? The troubled Supergirl looked back at Lena walking far away before slowly entering the office. She looked around for quite a while, leaving Thea completely confused. Not knowing what medicine she was selling, Thea sat calmly in her chair and waited. Today Supergirl had come in regular clothes. Whether it was the Martian Manhunter, Superman, or even her adoptive mother, all demanded she keep a low profile. Low-key to the point where the consequence was her fashion sense was absolutely terrible. Even a several $1,000 dress of excellent quality looked utterly tacky on her. Thea. Supergirl removed her glasses and looked around, making sure the environment was safe before speaking softly. Thea crossed her legs, waiting for her to continue. Look at my ears. After clenching her fists and making several efforts, Supergirl finally managed to speak a complete sentence. Thea watched her sweep her hair aside, revealing her pale earlobes. Completely baffled, what was she supposed to be looking at? Seeming to realize her behavior was a bit absurd, Supergirl explained somewhat embarrassedly, that. I don't have pierced ears. Seeing her keep touching her ears, Thea couldn't help touching her own. Why was she bringing this up out of nowhere? Oh my gosh, why don't you understand? The girl grew a bit anxious. I want to get them pierced, but. Earth's tools don't work. Holy crap. Thea finally understood. With all this beating around the bush, how was anyone supposed to know what she meant? So she wanted to get her ears pierced. She truly hadn't expected Kryptonian steel bodies had this kind of trouble. Facing Supergirl's pitiful gaze, Thea scratched her head. Divine bodies didn't have this problem. She could freely control every muscle and automatically generate ear piercings. Diana could do the same. But she genuinely didn't know how to operate on Kryptonians. She first contacted Faura, who was currently managing work at the Alien Trade Consortium, vigorously developing commerce. The female adjutant initially thought it was something major. Hearing it was this kind of problem, she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, she'd gotten her ears pierced on Krypton when she hadn't yet absorbed yellow sun radiation and her body was only slightly stronger than Earth humans, completely lacking Kara's current problem. Kara had left Krypton at only 12 years old, still quite young, so she'd missed the best timing. Now Faura couldn't think of any good solution either. Thea went to ask Superman. Brother Clark didn't need ear piercings, but how did he handle that face full of stubble? Thea happened to call and ask. Shave it with heat vision. Getting this answer, Thea was momentarily awestruck. To come up with this method, Superman must have spent considerable time training. Thea hung up the phone and told Supergirl somewhat uncertainly, try heat vision. Control the temperature using mirror reflection. Facts proved that Supergirl was indeed a remarkable warrior. She picked up all combat-related abilities instantly. Unfortunately, heat vision could only shave beards. Trying to pierce holes in her body, too much heat and the mirror couldn't withstand it, too little and it had no effect whatsoever. Thea tried her own gaze next, but the effect was minimal. She was afraid that with one careless effort, she'd obliterate Supergirl's ear entirely, that sin would be enormous. Let's go hard. Come with me. The office wasn't suitable for such extensive work. Thea pulled Supergirl to Themyscira. Diana also heard the news and came to watch the excitement. Adamantium drill bit, paired with an electric drill I've added a bit of speed force to. Lie down here, let's try. Thea rolled up her sleeves, put on a cap and mask, donned a white lab coat, and held the drill like a mad scientist, signaling Supergirl to lie down. Looking at the gleaming drill in her hands, Supergirl saying she wasn't scared would be a lie. But thinking how everyone else could wear earrings and studs while she couldn't, she gritted her teeth and endured it. Kara lay down on the stone like going to the execution ground. Thea swept up her hair, made some adjustments, aimed at her ear, and drilled down. It had to be said, after advanced tech modification, this drill had quite high speed force conversion efficiency. Combined with the inherently maximum hardness adamantium drill bit enhanced with durability and sharpness enchantments, she still had a 30% chance of drilling an ear hole. However, reality gave her a harsh blow. The speed force stolen from Reverse Flash spun frantically. Debris flew everywhere from the drill bit. Supergirl howled. Thea thought something had happened and hurriedly stopped. Only after asking did she learn, it was just too noisy. Sealing Supergirl's 5 senses and ignoring her bitter expression, Thea took the drill and went at it fiercely. After drilling for 3 minutes, she finally stood up awkwardly. The adamantium drill bit had worn away completely. Under ultra-high-speed rotation, it had turned entirely to powder. Pulling the dusty Kara upright and blowing the adamantium powder off her face, Diana and Thea looked at each other. Kara's earlobe remained small and smooth, not even a trace. Perhaps adamantium lacks toughness. We could try something sturdier and more resilient, dragon fangs. Master Forger Diana suggested. A quarter hour later, only half the dragon fang remained, while Kara's desired earhole was still nowhere in sight. The girl seemed to know she'd caused trouble for the 2 big sisters and shrank her neck, not daring to speak. Diana held her elbow and tilted her head, thinking for a long while before pulling out a dark green slender sword. Hermes' caduceus blade. Even among divine artifacts, it ranks at the top, containing a trace of spatial properties. Good. Thea cheerfully accepted it. Without consulting the girl's opinion, one sat on her body while the other held down her feet. From a distance it looked like they were doing something improper as they worked Kara over again. They exhausted the 2 goddess sisters into sweating profusely. Perhaps the trace of spatial properties worked, they finally saw some effect. A small hole appeared in Kara's ear. However, they celebrated too early. Before the 3 could even rejoice, they saw her ear hole instantly close up. Thea's eyes went straight with anger, panting heavily. You're forcing me to use kryptonite, is that it? Kara wanted to cry too. It's not like I can help having such strong healing abilities. Kryptonite could only be talk. Unlike Superman with his complete worldview and life philosophy who could resist Kryptonite's invasion through willpower and conviction to some degree, Kara Danvers was just a young girl. What willpower did she have? The moment Thea took out Kryptonite, before even making contact, she went limp on the ground, turning into a rag doll. If there was direct skin contact, wouldn't the poor girl die instantly? I'll just use my holy sword then. It can permanently wound Doomsday, piercing your ear should be quite easy. Thea said, drawing her holy sword with a flourish. Did it need to be such a big production? Kara looked at the gleaming greatsword, her liver quivering. Diana gave her lover an exasperated look. That sword isn't easy to control precisely, is it? Any scientific methods? Right, scientific methods. Kara nodded frantically like a pecking chicken. She was afraid the holy sword would slice her entire ear off. Chapter 655, Chapter 654, Reverse Flash's last words. Scientific methods, you say? If she weren't being forced into it, she wouldn't want to use her holy sword either. A weapon with such tremendous power would indeed be troublesome if she couldn't control it properly. Thea ran through all currently available technology and her advanced tech arsenal in her mind. Sure enough, she actually thought of something. When Luthor had been collecting Superman's cells, he'd used nanoscale robots. Thea had initially assumed the robot needles used kryptonite, but later discovered Luthor had employed a type of pseudo-kryptonite to avoid Superman's detection. It functioned the same as kryptonite, capable of degrading Kryptonian cells, but the process was extremely subtle and unnoticeable. Being able to bypass Superman's supersenses and openly collect cells, Luthor was truly formidable. Pseudo-kryptonite should solve Kara's current problem. In the future, it could even help Superman shave, or Farah trim her hair and eyebrows. This technology definitely wasn't included in the commercial acquisition. Apart from asking Luthor directly, the only option was to check his records. Fortunately, Thea currently had a good relationship with Lena Luthor. Leaving Diana to keep Kara company, she teleported to Luthor Corp. Upon learning her purpose, though of course Thea didn't mention it was for ear piercing, her excuse was dealing with Kryptonian bioweapons, Lena readily agreed to let her view Luthor's notes. Luthor's knowledge was extraordinarily rich, with deep achievements across all industries. Thea spent most of the day at the Luthor estate before finally finding the pseudo-kryptonite's composition and manufacturing process in the vast ocean of records. She didn't need to rely on modern equipment for production. Firestorm had the ability to create inorganic matter from nothing. Finding the old professor, she explained Luthor's notes in detail, consulted Lobo Rob's opinions, and directly manufactured a large chunk of pseudo-kryptonite. Clutching this lump of kryptonite, she returned to Themyscira. This time it finally worked. Kara successfully got 2 ear piercings and flew home to play, utterly delighted. After bustling about all day, Thea was too lazy to go home and simply decided to spend the night on Themyscira. The two rode horses around the entire island twice. Seeing Diana's spirits high, Thea happily went along with her wild playing. By the end, they were perfectly fine while the 2 horses nearly collapsed from exhaustion. They'd been staying with Hades every day before this, when had they ever needed to run so crazily? The 2 goddesses took pity on the poor horses and strolled through the mountains on foot. When they reached the summit, they happened to catch the slowly descending sunset. I really envy Kara, so carefree. That's true happiness. The twilight illuminated the side of the Valkyrie's face, accentuating her perfect cheeks and straight nose. For a moment, she seemed enveloped in a sacred aura. Thea said nothing but sat down on the ground. Diana sat beside her, and they leaned close together. You seem a bit anxious lately. I haven't seen this emotion from you in a long time. Diana turned Thea's face toward her, gazing into her lover's eyes as she asked. Thea didn't mention that it was the King of Tears incident that had suddenly triggered her sense of crisis. Not strong enough, so what if she reigned supreme on Earth? In front of those truly powerful beings, she was just a matter of one finger. Especially since she'd already invested so much in this world. So many people had bonds and connections with her. Initially she might have been able to say, if I can't win, I'll run, but could she run now? Even if she could run, how many people could she take with her? The Martian Manhunter was a perfect example. Though he'd never said it aloud, Thea knew he'd always regretted lacking the ability to save his people. When facing a true catastrophe, how much stronger could she be than him? But these words weren't suitable for Diana to hear. The god of war required high confidence. If Diana knew there were so many powerful beings above her, advancing further would become extremely difficult. After thinking it over, she offered a different reason. I've told you about New Genesis and Apocalypse, right? Recently both sides have been preparing intensively. The Great War could start at any moment. This battle might determine the multiverse's ultimate fate. This topic was equally heavy, but this righteous battle perfectly aligned with Diana's values. She wouldn't stop her lover from participating in such a fight, she even resented that she herself hadn't taken that final step. She'd worked so hard, yet felt she was only a hair's breadth away. Don't put pressure on yourself. There aren't many in this universe stronger than you, right? I have great confidence in you. Diana said with a smile at the corner of her lips. Indeed, there aren't many stronger than me. Thea said energetically, then looked at Diana's red lips, vivid and dazzling under the sunset's glow. She couldn't help but kiss them. After staying 2 days on Themyscira, Thea felt there was no need to put too much pressure on herself. She'd already reached the pinnacle of the current world. If she was still as frightened as a quail despite that, how could ordinary people even survive? Reducing work time and increasing leisure activities, that was her method of relieving stress. Following comics had become a good method she'd discovered recently. Many comic artists had already illustrated her and Diana's story vividly. The content was so wicked and the art style so bold that even she, the person involved, felt her heart racing. That day, while pursuing the latest issue, her secretary walked in with steady steps. She hurriedly closed the website, pretending to be very proper. Someone unknown sent a USB drive. My computer skills aren't enough to crack the password. Miss Mercy handed her a USB drive. Thea's attention was captured. Miss Mercy had spent years at Luther's side and could be considered talented across various fields. Things she couldn't crack were truly rare. Plugging the USB into her computer and mobilizing AI to forcibly decrypt it, the secretary casually reported on several work matters before calmly leaving. Even with Gideon's power, cracking the USB's encryption took 3 minutes. Opening the drive, she found only a single video file. Seeing Gideon hadn't transmitted any warning signals, she directly opened the file. Harrison Wells's, or rather, Reverse Flash's, gaunt face appeared on screen. Dr. Queen's technology is truly commendable. This encryption uses technology from 500 years in the future, and your world is truly terrifying, he said. From start to finish, I had only one goal, to go home. When you see this video, I'll most likely no longer be in this world. Oh no, I won't die. Reverse Flash waved lightly at the camera. I've already found my way home, but I want to say, these 15 years here, I was genuinely happy. Reverse Flash removed his glasses and rubbed his forehead. I hope you'll give this next segment to Barry at an appropriate time. Hello, Barry. When you see this video, I should already be gone from here, not in your world. Whether I've returned home or gone to another parallel timeline, I can't say for certain. 15 years. I silently watched you grow from a boy to a young man. Though you'll hate me for killing your mother, I feel. Reverse Flash grew very uncertain at this point. Chapter 656, Chapter 655, The Missing Flash. In the end, Reverse Flash never voiced his confusion, vaguely skirting around the topic. Barry, we're not truly enemies. I'm very sorry about your mother. Here, I'm giving you what you need most. Turn my next words over to the police. After speaking, Reverse Flash straightened his posture and looked directly at the camera. My name is Harrison Wells. I am of sound mind and body. I confess that on the evening of March 18, 2000, I killed Nora Allen. I used a dagger to stab her in the chest. Next, Reverse Flash recounted the events of that night, removing the Speed Force elements, as an ordinary murder case, time, location, weapon. He described the entire situation. While this video couldn't bring Barry's mother back to life, it could clear Barry's father of false charges. It was his final gift. Thea didn't hesitate and immediately called STAR Labs. What? Barry's not there. Caitlin's not either. Cisco, who answered the phone, gave her not-so-great news. When she pressed for details, she learned both had been missing for 3 days. Cisco was currently searching the entire national network for them. After brief consideration, Thea still decided to teleport to Central City. In this timeline, Barry remained inexperienced, but Caitlin, after training under Deathstroke, Faura, and others, was no longer a rookie. Whether in combat ability or superpowers, she was solidly upper tier. Ruling out the possibility they'd eloped, they'd most likely encountered major trouble, so much so they couldn't even send a message back. After all, Caitlin had a power ring. Yet her calls went unanswered. Only 2 explanations existed: she'd either died or left this universe. Considering Reverse Flash had found a way to leave this world, these 2 hadn't actually chased him down and then followed him through, had they? When Thea found Cisco, she became even more certain of her theory. 3 days ago, Team Flash had discovered Reverse Flash's trail. Though Cisco swore up and down it was his superior search capabilities, Thea figured it was mostly Reverse Flash deliberately exposing his location after recording the video, no longer thinking straight. Originally it was supposed to be a showdown between 2 speedsters, but unfortunately Caitlin had always believed Thea cared about Reverse Flash's life or death. No longer holding back, she chased after him wearing her yellow power ring. Cisco didn't have that speed, so he'd been left behind at home, waiting for 2 whole days until Thea came knocking. they've most likely already left this universe. Find where they last disappeared, I'll go check it out. Thea instructed the frantic Cisco. Then she saw Cisco's jaw drop as he stared at her. Really? You're sure parallel worlds actually exist? Yes. Thea had another sentence she didn't say aloud. Vibe Cisco Ramon, once your superpower awakens, you'll even be able to freely traverse parallel timelines. She didn't know when this goofball's superpower would awaken, nor did she need to wait. The mother box could traverse all parallel timelines, while Zeus's lightning arrows could navigate the time stream. Thea currently had extremely abundant methods. As long as the person was still alive, she could find them. Ah, how do you need to get there? I mean, you can traverse parallel worlds. Cisco looked at her with utter curiosity. How would Thea know the mother box's operational principles? New Genesis and Apocalypse's technological level crushed Earth by countless years. Batman and Cyborg both used it, she'd never heard of anyone figuring the thing out. Keeping a stern face without answering, Cisco finally remembered his good brother Barry and big sister Caitlin's lives were uncertain. Slapping his forehead, he began checking their last whereabouts. New Jersey. In New Jersey, 35 kilometers from the Pennsylvania border. The tracker in Barry's suit last disappeared there. When Thea confirmed the location and prepared to investigate the scene, she saw Cisco's eyes fixed on her with an expression that said if she didn't take him along, he'd bash his head against something right here. Thea carefully examined him. The cell activity in Cisco's body was extremely high. With just a tiny bit of external stimulation, he'd break through his original constraints. He was essentially one step away from becoming Vibe. But she couldn't really explain this to him, so she changed her approach. I have a feeling that if you come with me, this journey will be very exciting for you. But your previous life will completely leave you behind. Are you prepared? Choices. Choices again. Giving others choices was such a comfortable feeling. Cisco didn't quite understand the deep meaning in these words. He said somewhat amusedly, there'll be danger. Crossing parallel worlds will turn me into another life form. No, you've got it all wrong. You have the potential to become a superhero, Cisco Ramon, you know. Your cells are extremely active right now, only one step away from complete formation. A tiny bit of external stimulation, maybe a bullet, maybe a speeding car, will open up a whole new world before your eyes. Do you have the mental preparation for that? Cisco desperately wanted to say yes. These days, aside from people like Batman and Lady Shiva, who would refuse superpowers. But he understood his own heart, he was far from prepared. Just as Thea was about to activate teleportation, 1 second before departure, he finally made his decision. I'm genuinely not prepared, but Barry is my brother. I have to go save him. His expression was sincere, his words earnest. Thea couldn't say much more. Worst case scenario, if they encountered danger, she'd send him back first. Seeing him turn to pack things, toothbrush, tissues, taking a whole bunch, practically wanting to grab a few tablets too, did he think this was a vacation? Thea tossed away all his miscellaneous junk and just handed him a handgun before irritably dragging him along to activate teleportation. The two arrived at the scene and followed the tracker's indication all the way forward. Even after 2 days had passed, the traces of Speed Force passage remained vivid. Occasionally, Caitlin's frost impacts were scattered around the area. Cisco held his gun, advancing carefully all the way. Watching his cautious manner, Thea wanted to laugh. But to train him, she didn't mention that within several miles around here, there were no enemies at all. We're here. The tracker should have ended right around here, with an error margin of about 100 meters. Cisco walked to a small road, lowered his head and measured with his instruments for a long while before confirming. After speaking, he stared fixedly at Thea, wanting to see what this parallel world traversing process looked like. Carefully sensing the surrounding aura, deep and powerful energy, Thea felt this was good news. These guys hadn't traversed the time stream. If things went as expected, they'd run off to a parallel timeline. Reaching up to lightly touch her earring, comparing it with pre-stored information in the mother box, matching corresponding spatial coordinates, boom. An orange-red passage appeared before them. Chapter 657, Chapter 656, Welcome to Parallel Spacetime. Not knowing which Earth they'd arrive at, Thea grabbed the slack-jawed Cisco and leaped into the portal. Originally, she'd planned to use magic to protect Cisco. After all, the boom tube had no access restrictions, theoretically, anyone could use it. But the weakest new god civilian still had a better physique than Cisco, and she worried he might literally explode from the transit. However, the result was pleasantly surprising. The boom tube directly catalyzed Cisco's final transformation. His vibe powers fully awakened, and what should have been a damaging passage now felt like a gentle breeze. In those silent moments, Cisco Ramon had completed his metamorphosis without even realizing it. When they emerged from the tunnel, they weren't greeted by Barry and Caitlin's smiling faces, but by several weapon-spitting energy bolts. Before Cisco could react, Thea waved her hand, conjuring a light barrier that blocked the attack. Who are you? 6 or 7 men aimed their weapons at them. Despite outnumbering Thea's group, they were nervous wrecks. They all wore tattered, ragged clothing. Even their energy guns, the only thing giving them courage, were nearly depleted in Thea's assessment. Ignoring these refugee-like individuals, she surveyed her surroundings. Based on their accents and language, the teleportation had been accurate. They were still on Earth, though whether it was the New Jersey of this universe remained unclear. Vehicles lay scattered chaotically along the roadside. The highway was severely damaged, with ruins everywhere. And these men reeked heavily of blood. Combining all these factors, it wasn't hard to conclude, this place was at war. Whether it was a local conflict or nationwide was anyone's guess. Thea took out her power ring to contact Caitlin, only to discover a serious problem: the ring didn't work in this parallel universe. Without the Yellow Lantern central power battery for charging and information transmission, the ring was completely dead. This gave her a headache. She could only ask these passers-by. Is this America? Several men remained silent. Let me rephrase, what year is it? Their expressions instantly grew more tense. By the way, do you have superheroes here? Superman. Before Thea could finish, the men turned and ran, exhausting her patience completely. She spread her fingers, and her mage hand grabbed what looked like the leader, lifting him into the air. Can't we just have a civil conversation? Answer my questions. Why did you react so strongly when I mentioned Superman? Thea maintained her levitation, looking down at the disheveled man. The mage hand gripped his collar as his limbs flailed. He was terrified but still chose to remain silent. Having not used mind-reading spells in ages, Thea had to dust off that old skill. This spell, once so familiar, was now even more powerful when cast by a deity. She pointed at the man's forehead, rapidly extracting large chunks of memory. Halfway through, Thea frowned. This world had serious problems. Initially, seeing their bitter reaction to Superman's mention, she'd thought this might be Ultraman's world. But after reading part of his memories, she realized she was wrong. Superman here was still a good guy. He'd just been captured after Apocalypse's invasion and transformed into an Apocalypse-corrupted Superman. He was no longer the hero he once was. Instead, he caused massive destruction on Earth. Steppenwolf. The Apocalypse commander's name thundered throughout this world. Even these civilians far from the war knew it, because he was Earth's conqueror. Countless superheroes had fallen at his feet, and humanity could only crawl beneath him, barely surviving on his mercy. The men knew very little. He only knew Superman had been captured. As for Batman, he'd heard of him but had no idea if he was alive or dead. Too little information to analyze anything. Thea released the disheveled man. He quickly snapped out of his dazed state and, as if seeing a ghost, dropped his energy gun and stumbled away. Too bad the Chronoton compass is still with Barry. Can we track Barry with our current resources? She asked Cisco. Unaware he'd awakened his powers, Cisco looked awful. Thinking of his best friend's unknown fate, he forced himself to focus, opened his tablet, and tried. He soon shook his head dejectedly. I can't access the network here. Their encoding is different from ours. What a pain. Thea somewhat understood Reverse Flash's frustration now. In a different environment, everything changed, you had to readapt to everything. Fortunately, she wasn't like Reverse Flash who'd completely lost his speed force. Finding someone wasn't beyond her abilities. Divination was an important discipline in both ancient and modern magic. Even as a deity, her divination skills didn't match Madame Xanadu's, but that didn't mean she couldn't do it, she just wasn't specialized in it. Under Cisco's bewildered gaze, she swiftly drew a magic circle. After a moment's thought, she sculpted a small figure of Barry from dirt. With her magical mastery, she didn't need hair or blood, simulating a segment of Barry's mental signature sufficed. This unnamed spell combining divination and witchcraft activated instantly. The little figure spun in place a few times before pointing firmly south. Taking the figure, she flew south with Cisco. Along the way, the devastation was unbearable. After dispatching 3 waves of parademons in quick succession, Thea had to cast greater invisibility on them both. These parademons had decent tech, they could see through ordinary invisibility. What happened to this world? Was it invaded by aliens? Flying so brazenly through the air initially terrified Cisco, but perhaps it was his courage, or perhaps the ground's devastation caught his attention. After they'd flown past the 9th human settlement destroyed by parademons, and Thea had drawn her whip to eliminate the soldiers and save a dozen survivors, he finally couldn't help asking. Parallel world, anything's possible. I can only help where I can. Find Barry first. Trust me, afterward, I'll make these bastards pay. Thea said decisively. Now that she was also a new god, striking at Apocalypse was her undeniable duty. A mere Steppenwolf, she could crush him completely by deploying her magic legion. Even Highfather himself might personally intervene. He had a bone-deep grudge against Steppenwolf for killing his wife. Though if Highfather deployed, the war's scale would instantly expand, and whether that would be a blessing or curse for this planet's survivors was hard to say. There's a response. Barry should be in this city, inside. Following the figure's guidance, Thea finally approached Barry's location. But she slowed down when she saw the roadside sign, momentarily stunned. Chapter 658, Chapter 657, Familiar yet Strange Acquaintances. Seeing her stop mid-sentence, Cisco curiously followed her gaze. His vision was far inferior to Thea's, but his awakened powers had significantly improved his physical attributes. Squinting for a while, he finally understood why Thea had fallen silent. A rust-covered iron sign, riddled with blood and bullet holes, lay by the roadside. It read, Star City, 15 kilometers, 9.3 miles. Thinking of how this world also had Superman and Star City, he figured many things must exist here too. He wisely shut his mouth. What Cisco could deduce, Thea naturally understood even better. She'd seen an identical sign on her original Earth, same style, same font. For a moment, Thea felt like she'd returned home. She smiled self-deprecatingly and shook her head, casting the thought aside. This couldn't be her home, and her home wasn't here. But the overlap between the once prosperous Star City in her memory and this desolate, dead city before her eyes still touched a fury deep in her soul. How many of this world's Star City acquaintances were still alive? Though those people theoretically had nothing to do with her, thinking of Moira, of Oliver, even of herself lying in a pool of blood in this world, she couldn't remain detached. Though she hadn't mastered the rage emotion enough to use it freely, she'd made some progress. Countless pale red cyclones swirled around her body. Thea quickly reined in her emotions, but one thought had already formed: Steppenwolf must die. Where the holiday plaza should have been now lay piles of corpses, parademons, yes, but mostly ordinary citizens. Regardless of their status in life, before the enemy, they were all pitiful humans. The streets were filled with chaos and depression. This city had been completely abandoned. Without supervision, relying only on mental perception, the entire city probably had fewer than 100 survivors. Cisco Ramon, do you regret coming here? Cisco was even more agitated than her, his lips trembling. The devastation before him clashed too sharply with his worldview. Normally, he just hid behind monitors watching Barry whoosh around defeating enemies without experiencing any danger. He even had leisure to give villains nicknames, far too playful in Thea's opinion. Now, directly facing this bloody reality, his convictions had completely crumbled. Being a superhero wasn't just about glory, it carried that weight in your heart. Regret. Honestly, Cisco didn't have Barry's strong convictions. He joined Team Flash more to find personal value, not out of unwavering determination to help others. This guy's neutral alignment far outweighed his lawful good one. He'd reached this point mostly pushed along by friendship. I don't regret it. Despite his bitter expression insisting he was strong, Thea could only shake her head and sigh. This kid had a long way to go before becoming a true superhero. She took out the figure and continued tracking Barry. They stopped and started. The good news, Barry's position hadn't moved. The bad news, he was hiding in an underground structure, and a layer of lead severely obstructed her vision. As Cisco gripped his gun and cautiously moved forward, Thea sensed something wrong and stopped him. An arrow immediately embedded itself in the ground 2 steps ahead of him. Whoa. Even though the other party hadn't gone for the kill, it was clearly a warning. Cisco was still startled. This brush with death was a first for him. He quickly turned to look at Thea. He had a powerhouse superhero beside him, nothing to fear. But this glance chilled him halfway. Thea was staring intently at the black-clad figure who'd jumped from the opposite wall, bow drawn and aimed at them both. Not knowing why Thea was frozen, Cisco hastily raised his pistol. Whether it worked or not, it was his only lifeline. Fortunately, at the critical moment, his best friend Barry burst out in a flash of yellow lightning. Cisco had never felt that yellow streak so comforting. That guy. He pointed at the black-clad figure above, asking Barry. Barry waved for him to stay quiet. Barry, who are these people? The black-clad figure's voice was aged and weary, but his hands were steady, the arrow trained unwaveringly on them both. The Flash struggled to find words. Pointing at Cisco, this is my friend Cisco Ramon. We're together with Caitlin. As for this one. He glanced at Thea, unsure how to phrase it. I'm Thea Queen from another parallel spacetime. Hello, Robert Queen. To say Thea's emotions were stable would be a lie. After all, seeing a relative who'd been dead for 8 years standing before her was disorienting. Fortunately, she was mentally prepared and quickly accepted reality. This old man had nothing to do with her. The black-clad figure was, of course, this world's Robert Queen. Having met Barry and Caitlin earlier and learned about parallel spacetimes with some skepticism, now seeing his daughter from another spacetime left his composure far less stable. His voice trembled as he struggled to draw the bowstring tighter. Do you have any proof? Thea didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What proof could she provide? They were from two different spacetimes, their experiences would naturally differ. Hey, believe me, in our spacetime, she really is that Robert Queen's daughter. She's not an enemy. The Flash rushed to mediate. Thanks to his warm aura and sunny image, Robert Queen finally lowered his bow. A daughter from a parallel spacetime. How absurd. Robert Queen slowly emerged. Thea couldn't help but stare, green cloak, black eye mask, graying beard, carrying a bow and arrows. This was Green Arrow's outfit. Seemingly knowing her confusion, Flash quickly explained, in this spacetime, Oliver died in the shipwreck. Robert Queen is the current Green Arrow. Wow. Cisco was about to exclaim when Flash covered his mouth. This matter was best glossed over, unrelated people should pretend they hadn't heard. No need to worry about me. This isn't my spacetime. Thea emphasized again, both for them and herself. This isn't a place to talk. Let's go to our hideout. Robert Queen kept examining Thea's appearance. Though the facial structure was vaguely similar, the details were 100 times more refined than this timeline's Thea. Even though he was long past the age of appreciating beauty, he still found this Thea impossibly beautiful. This isn't my daughter. When he saw Thea rise into the air without any equipment, the thought only strengthened. With Flash carrying Cisco, the four moved quickly. In an abandoned house, they opened a hidden door by rotating a mechanism and entered the underground. The underground space wasn't large, just a few restrooms. Food and medicine lay scattered on the floor, and the air carried faint traces of blood and chemical odors. Chapter 659, Chapter 658, The Truth. Cisco, Thea. Without her power ring, Caitlin could control ice to glide through the air, though not as fast. She'd been waiting anxiously indoors. Seeing them safe, she rushed to hug them both enthusiastically. Their voices seemed a bit loud, and two more people emerged from the room, a man and a woman. The man was in his 50s, very thin, with a scholarly face, stern demeanor, and black-rimmed glasses. The woman was slightly plump, appearing around 20 years old. She seemed very conscious of her image, even while hiding in this underground shelter, she'd tried to make herself presentable. Cisco, who'd been hugging Caitlin, caught a glimpse of the newcomer and jumped in fright, immediately reaching for his weapon. Cisco, don't be rash. He's not the person from your memory. Caitlin quickly grabbed Cisco. Their commotion drew the attention of the somber Thea and Robert Queen from the other side. This sight even surprised Thea. Harrison Wells. Or rather, Reverse Flash. Gray energy gathered in her palm as she prepared to cast a massive slow-time field. Wait. Thea, he's not the person from your memory. He's this spacetime's Harrison. Flash's expression was ugly, but he still stopped Thea. Only then did Thea look closely. Indeed, there was no speed force reaction in his body. Forget speed force, he didn't even have ordinary energy. Just a regular person. Now that everyone's here, let me introduce you. Flash glanced at Caitlin. The current Caitlin was more human than the original timeline's Killer Frost, but only toward familiar people. This mutual introduction task fell to him alone. This is Cisco Ramon, my best friend, and this is Thea Queen, a superhero from our world. After speaking, Flash glanced at Robert Queen's expression and added, she's the daughter of our world's president, President Moira Queen. Flash searched his vocabulary, trying to explain with simple, bland words. Fortunately, everyone present was intelligent. They all nodded in understanding. Only Robert Queen murmured softly, Moira. Next, Barry introduced the current spacetime's people. First was the old man who removed his hood, revealing white hair, Uncle Robert Queen. In this spacetime, he's Green Arrow. That father-daughter pair over there are Dr. Harrison Wells and his daughter Jessie Wells. Thea rubbed her forehead. Honestly, she disliked this world. Everything here contradicted her core values. All she could do was mobilize her army to defeat Steppenwolf and feed him to the dogs. But such a large-scale battle couldn't avoid innocent casualties, that's why she'd hesitated to commit. As Barry was about to explain the current situation, she raised her hand to interrupt. Barry, Caitlin, where's Reverse Flash? If your pursuit is over, I'll take you back. You shouldn't get too involved with parallel spacetimes. At the mention of Reverse Flash, Barry glanced at Caitlin, his emotions low. Of course, since Thea had seen him 10 minutes ago until now, his mood had been consistently down. This world was filled with despair, that pervasive decay in the air, earth, and rivers was deeply unpleasant. I witnessed it personally. Reverse Flash was killed by another speedster. The superheroes of this spacetime call that person Godspeed. His mother's murderer was dead, yet Barry felt no joy, only deep sorrow. Especially remembering Reverse Flash dying before him, the peace and relief on his face left a bitter taste. Reverse Flash is dead. Thea glanced at Caitlin, who nodded slightly, confirming the news. I can't go back. Godspeed's goal is to kill all speedsters. He's my enemy. I must deal with him here. Barry's answer was very superhero-like, see one villain, punch one villain. Thea suspected he also thought, it's someone else's house, breaking it won't hurt. Rather than let Godspeed lurk around causing trouble, better to kill him on this earth. But my speed is far inferior to his. Godspeed has absorbed the speed force from several parallel spacetime speedsters. Now he's also obtained Reverse Flash's portion. He far exceeds me, Barry said dejectedly. Thea thought for a moment. That's easy to handle. We can. She hadn't finished when, bang. Robert Queen slammed his hand on the table, glaring at Thea menacingly. You're not my daughter. My daughter wouldn't ignore such tragedy just to discuss defeating some Godspeed. You're just a stranger wearing her face. Thea took deep breaths, feeling deeply wronged. Waves of energy leaked from her body. The temperature rapidly dropped, liquid in containers began trembling slightly, and the air seemed to freeze. She was truly aggrieved. Things had to be handled one at a time. What was wrong with dealing with Godspeed first? She had neither responsibility nor obligation here. Why was Robert forcing his will on her? I don't need anyone telling me what to do. You're not my father either. He was kind, compassionate, and considerate of others. You just have a face like his. You're not him at all. The two locked eyes stubbornly, neither yielding. Wait. Let's not fight among ourselves. We can discuss this, we don't have to go after Godspeed. Seeing the tension caused by his situation, Flash rushed to mediate. Barry, you don't understand. I can sense it, this old man has hostility toward me. This hostility has existed since we met. Thea's understanding of emotions was now unmatched. Once she got serious, she immediately detected the anomaly. Upon hearing this, Barry instantly sided with Thea. If the other party held hostility, what was there to discuss? Having been thoroughly manipulated by Reverse Flash, Barry was now both fragile and sensitive. He hated deception most. Needless to say, Caitlin already had frost gathering in her palms, ready to go on a rampage. The situation's sudden shift left the spectating Harrison father and daughter bewildered. Were their tempers always this explosive? Ignoring his frail body, Harrison stepped between them both, signaling them to stop. My sensing is never wrong. Mr. Robert Queen. Thea desperately wanted to understand where this hatred came from. Did this world know she was Malcolm's daughter? That possibility wasn't small. What her original timeline accepted calmly might not apply here. Robert Queen hesitated for a long time until Harrison frantically gave him significant looks. Only then did he reluctantly say, "You're not my daughter at all. I knew at first sight, you look exactly like the person who killed my daughter." Chapter 660, Chapter 659, Another Thea. Hearing it wasn't about her being Malcolm's illegitimate daughter, Thea breathed a silent sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't that issue, any trouble she could handle with confidence and capability. But Robert Queen's next words still puzzled her. What did he mean? Someone who looked exactly like her killed this spacetime's Thea. Was it Steppenwolf's people? Her first thought was magic. Her image had surely reached apocalypse. They could use a spell to take her appearance and kill people, right? That was Thea's only answer. Robert Queen stared intently at Thea, not missing a single subtle change in her expression. He shook his head firmly. It was a year before Steppenwolf came to Earth. That woman looked exactly like you. The companions on Thea's side exchanged glances. Barry seemed to understand. Should be someone from a parallel spacetime, right? Now that there are two parallel spacetimes, one more is quite normal. This answer could be deduced by anyone with normal intelligence, it's why Robert Queen hadn't attacked yet. He nodded. I'll accept what you're saying, there's a third parallel spacetime. But could that spacetime's Thea be as beautiful as you? That Thea could fly, emit some kind of energy shockwave, wielded a long sword, and even had the exact same hairstyle you have now. Oh. Robert Queen spoke with such certainty, presenting so much evidence, that Barry and Cisco hesitated. Creating such breathtaking beauty was indeed quite difficult. With Thea's current looks, if placed in ancient times and standing in the middle without magic, people would be fighting over her. Even Caitlin had doubts. Thea's hidden forces were substantial, she was part of them. Could it have been Thea who killed the person? She began secretly gathering energy, ready to freeze Barry's legs first if things went south. Thea herself found it incredible, but she insisted it was some illusion deceiving these ordinary people. She flicked her finger, creating a life-sized human figure beside her. To enhance recognition, she even had the illusion wear a puffy coat and holy sword. Is this the image? Robert shook his head, no. She conjured another image wearing robes and holding a whip. If Apocalypse used her image to do bad things, this appearance had the highest probability. Then is it like this? Robert Queen continued shaking his head, no. This time, everyone noticed the problem. What did the person you mentioned look like? Barry voiced everyone's confusion. Robert Queen's expression turned grim as he began describing. Her appearance was identical to yours, same golden hair. Your eye colors are different, that woman had amber eyes. But her aura was very cold, looking at us without emotion, like we were ants. He glanced at the holy sword image Thea had conjured earlier, showing some disgust. The armor was similar to this, but hers was black. The long sword in her hand was pitch black, as if it could absorb light, with blood-red inscriptions on the blade. I personally watched her thrust that long sword into Thea's chest, and then the blade emitted thick red light. Afterward, her armor seemed to absorb Thea's blood, and numerous crimson patterns appeared on it. Then that woman looked at me coldly and left. The room fell silent. Everyone was somewhat puzzled, including Barry and Cisco who'd known Thea for years. She'd always been like a fog, no one could clearly explain her specific abilities. How she obtained her power? No one knew. Could she have gained strength by slaughtering her parallel selves? This is infuriating. Pure nonsense. There can't be anyone like me. Seeing everyone's doubtful eyes, Thea naturally noticed. This person should be a corrupted Thea. She's not me, and I'm not her. Thea couldn't be bothered explaining the uniqueness of the goddess of wealth and commerce. There might be a few Thea queens, but there was one and only one goddess of wealth and commerce. Since we're talking about this, let me be clear, this earth won't be ignored. Steppenwolf and I are both members of the new gods. He represents the evil side, while I'm on the side of justice. My legion can deploy to this universe at any time. There's only one Steppenwolf, and there's only one of me. Shocked by her decisive words, everyone's expressions improved considerably, though this might be because they'd heard about reinforcements. Thea's thoughts went deeper. She hadn't expected that coming to find Barry would yield such news. In the multiverse, there was a corrupted Thea Queen. From Robert Queen's description, the opponent's weapon sounded like a holy sword. The possibility of being a new god was completely nil. All new gods across the universe were on New Genesis or Apocalypse. Every new god birth meant immediate recruitment. But in this multiverse, the path to power wasn't limited to new gods. Never mind others, once Zeus returned to his true form, he could completely overpower these new gods except Highfather and Darkseid. Even beings like Trigon could directly confront them. It was hard to estimate what methods this corrupted Thea possessed. Thea could only confirm one thing: the opponent lacked prophetic advantage. Out of 52 parallel universes, there couldn't possibly be 52 transmigrators, right? Only one transmigrator had merged with me. The other party must have reached this point with zero knowledge of the world. Impressive. Figures, corruption makes people stronger. While she'd struggled so hard to reach her current position, the opponent had probably worked 100 times harder. To strengthen everyone's perception, Thea drew Excalibur. Everyone was bathed in the sword's rich, warm aura. See. This is my sword. I don't know if this world has the King Arthur legend, but this is the legendary sword from the Lady of the Lake. Indeed, this world wasn't much different from their original spacetime, it had Christmas and King Arthur. Such positive energy couldn't be faked. Robert Queen's guard finally lowered. Thea also asked about this spacetime's Robert Queen's family situation. After hearing the account, she felt somewhat melancholy. This world's Oliver had shown no talent and died directly in the shipwreck. Robert Queen went through untold hardships, learned formidable skills, and returned to Star City to exact revenge. First on his list was Malcolm. The two friends engaged in a death match. At the final stage, Moira blocked Malcolm's arrow. Malcolm, slightly outmaneuvered, was shot dead by Robert. Lying in her husband's arms, Moira atoned for her past sins and closed her eyes with a smile. This world's Thea had no transmigrator's help, she remained version 1.0, with countless bad habits, truancy, alcoholism, too many to count. Robert Queen painstakingly raised his daughter, managing the company by day and fighting crime by night. It took 2 years to reform Thea's bad habits. Unfortunately, she was stabbed to death by the corrupted Thea from another world. Chapter 661, Chapter 660, Desperate Earth. After the sorrow, Robert Queen buried his beloved daughter, left the Queen Mansion where his wife and daughter rested eternally, and continued guarding Star City alone for 2 more years, until Steppenwolf descended upon Earth. Well. Thea was utterly speechless. Every single acquaintance from her spacetime, every last one, was dead in this world. Besides you, does this world have other superheroes? Are they now? Cisco couldn't help asking. At this question, the locals all looked dejected. Seeing the two old men unwilling to answer, Harrison's daughter, Jessie Wells, replied, Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman, they were our strongest heroes here. Oh. You have Wonder Woman here too. Thea's curiosity was instantly piqued. Jessie glanced at her carefully. Steppenwolf used a device to control all of humanity globally. Batman had sacrificed himself to destroy the opponent's command tower and control center, saving everyone. However, the cost was still unbearably high for humanity. Superman was captured, Batman had sacrificed himself, and Wonder Woman was reportedly killed in a sneak attack by Steppenwolf. The superheroes who protected humanity, they're all gone now. Whoosh. The temperature, which had just returned to normal, visibly plummeted again. Thea asked somewhat incredulously, what was your Wonder Woman's name? Jessie looked at her father, then at Robert Queen. All three shook their heads, they didn't know. Did she look like this? Thea conjured an image of Diana in her original novice divine armor. Just as Jessie was about to nod, Barry rushed to Thea's side to comfort her. Your wife is alive and well at home, this has nothing to do with you, right? Though Thea understood this, she still felt furious. Extremely furious. Steppenwolf, that bastard, he'd actually killed this spacetime's Diana. She wouldn't rest until she chopped him to pieces. She took several deep breaths, forcibly emptying her mind of distractions, before continuing her questions. So who's leading your superheroes now? Jessie didn't know this answer. Robert Queen said wearily, still Batman, but the current Batman is his father, an old man even older than me who donned the cape again for his son. Sigh. Hearing of Batman's death actually saddened Thea somewhat. Though he had no superpowers, from any angle, Batman was a superhero worthy of being called great. As a human, he'd reached the extreme of what he could achieve. Superman captured and turned enemy, Diana and Batman both dead in battle, no wonder this world was so miserable. So besides Batman, are there no other heroes? Thea really didn't have high expectations for old Batman. His son could cheat, he himself might not have that ability. Moreover, from Robert's tone, old Batman was older than him. Nearly 70 years old. Jessie Quick, this Miss Jessie Wells had mentioned during introductions that her friends called her Jessie Quick, though Thea didn't see what was quick about her. Maybe it was an inside joke. The girl's face lit up as if mentioning her idol, excitement radiating. Hawkgirl. Hawkgirl is our superhero's representative now. After speaking, she looked at Thea and Barry, surprised to find no reaction. Your world doesn't have Hawkgirl. Barry directly stated he'd never heard of her. Thea scratched her head. She'd killed Horus, so theoretically Hawkman and Hawkgirl shouldn't exist. But that was her world, her timeline. New gods fusing with the source possessed uniqueness, but old gods, especially faith gods, were different. There could exist gods with the same name and divine domain. So this spacetime having a Horus and a Hawkgirl wasn't surprising. But Hawkgirl was this world's highest superhero combat power. This was simply tragic. That poor little bird who could only fly around swinging a hammer, Thea felt she could defeat her even in her skateboarding phase. Now such a person shouldered the burden. No wonder this world was saturated with despair. Jessie introduced several other superpowered humans resisting Steppenwolf's tyranny, Sandman, Captain Steel, Atom Smasher, Dr. Light, a diverse mix of heroes. Their main reason for resistance was that Steppenwolf left them no way out. The situation wasn't optimistic. To rely purely on these Earth heroes to save this world, this Earth, too as Thea named it in her mind, would require a miracle. Thea felt she represented that miracle. Barry, here. She suddenly remembered the USB drive Reverse Flash had given her. Though he was dead, Barry should still see it. This Earth's encoding differed slightly from their original Earth, but fortunately, Dr. Harrison was still a remarkable scientist. After some tinkering, he accessed their original Earth's information. Seeing someone identical to himself talking on screen, that feeling was truly magical. For Barry, it was pure shock. He hadn't expected Reverse Flash to leave this video. Other matters aside, at least his father could be cleared and stand in the sunlight again. Though Thea had secretly pushed for his father's medical parole, being able to clear all charges left Barry extremely emotional. Cisco didn't know how to comfort his best friend. Their feelings about Reverse Flash were all complicated. They'd trusted him so much, only to be betrayed. Now that he was dead, looking back left them at a loss. Should I send you back first to handle your father's situation? Thea felt Barry's condition was poor. In the upcoming Legion-level combat, his help wouldn't be significant. But just as she finished speaking, a low voice echoed around them, he's going nowhere. Become my speed. A figure wrapped in blue lightning rapidly approached. In its lightning-fast motion, the air was violently compressed, carrying irresistible kinetic energy. The enemy's target was precisely Barry. This was Godspeed. The speed was unbelievably fast. Even Thea couldn't keep up with his movements. This guy's pure speed exceeded everyone and every god she'd encountered. Barry, the Speed Force's golden child, was no match. However, attacking the enemy's weakness and dragging them to your level before defeating them, that was magic's precious value. Time stop. Thea crushed a gem she carried, releasing a pre-stored time stop spell. In the partially frozen time, the gap between the mysterious speedster and Barry became visible. Barry's movements were stiff, barely maintaining a running posture. Meanwhile, the speedster could maintain relatively high-speed movement, clearly several levels above Barry. Sensing his own anomaly, the speedster in black leather turned to look at Thea. "What are you looking at?" Since arriving in this world, Thea's mood had never been pleasant. Acquaintances dead by the truckload, plus a corrupted Thea causing trouble in the multiverse, nothing about this situation felt remotely joyful. Now some idiot came asking for a beating, she'd gladly oblige. Crack, her whip lashed out. The silver fire, brilliant as stars, danced forth. The whip's tip traced points of starlight swirling everywhere. Her silver fire was no longer pure magical flame, drawing on the fire she'd obtained from Poseidon, she'd added underwater fire to it. The ocean goddess Amphitrite had collected this small flame in the ocean's deepest reaches over a very long time, accumulating it bit by bit. Chapter 662, Chapter 661, Thea vs. Zoom. Thea didn't fully understand the principle behind creating fire from water, she could only explain it using the concept of yin-yang transformation from that indescribable country. Poseidon didn't like flames, even if they were born in the ocean. But Thea treasured what she'd obtained. Transformation from one extreme to another, this had serious research value. The pale blue flames now dancing through the air were her initial research results. Originally, her silver fire could only burn objects with energy, but this new fire could burn anything. The moisture within a target's body would even intensify the flames. Between the scattered firelight and countless whip strikes, the wind pressure caused by Zoom's tremendous momentum suddenly shifted. The air became unbearably hot and dry. Papers on desks began to crackle and emit thin wisps of smoke. Zoom looked at the flames filling his vision. The others in the room were still frozen in place, their faces flushed red in the firelight. His instincts told him not to take this head-on. Even within the time-stop spell's range, he could maintain relatively high speed. With his agile movements and still swift velocity, he was confident he could take down Thea, then harvest that speedster from another timeline. But he underestimated Thea, or rather, he trusted his eyes too much. Deception was a characteristic of Thea's divine power that she'd discovered early on. She'd mixed quite a few illusions among the real flames in the air. Even Apollo had been fooled that day, let alone Zoom, who was essentially still mortal. After running into 3 fire clouds in succession, Zoom finally realized something was wrong. The flames' initial temperature wasn't high, but they showed a tendency to burn hotter and hotter. Neither swatting nor wind pressure had any effect on the flames. Instead, with his movements, the flames seemed to expand. What the hell? While Zoom was stunned, Thea's whip tip had already reached his eyes. This guy's combat experience was 10 times richer than Barry's. He immediately turned and ran, covering over 10 miles, 16 kilometers, in one breath. Thea's spell coverage wasn't that extensive. Zoom quickly discovered he'd recovered his original super speed. Unfortunately, the flames on his body showed no signs of extinguishing. Zoom's eyes flickered as his body vibrated violently. A blue light flashed, running at high speed, he phased directly through the thick walls. Impressive. Thea had to admire how this guy had taken the already broken speed force and made it even more unstable. Using his own vibration characteristics to achieve atomic-level resonance with the wall, then passing through it. Her flames obviously couldn't vibrate along with him, so he'd left them on the wall. The principle wasn't difficult, it just required finding the wall's vibration frequency and matching his own resonance to it, which needed considerable experimental time. Thea dispelled the time stop and directly teleported everyone out of the basement. The cramped indoor environment limited him, but it also limited her. "Caitlin," she called. The now experienced Killer Frost immediately activated her ultimate ability around the group. Within a 100-meter, 330-foot radius, all heat was absorbed and the temperature plummeted. This move was both offensive and defensive, it had worked against Reverse Flash that day, and today it would work equally well against Zoom. The moment Caitlin unleashed her ultimate, Zoom had already run from miles away to stand right in front of them. As soon as he entered the 100-meter range, the heat in Zoom's body began draining rapidly, slowing his speed considerably. Unwilling to give up, he pulled back and charged from another angle. The result was frustrating. Caitlin's technique was rather clumsy, but he really had no good way to break it. The freezing effect was too deadly for the speed force. Even with his world-class speed, he couldn't break through for the moment. "Flash. Your speed is mine." After several probing attempts, Zoom knew today would likely end in failure. Still sharp-tongued despite his physical struggles, he tried some trash talk. Barry was about to respond when Thea stopped him. Physics. Magic isn't resisted like that. 5 fingers spread, pointing remotely at Zoom. Thea softly uttered a syllable, implosion. So what if Zoom shook off her flames? Magic was controlled by mental power and had directionality. Temporarily changing atomic structure could shake off magic, but unless he maintained wall vibration frequency forever, once he returned to normal, the magic would cling to him like a leech. Some wizards' curses could persist through bloodlines for thousands of years. Thea's hasty spellcasting didn't need that kind of longevity, but lasting a few dozen minutes was no problem. If Zoom ran off in a flash beyond her mental perception, there'd be nothing she could do. But this bastard stopped to try trash talk. How could she let him show off and escape? Through her mental connection, she directly converted the water in Zoom's body that she'd imbued with her magic. A small cluster of new fire was born inside his body, then Thea detonated it. Speedsters could be injured too. His internal organs weren't much more durable than an ordinary person's. Sensing the abnormality in his chest and lungs, Zoom was shocked. No time to think, he turned and ran. In less than 1,000th of a second, an explosion occurred inside his body. Though he'd already run over 10 miles, 16 kilometers, his liver, kidneys, and entire abdomen were still blown open into a bloody cavity. The explosion came too suddenly, too bizarrely. Zoom had no mental preparation and suffered massive blood loss. He could no longer maintain high speed. Stumbling and falling to his knees on the roadside, he coughed up blood in great mouthfuls. His chest and abdomen were a bloody mess. His special friction-resistant suit had been blown open, blood flowing freely from the wound and completely staining the ground red. Kill him quickly. He's Steppenwolf's accomplice. Dr. Harrison Wells roared. While Barry was still hesitating whether to kill, Thea nimbly flash-stepped forward. Strike while he's down, keeping this guy alive would definitely be a disaster. As she charged, the soft whip in her hand didn't stop either. Massive flames attached to the whip tip. If it wrapped around Zoom, he'd definitely be burned to ash. Crack. The distance between them closed rapidly. Thea's speed truly couldn't compare to Zoom's, but with one side stationary and one advancing, it took less than 1/10 of a second. Her arm swept up, the soft whip coiling toward the defenseless Zoom. Her movement was lightning fast to ordinary eyes, but very slow in Zoom's perception. He knew he had to dodge, but unfortunately the injury was too severe. Even with accelerated cell healing, this level of injury would take most of a day to recover. Watching helplessly as the flame-wreathed whip traced a beautiful arc through the air toward his neck, his limbs were powerless. He barely managed to retreat half a step. At the critical moment, bang! An explosion sounded. A portal opened to his left, and 3 people jumped out. The white-haired woman leading them raised her hand without thinking and unleashed a fierce ice blast. The whip tip was blocked for a moment. Its forward momentum lost and follow-up not yet generated, Thea could only flick her wrist and retract the whip. The other 2 quickly pulled Zoom back. Chapter 663, Chapter 662, Steppenwolf. Damn. Thea cursed under her breath at these troublemakers. The woman who'd blocked her attack had white hair, black eyeshadow, and wore a leather jacket. Behind her stood a man with eyes, hair, and hands all aflame. The other was short, wearing a long coat and sunglasses. Haha. This is hilarious. Cisco, Caitlin, look at yourselves in this world. Here, the speedster is the bad guy, and Cisco, Caitlin, and Ronnie are all villains too. Thea clutched her stomach laughing. The most threatening enemy, Zoom, was severely injured. These guys looked scary but weren't really in her eyes. Whoosh. Flash finally arrived at her side. Looking at these familiar strangers, he was also a bit dazed. Zoom didn't have time to waste words with her. His hands moved at super speed to bind his wound before he shakily stood up, eyes dark as he stared at Thea. What are you looking at? You're all living so comfortably, I suppose you surrendered to Steppenwolf. Betraying the very world that birthed and raised you, what face do you have to stand before me? A bunch of scum. Hearing this, the group's expressions varied. Zoom's mask covered him completely, his expression invisible, though he gave a contemptuous snort. Evil Firestorm chose to ignore her entirely. Cisco and Caitlin showed brief discomfort but quickly recovered. Everyone be careful. This woman is formidable. She seems to be a new god like Steppenwolf. Zoom quietly warned the others. Normally he wouldn't spare them a glance, but now, heavily injured, he needed to unite them. Oh. Seems you've visited quite a few universes, your knowledge is indeed impressive. You even know about new gods. Barry, go deal with. Barry, watch out. Thea was about to have Barry handle the wounded Zoom when she saw a blood-red blade emerge from the void, stabbing toward Barry's back. Even with the warning, Barry's inexperience was fully exposed. He actually made the motion of turning his head. Quickly realizing his mistake, it was already too late to dodge. Thea cursed and flung a fire blast, while Barry at the critical moment unleashed his potential and shifted his body 2 steps to the left. Puffed. A muffled sound. A giant sword over a meter long impaled Barry from back to front. The sneak attacker faced Thea's assault and chose to retreat, pulling out the giant sword. Barry's blood gushed out freely. Thea quickly slapped on a powerful healing spell and instantly examined him. This favored son of the Speed Force had dodged his vitals at the crucial moment. Though severely injured, he was still worth saving. Caitlin, take them and go first. Thea threw Barry to the rear and stared at the enemy who'd suddenly appeared. Wearing an imposing grotesque horned helmet, blood-red eyes, face covered in scars. Pitch-black full-body heavy armor on a body over 2 meters, 6 feet 7 inches, tall. Most eye-catching was the snarling demon head decorating his belt. Steppenwolf. You bastard, you dare use an avatar to face me. Thea sneered coldly at the new god before her, wielding a giant sword in his left hand, a great axe in his right, and wreathed in pale red aura. The other sized her up coldly for a long moment. The merchant goddess. I heard Granny mention you. Ignorant creature. I've witnessed evil spanning the multiverse, seen those great powers. For someone at your level, my avatar is more than enough. Heh. His actual skills were unknown, but this guy's bragging ability definitely put her to shame. Who told him to be Hegra's brother and Darkseid's uncle? Though personally weak, the people he'd encountered could indeed crush Thea. Cut the crap. You backstabbing coward, I'll avenge this universe, avenge Batman, avenge this world's Diana. Thea finished speaking and donned her divine Aegis armor, wielding the holy sword. She danced a sword flourish and charged. Carrying brilliant radiance, the holy sword sensed her fury. The opening strike surged like the sea with tremendous momentum. Steppenwolf sheathed his giant sword and gripped his axe with both hands. Countless souls slain by his axe swirled around this weapon of murder. His momentum was equally imposing as he met the holy sword head-on without retreating an inch. Boom. A violent explosion erupted at their clash point. The highway in this Star City territory was pulverized by the shockwave. Numerous abandoned cars on the road were crushed to powder by the tremendous force. The evil quartet retreated several hundred meters. On the other side, Caitlin commanded several civilians to withdraw while treating Barry. After exchanging one blow, both were somewhat unsatisfied. Steppenwolf felt Thea's strength exceeded expectations. Thea was even more displeased. She hadn't used full strength, she was gauging the main body's power. The result wasn't too optimistic. If his avatar could trade blows with her, that spoke volumes. The divine Aegis armor frantically converted lightning magic, enhancing the holy sword. The blade, originally a meter long, now wrapped in dense electrical discharge, extended another meter. Steppenwolf likewise began gathering power. He collected massive numbers of souls to his great axe. Dark red light seemed to carry wailing, these were lives killed by his axe, now used as sacrifices to increase attack power. When he swung the great axe, it seemed to carry infinite force. Thea didn't meet it directly but defended while attacking, constantly using the holy sword's magic to wear down the souls on his axe. Steppenwolf saw through her intent and increased his offensive pace. After 3 more rapid exchanges, as Steppenwolf blocked Thea's thrust and the two gods passed each other, he directly drew his giant sword, twisted around and stabbed down. Clang. His giant sword was deflected. Thea had been prepared for his dirty tricks. The holy sword blocked the sneak attack and swept toward his waist in one motion. Steppenwolf's lower abdomen contracted. The demon head that seemed decorative suddenly came alive, biting at the holy sword. Though immediately burned to residue, it bought Steppenwolf time to pull back. Though only one exchange, his vast combat experience let him see that Thea had been hiding her strength. The previous moves maintaining a stalemate were all for this final strike, truly cunning. Thea also felt some regret. She'd always thought it was just decoration, who knew his armor had that function. A wasted opportunity. Even an avatar, if slain, would cost the main body some divine power. She'd been quietly suppressing her strength to make Steppenwolf think her mediocre. Now the plan had fallen through. No point in regret, she went full throttle and attacked. You scum, get up here too. Facing Thea at full power, Steppenwolf lost his earlier bravado and urgently shouted to the ground. Thea's strike had been fast and fierce, without his trump card, he really could have been cut in half. The evil quartet on the ground exchanged glances. Your internal conflict earlier, we thought this was a duel. If it's a group fight, you should have said so earlier. Chapter 664, Chapter 663, The Siege. Actually, Steppenwolf had grievances he couldn't voice. Who knew why Thea, this new god, would appear in his territory? His main body had just returned to Apocalypse, leaving only an avatar to command the army and intimidate troublemakers. He didn't want to expose his weakness by asking these ants he'd looked down on for help. But facing Thea at full power, whose strength, speed, and divine power completely suppressed him, he truly had no choice. Using an avatar against Thea's main body was basically death. Reluctantly exposing his bluff, the always arrogant Zoom stared at Steppenwolf thoughtfully. Even severely injured, his speed should be extremely fast. Yet after hearing the command, Evil Firestorm was the first to rush up and join the attack on Thea. Perhaps considering the pressure Thea brought, Zoom still participated in the siege, though how much effort he put in, only he knew. Firestorm unleashed flame blasts freely, finally buying Steppenwolf some recovery time. The remaining Killer Frost and the evil Cisco codenamed Reverb cursed under their breath. "You idiot, why work so hard?" But facing Steppenwolf's vicious glare, the two lacked Zoom's confidence and didn't dare slack off. Gritting their teeth, they joined the siege of Thea. "If you're looking for death, I'll send you on your way." Thea was actually amused. "You think numbers win? There's a qualitative difference here." Fearlessly, she wielded the holy sword and charged at all five. Zoom was clearly slacking, she sensed it instantly. Steppenwolf also showed signs of conserving strength. Killer Frost and Reverb participated reluctantly. Only Evil Firestorm attacked fiercely, unable to distinguish reality. Thea cursed the fool. Even with her superior strength, taking them all down wouldn't be easy. Both Steppenwolf and Zoom excelled at sneak attacks. She had to devote over half her attention to those two. Firestorm's power was equally formidable. Like a human nuclear reactor, he released massive energy continuously. As battle time lengthened, the nuclear energy in Firestorm's body intensified. Externally, his attack power grew stronger and his attacks came faster. Firestorm's strength ranked among first-tier heroes. Thea had no overwhelming advantage. Add Killer Frost and Reverb supporting from the sides, and she temporarily fell into a stalemate. One sword cleaved through Firestorm's energy blast. She dodged Steppenwolf's axe. Flames and frost flew together. Vibration shockwaves and thrown lightning filled her surroundings. Thea deeply experienced what Hades had felt when besieged by the Greek gods that day. These guys were all weaker than her, but relying on numbers, they beat her quite miserably. She had to break their formation. Thea switched the sword to her right hand. Her left hand coordinated with gestures and voice to begin chanting. "Stop her." Steppenwolf was purely a warrior, he couldn't understand the spell, but common sense told him it wasn't good. Firestorm and Zoom launched a fierce assault. Thea crushed a gem and activated a protection spell, focusing on casting. She was preparing to cast a legendary spell. Even with her current strength, she needed gestures, words, and actions for necessary preparation. The pale gold barrier blocked their attacks. Firestorm and Zoom struck several times. The barrier looked paper-thin but was incredibly solid. Zoom shouted, "Reverb, use your ability." Evil Cisco's eyes flashed ghostly blue. His hands emitted high-frequency vibration waves. The barrier began violently shaking with the shock waves, finally shattering like an eggshell. Zoom's eyes showed a hint of mockery. Thea was somewhat surprised, Cisco's ability was strong. She was now casting high-tier spells. That protection spell was already the highest tier ordinary mages could cast. But she showed no fear. Mastering gem magic and having looted Hades' treasury, she still had several sacks of gems storing such spells. Zoom watched helplessly as Thea crushed another gem. An identical barrier rose again. He signaled Evil Cisco to continue. After Cisco continuously shattered Thea's 3 barriers, their expressions grew grim. Her barriers were endless, while Reverb was nearly exhausted. High-frequency vibration required massive mental and physical coordination, with even higher demands on physical hardware. Evil Cisco wasn't Whitebeard, he didn't have such high physical capacity. When he realized something was wrong, Zoom glanced back. This look nearly made him cough blood. That bastard Steppenwolf had retreated about 30 meters away and looked ready to withdraw further. Without another word, Zoom noticed Thea's triumphant expression and the energy flowing in her palms. He bolted. Running now. Too late. Thea's hands emanated a deep green glow, a legendary spell named Tolodine's Cloud Kill. As she raised both hands, the entire sky and earth were covered by countless acid clouds. Even just visual contact made eyes feel scorched. Thea sensed Barry, Caitlin, and the others had left the city. No more concerns. This ruined, dead Star City shouldn't exist. Destroy it. Massive magic flooded into the acid cloud, rapidly spreading in all directions. Whether roads or buildings, human remains or abandoned industrial products, everything was engulfed by the acid cloud, dissolved into a pool of green water. Her mental power viewed many scenes through the acid cloud. The long-dilapidated Queen Mansion and her childhood school. Moira's grave. Oliver's cenotaph. And the coffin belonging to this world's Thea Queen. She withdrew her gaze. That Thea isn't me. Want me in a coffin? Let Darkseid come himself. Everything was covered by acid cloud. All matter, regardless of structure, purpose, or memorial significance, was decomposed by her and returned to nature. Thea even sensed the green celebrating. Steppenwolf had been lurking at the outer edge from the start, now he ran for his life. And Zoom was even more impressive. Whether his injuries had healed or his potential was enormous, wreathed in ghostly blue electrical discharge, he didn't spare his companions a glance and fled in a flash. Thea manipulated the acid cloud to pursue and intercept from multiple directions. Several times he escaped at the last moment with burst speed. You can't escape my grasp. The acid cloud had enveloped the entire city. Under magic's influence, Zoom's vision was entirely green. Sky green, ground green. He'd been forced to run back several times. Vision unclear, unfamiliar roads. His keen senses kept warning him, but he just couldn't escape. His 3 abandoned companions lacked super speed. Facing the all-corroding acid cloud, they huddled together. Killer Frost and Firestorm desperately expended their energy just to buy time for Reverb to open a portal to anywhere. They didn't care. Just escape first. After continuously using vibration waves to shatter Thea's barriers, Evil Cisco was already at his limit. Vibration was a double-edged sword. Without adequate physical capacity, it harmed the enemy but also himself. His head felt like mush now, vision blurred, but he knew that struggling meant life, giving up meant certain death. Veins bulging on his forehead, bloodshot eyes, he struggled to connect with the outside world, trying to find a way out. Chapter 665, Chapter 664, a big shot suddenly intervenes. These guys who randomly opened portals were truly annoying. Thea finally understood Batman's intention in setting up anti-teleportation devices. She'd already laid down an inescapable net, yet they could escape with just a portal. Too frustrating. When Thea was frustrated, she naturally made others more frustrated. Her emerald eyes reflected Evil Cisco's image. With a cold snort, she said, "Just a mortal." Her eyes blazed with green light. 2 arrow-like beams shot toward Evil Cisco, who was opening a portal. Thea would erase him at the source. All around was dense, inescapable green fog. The trio was desperately maintaining their position. Earlier, Thea's attention had been on Zoom, which was why they'd barely survived until now. A legendary necromancy spell couldn't be that easily blocked. "Cisco, hurry." The white-haired Killer Frost's expression was extremely grim. Initially the attack intensity was low and they could use some buildings for defense. Now that Thea was serious, buildings. Even steel corroded. The 3 didn't think they were harder than steel. Evil Cisco had never found it so difficult to open a portal. He didn't understand that magic greatly interfered with teleportation, especially legendary spells. Without hundreds of mages preparing for 2 months, they couldn't cast a spell of this level. Fortunately, his ability was formidable and he trained extensively. Under layers of interference, he arduously found external coordinates. "I found it." Unfortunately, before he finished speaking, a terrifying aura enveloped him. His survival instincts and subconscious warned him, but his body was too exhausted and the attack too fast. The last thing Evil Cisco saw was 2 green beams suddenly lancing out of the green fog, striking him directly. Then his vision went black, he'd been erased at the source. Ah! Sensing something abnormal, Evil Killer Frost and Firestorm now felt only confusion. All memories related to Evil Cisco had been erased. They no longer remembered having such a companion. So they were puzzled, what were they doing here? Why not run when facing deadly acid fog, instead choosing to struggle here? Both were completely baffled. Yet the acid fog wouldn't spare them. The dense, corrosive fog directly enveloped them. Once their energy was exhausted, death would come. After erasing a living person, Thea felt no abnormality. The earlier headaches didn't appear at all. She knew this was a new god using life-level superiority to crush mortals. With a wave of her hand, heavy fog suppressed the evil duo. Her gaze locked on Zoom again. Same trick again, 2 green beams shot forth. Zoom, running at high speed, reacted extremely sensitively. Purely in terms of perception, he was 10 times sharper than Evil Cisco. The moment Thea's gaze approached, he sensed it. Definitely didn't check the calendar before leaving today. What the hell were these weird things? Beams that could turn corners? Zoom discovered that no matter how he dodged laterally, these 2 beams stubbornly tracked him. Danger. 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 His senses frantically transmitted the signal. He could only keep running. Zoom didn't know what these were, but after running several circles in the dense fog, his nerves had dulled a little. In his view, being hit by the beams or swallowed by the fog, both were extremely dangerous with no real difference. Running away was always right. The distant Steppenwolf watched the scene with nothing but shock. Are you kidding me? Green tracking beams. The instant Cisco was erased, he'd also seen it. Steppenwolf possessed uniqueness as a new god, the erasure eyes couldn't eliminate his memories. He clearly understood this ability's fluctuations, which was why he was so shocked. It was eerily similar to Darkseid's Omega beams. Both erased existence, both tracked, both were extremely fast. The only difference, Darkseid's beams were red, while this goddess's were green. He muttered to himself for a long moment. Originally quite confident about Darkseid and Highfather's war, since Darkseid's personal strength exceeded Highfather's. Now he felt less confident. If this merchant goddess intervened at a critical moment when the two big shots fought, Darkseid might not actually win. After all, his strength advantage was just one tier, not enough to completely crush. Setting aside Steppenwolf hiding far away pondering the future, Zoom felt he had no future. Running until his whole body ached. Originally severely injured, now after this mad dash, Thea controlled the fog to block him ahead while tracking beams chased madly behind. Countless buildings, corpses, and plants were corroded, decomposed, and reduced to some kind of green substance, layer upon layer covering the ground. Zoom could run on water, this muddy ground environment had little effect on him. But he knew the routes and range where he could escape were rapidly compressing. Sensing the beam's lethality behind him, he tried several times to find a wall, a person, or any similar-sized object to phase through. Unfortunately, Thea had been prepared for this trick, she'd swept the entire street clean. Flash dodged Omega beams, we know that. Think you can phase through objects to resist beams? Dream on. Zoom racked his brain for self-rescue methods. Running in place to create an air wall, the acid cloud was indeed temporarily blocked, but the beams still stubbornly tracked him. This was the power of law, unrelated to air. Realizing the tracking beams behind were most dangerous, he focused all attention backward, throwing lightning back continuously. Unfortunately, the beams had locked onto him and weren't deterred by any interference. Zoom's wound began deteriorating. Blood gushed out in great quantities, staining half his body red. Dragging his severely injured body in non-stop running for several minutes, his stamina had reached its limit. Without the acid fog or erasure beams, in 30 more seconds he'd die for certain. But this man's character could truly be called resolute. Even at the most dangerous juncture, he hadn't given up trying to find an escape route. The entire city was shrouded in Thea's mental power. She'd already foreseen Zoom's doom. No complex calculations needed, he'd be caught by the erasure beams in 12 seconds and completely vanish. As she counted down to watch Zoom's end, something unexpected happened. A giant hand suddenly appeared on the battlefield. The giant hand directly blocked the tracking beams. 5 fingers closed, easily crushing the erasure beams. Before Thea could react, she felt an incomparably mighty force directly teleport her. In less than 1,000th of a second, she went from the now swamped Star City to a majestic, solemn snowy mountain. The environmental change didn't draw much attention. She stood at the mountain peak, looking at the giant taller than the mountain itself. Wearing a green robe and green hood, features hazy and indistinct. Thea gasped. The Spectre. Why had this guy popped up? Chapter 666, Chapter 665, Old Batman. Regardless of why this big shot had jumped out, Thea wasn't overly afraid. The Spectre was God's wrath and the spirit of vengeance, his doctrine still followed the path of justice. What she'd done today was absolutely as just as it could be. The giant taller than the mountain examined her. Thea likewise compared the gap between them. The result was somewhat pessimistic. This guy had exceeded her level of comprehension. Like Highfather and the unseen Darkseid, Thea felt if she pursued relentlessly, she could catch up someday. But facing the Spectre was like facing a higher dimensional being. All the rules she mastered could be casually altered and arbitrarily modified in his eyes. She mastered rules, he made rules. Not even the same plane. As long as he wished, he could do anything. How the hell could she fight that? This was a true big shot, a true god. Why did you bring me here? I was upholding justice. First, she stated her position clearly. She was just. Don't do something that hurts allies and helps enemies. Thea said nervously. The giant's lips moved slightly. A voice entered Thea's mind. New gods should not participate in that universe's war. The voice was dull and flat, like a machine. Thea frowned in thought. This guy was quite cunning too, never mentioned justice or evil. Actually, his words had many loopholes, but she didn't dare engage in verbal sparring. Might makes right. What about Steppenwolf then? He's also a new god. Slaughtering intelligent life so wantonly, don't beings of your power care? Thea wasn't acting, she was genuinely pissed at Steppenwolf. That bastard killed this world's Diana. Absolutely unforgivable. Perhaps the Spectre was fooled by her 70% genuine, 30% fake performance. Or perhaps he simply didn't care. He was silent for a long time. Cannot attack mortals. Your new god war, I won't interfere. His tone was rigid, no room for negotiation. After speaking, the Spectre took one step forward and vanished directly into the vast white mountains. Not until he left did Thea release her breath. The pressure was truly too great. Can't fight mortals. Then she wouldn't. Who told him to be the real big shot? She carefully examined her surroundings and discovered this wasn't Earth 2 at all, nor Earth 1. This big shot swim had directly pulled her to another parallel universe. He probably knew about their boom tube business too. He could pull her out but not send her back. He'd said his piece, now she had to get back herself. Thea relocated Earth 2's coordinates and flew back through an open passage. After all that hassle, she returned to Star City again. The acid cloud still shrouded the area, but the villains had all escaped. She didn't know that when she was teleported away, Steppenwolf had been scared witless. The tracking beams had already terrified him, but the suddenly appearing giant hand and irresistible teleportation terrified him even more. Steppenwolf's strength might be mediocre, but his vision was genuinely high. As Hegra's brother and Darkseid's uncle, he could proudly say he'd witnessed this universe's ultimate power. From the mighty force that teleported Thea, he sensed power no less than his brother-in-law Yuga Khan. Why would this supreme tier power appear here? What did it signify? He knew none of the answers. He only knew he must immediately contact his main body and discuss the next plan. And Zoom, saved at the instant of death, was also completely baffled. He didn't know who'd saved him. But without Thea's control, he finally found a safe route. His wound had deteriorated to life-threatening severity. He spent 2 more seconds rescuing Evil Firestorm and Frost. Using their superpowers to temporarily seal the wound, all 3 fled Star City in utter disarray. Thea caught up with Barry and Caitlin, asking curiously, "Where are you headed?" Seeming to sense her determination to defend justice, old Robert finally found her more agreeable. He answered in a low voice, "Gotham." The journey was wordless. Thea occasionally healed Barry. Powerful healing spells combined with his Speed Force cells meant his wounds healed quickly. Half a day should be enough to restore him to normal. "Is Zoom dead?" Barry asked. Speaking of this topic, Thea was also somewhat depressed. One step short, he escaped. And she glanced at everyone's faces. "I can't attack Zoom anymore." "You're injured." Old Robert's expression showed some emotion. Faintly, Thea seemed to see a trace of concern. Thea sighed. "A big shot won't let me continue dealing with mortals. I can handle Steppenwolf, but those ordinary villains, you'll have to deal with them." Big shot. Everyone looked confused. The dense fog had shrouded Star City, they weren't blind. Thea, who'd created such a massive disturbance, had someone above her. Their hearts grew somewhat heavy with the feeling that no matter how hard they struggled, everything was within others' expectations. "Leave Zoom to me then." Barry spoke heavily. Whether Reverse Flash's hatred or Zoom targeting his Speed Force, both showed they were irreconcilable enemies. But Zoom's speed is too fast. I can't catch him at all. Barry added, and everyone fell silent again. Mentioning this, Thea had noticed early on, Zoom could run twice as fast as him. Barry had no chance in a direct comparison. Her acceleration spell couldn't affect speedsters. She didn't dare use loopholes to mess with Zoom either. After thinking it over, she had no good method to help Barry speed up. The group continued wordlessly, riding old Robert's truck toward Gotham. Barry needed further recovery. Thea also needed to slightly restore her divine power and mental energy consumption. Legendary spells placed no small burden on her either. "This is Gotham." Cisco pointed at the sewage-covered area that looked more like a giant garbage dump than a city. Old Robert's expression darkened. He pressed a switch on his combat suit. Before long, a dark shadow flew from the distance. The familiar Batplane, but the man who jumped out was no longer that vigorous middle-aged figure. He was very old, very weary. To fulfill his son's dying wish, disregarding his aging, frail body, he donned the suit and walked to the front lines of resistance. The suit style matched Batman's completely. The only difference, Bruce's bat was black, while his was blood red. "You shouldn't have brought so many people to my place." The other ignored Thea's group, looking at old Robert with a low voice. Old Robert was also helpless. He'd wanted to go back. But the city had been corroded into wasteland, not even one tree left. Nowhere to hide. Glancing at Thea, who seemed lost in thought, old Robert didn't know how much truth was in her earlier statement about no longer attacking Zoom. Pointing at Barry, he said to old Batman with a grim expression, "See that kid in red? He's a speedster from another world. He's injured. We need his power to fight Zoom, and we need your medical and experimental equipment. Chapter 667, Chapter 666, Earth 2's Batcave. Old Thomas glanced at the flash, thought for a moment, then walked back to the Batplane, gesturing for the others to follow. Old Green Arrow was cursing internally. Follow. Follow my ass. Can't you see I came in a truck? You're flying a plane and expecting me to chase you in a truck. Thea was speechless. Both the Queen and Wayne families were among the world's wealthiest, yet without her intervention, her world's Green Arrow would probably still be riding around on a motorcycle fighting crime. Old Robert's equipment was equally pathetic. She'd originally thought Bruce and Oliver were different, but watching old Robert and old Batman now, she finally understood where the problem lay. Neither father nor son in the Queen family knew how to convert wealth into combat capability. Making eye contact with Caitlin, a sheet of ice formed beneath the truck, lifting it up to chase after the Batplane. Whoa. Cisco's eyes went wide. He'd thought Caitlin's abilities were limited, but apparently they were quite substantial. Thinking about how his buddy Barry had super speed and Caitlin now had ice powers, he wondered, what about him? He vaguely remembered Thea mentioning something about being one step away from his powers, a phrase that any intelligent person could understand. He gently elbowed Thea. The young woman looked at him questioningly. You said before that I have powers too? Cisco asked carefully. Yeah. Thea was half asleep, confused why he was bringing this up now. Am I close to getting them? What do you think my ability is? Envious of his two companions, this timeline Cisco didn't reject the idea of having powers. Barry and Caitlin also looked over curiously. Thea scratched her head. Hadn't he seen Reverb's abilities? Oh right. She suddenly remembered, Reverb had been erased, so theoretically none of them had seen him. But it didn't matter if others forgot, she remembered. Cisco's power had tremendous potential. After all, everything has a vibrational frequency. If properly developed, he could easily be a top-tier hero. If Cisco's physical condition improved further, he could tear through air like Whitebeard in one piece and trigger tsunamis. Unfortunately, his body could only manage a few shock waves. Even the evil version of Cisco hadn't fully developed the ability. Drawing on her memory, Thea projected the evil Cisco's combat footage onto a water mirror spell for them to watch. Me. That's me. Cisco saw his evil counterpart mixed in with Killer Frost, but he had absolutely no memory of ever seeing this person. Barry and Caitlin looked equally confused. Thea didn't want to explain too much. See this guy? That's your ability, creating vibrational waves and traveling between different worlds. Cisco, your power is truly formidable. Seeing an evil version of himself left Cisco speechless for a long moment. Suddenly thinking of something, he frantically patted himself down. You mean my powers are already awakened? Thea glared at him, he was too slow. They awakened the moment you followed me to this world. Ignoring Cisco as he sat in the truck practicing what looked like air-splitting palm strikes, Thea knew powers weren't that easy to master. They could train properly once they reached the Batcave. The group traveled through Gotham's ruins, finally stopping at a subway entrance. Old Batman led the way as they got out of the truck and walked inside. Looking at the cave's impressive collection of trophies, those who'd never been in a Batcave couldn't help but ask Thea, is this Batcave different from ours? Indeed, in the eyes of the masses, the Batcave was extremely mysterious, while Thea, who regularly took selfies with Batman and Superman to win over voters, was known as one of the few people to have entered the Batcave. Thea looked around. Not much different. That giant coin over there was seized from Two-Face, and that big dinosaur up front was supposedly brought back from an adventure with Robin. There were some differences between this and the original timeline's Batcave, some things she'd seen, others she hadn't. You know him, don't you? You're friends. Old Thomas walked ahead, his attention immediately drawn when he heard Thea introducing the collection. As for who he referred to, it wasn't hard to guess. Thea nodded. Good friends. He's a great man. I taught his son for about 2 years. She didn't mention how, because of Ra's al Ghul, Batman had nearly become her relative. He has a son in your world. What's his son like? Does he take after him? Thea recalled Damien's bratty face and smiled slightly. Stubborn, intelligent, persistent. An excellent kid. Behind his mask, old Thomas's weathered features showed a brief smile. Though he quickly composed himself, Thea still sensed the old man's exhaustion. This might be rude, but would you like to visit our world? In our timeline, both his parents died that night. Thomas Wayne's steps faltered briefly before he recovered, shaking his head firmly. My son is dead. I don't need a replacement, and I'm sure he doesn't either. Though the old man refused her offer, their relationship had grown considerably closer. When he learned she was old Robert's daughter, he finally showed some emotion. Though he didn't say it aloud, Thea could guess he was thinking, that old bastard Robert has such a beautiful daughter. You've got to be kidding me. This world's old Thomas had been a doctor in his early years, secretly working with Gotham's crime families on businesses involving substances like washing powder. But after that fateful night's shooting, he'd survived and gone into hiding, only to don the cowl again after his son's death, fighting for humanity and for Bruce. His body had long since deteriorated, sustained only by a drug called Miraclo that maintained his physical capabilities at the cost of his lifespan. Thea planned to discuss his condition later. First, they helped Barry with a checkup. Even though Steppenwolf's blade hadn't hit anything vital, this through-and-through injury needed further treatment. Who's this guy? Old Thomas's medical bay had another patient lying on the operating table with a pained expression. If not for his faint breathing, Thea would have thought he was dead. A poor soul. Train derailment, I found him critically injured under a bridge. I sensed a strange power within him, so I brought him back. He's been in this state for several days. Old Thomas unwrapped Barry's bandages, examining the wound while answering Thea's question, then applied medicine and wrapped fresh bandages. Heh. That was all Thea could do to express her displeasure. She definitely didn't recognize this guy who was barely clinging to life, but she'd experienced this kind of coincidence many times before. Dead people, poison ivy, gorilla grodd, various people who shouldn't have survived were now lying before her, waiting for rescue, in exactly this state. Chapter 668, Chapter 667, The Green Lantern Who Uses the Green. Within this guy's body was a very faint trace of the green, that was the key substance keeping him alive. Thea asked old Batman, "Do you know this guy's name? Is he a good person?" Old Batman carefully finished bandaging Barry's wound. His intelligence was equally off the charts. He asked instead, "You mean you can save him?" "His name is Alan Scott. From what I've gathered, he's a good man." All Thea could do was express her helplessness with a sigh. Alan Scott, she recognized that name. He was a Green Lantern who used the green as his power source. In fact, the only one. This universe had no First Lantern traveling back countless eons to teach the Guardians how to create power rings. From the fact that the 31st century's Emerald Empress could only use a tiny fraction of Green Lantern power, it was clear that even after 1,000 years, humanity couldn't match the technological level of the rings. This was definitely super advanced future technology. And this universe had no Guardians, no Green Lanterns, no yellow, blue, or any other lanterns. In other words, no one here could make power rings. No one could teach this craft, she could make them herself. Batman couldn't, old Batman even less so. This was a skill only a handful of people possessed. And Thea just happened to be one of those few. Moreover, she'd studied the green. In the entire multiverse, how many people both knew how to create power rings and had contact with the green? Thea figured she was probably the only one. Had she created this unique, Green Lantern Alan Scott? She would have found it absurd before, but now she accepted it calmly. This was fate's arrangement. The threads showed no abnormalities. This person's future was in her hands. Make him a ring and he'd live, pretend she hadn't seen him and he'd die. You're certain he's a good person, right? I'll reshape that life force inside him, and he'll gain new abilities. If he's a bad guy. Thea didn't quite trust her memory anymore, so she checked with old Batman. Old Batman wasn't confident making the decision alone, so he pulled in old Robert. The two men, over 100 years old between them, researched Alan Scott from birth records to romantic history. Yes, the man had a boyfriend, for quite a while before finally reaching a decision. He's a good person. Thea immediately lowered her head, projecting her spiritual power into that thread of the green. So weak. The green here was too weak. Thea's spiritual form looked at the few small saplings before her that didn't even reach her calves and clicked her tongue. Having seen the original timeline's Parliament of Trees, she knew any one of those tree spirits could burst this tiny space. Perhaps because Thea had dissolved Star City, returning countless nutrients to nature, the green was friendly toward her. But friendliness couldn't change the fact that they were incredibly weak. Thea couldn't extract enough material to forge a ring. Truly a case of a skilled chef with no ingredients. Remember to compensate me later, I'm the goddess of wealth. Whether or not the small saplings understood, Thea produced a small amount of the green from her own timeline. This was part she'd intercepted when helping Swamp Thing divide his soul. It contained extremely concentrated essence of the green. The saplings immediately sensed the kindred power. Sending her emotions similar to excited howling, Thea simply tossed the green essence to them. Though small in quantity, the quality was intense. The saplings began growing rapidly, reaching Thea's waist before stopping. You want to choose that guy outside as your champion, right? The saplings transmitted information to Thea. Scanning with her divine sense, she instantly understood the past. Like Earth's Swamp Thing, they wanted an exclusive enforcer. Unfortunately, they were too weak themselves, and externally, Steppenwolf was destroying the planet's environment. If Thea hadn't come today, they would only grow weaker. He can't be your champion, you don't have enough energy. Just make a ring for fun. Thea soothed the saplings and began extracting the green here to create a green lantern ring. During creation, she discovered there seemed to be more energy than expected. Might as well make 2 rings, one for this Alan fellow, and she'd graciously accept the other. After all, she'd provided the original green essence. Now that it had borne fruit, taking some back seemed fair. They probably wouldn't mind. She'd been eyeing the original timeline's green lantern ring but didn't want to be controlled by the Guardians, so she'd held off. Now, this world's green mixed with Alan's characteristics had produced a quasi-courage energy. This ring would be valuable for her understanding of courage. With practiced ease, she completed the rings, unique items in this universe. They didn't need any oath. Breaking free of Thea's control, the ring immediately began healing Alan Scott's dying body. Emerald light began swirling around him as the ring floated up, conducting preliminary physical modifications. Thea quietly stepped back, waiting for this universe's first, and probably last, green lantern to be born. She didn't consider a lantern's strength impressive. They relied entirely on external objects, flashy but impractical. However, for this universe where 2 old men had to fight and Hawkgirl had to carry the burden, this was already super-level combat power, right? Alan Scott awakened quickly. Thanks to Batman's high reputation across all worlds, he quickly understood his situation. Without much hesitation, he decided to join the side of justice, though he was completely confused about how to use his abilities. Old Batman looked at Thea. That expression was quite similar to his son's. Thea reached out, pouring a large amount of ring usage instructions directly into Alan's mind. A ring instruction manual, a magic introduction, these were teaching materials she always kept ready. If every random person needed her personal instruction, she'd die of exhaustion. Better to compile an illustrated textbook and transmit it directly to their brains, they could read it themselves. Steppenwolf needed to be dealt with, and this Earth's villains needed to be eliminated. Thea felt extremely pressed for time. She needed to improve everyone's abilities first, then bring in New Genesis's army for a decisive battle. You want to gather this world's remaining superheroes? Old Batman honestly didn't like this all-or-nothing gamble. He was hesitant. How many people do you have? Steppenwolf's army is endless, and Earth's resistance can't provide much help now. Old Robert didn't know if it was because Star City had completely disappeared, but he'd changed out of his green robe and now wore red combat gear. My direct legion numbers in the millions. Every one of them is a powerful mage. Thea thought to herself, even if they were speed-trained versions. Even if Steppenwolf reinforces, we can too. It's just that if the battle gets too large, I'm afraid this Earth won't be able to handle it. The 2 old men looked at each other. Looking at each other's vengeful outfits, at their age with all their children dead, if they died, they died. Their life goal was revenge anyway. Who cared if the Earth exploded, as long as they could kill their enemies? Chapter 669, Chapter 668, Helping Barry Increase Speed, bonus chapter for 50 Power Stones. Seeing the 2 old men agree to her deployment, Thea handed the coordination work to them. Due to the Spectre's interference, she still needed to train Barry Allen to counter-zoom. The Batcave's equipment was still top-notch. Even 3 years after the war broke out, the various tech devices were somewhat more advanced than her original timeline. Dr. Harrison Wells was helping Barry test his speed. The result was clear from his exceptionally stern old face. He can't outrun Zoom. The doctor's tone was calm and certain, brooking no argument. Facing his declarative statement, Barry, who'd been running until his tongue nearly hung out, felt deeply dejected. Why is Zoom so fast? Is it because he absorbed other speedsters' abilities? And why is his lightning blue? Barry felt out of his depth, venting complaints he didn't expect anyone to answer. Dr. Wells's expression remained impassive as he glanced at Barry. I once created a velocity serum. You, the Flash glared at him furiously. The old man acted like he hadn't noticed. Thea facepalmed. Talk about straightforward. Even if you don't disguise it much, just admitting it so openly, have you never been beaten up? Seeing Barry about to take drugs to chase Zoom, she quickly grabbed the impulsive kid. I've studied your speed force a bit. It's a fascinating ability. You might prefer to explain it scientifically, but I have new insights from a magical perspective. The speed force is a concept representing the word speed itself. It's a product of universal consciousness. Her mystical rambling left the science-oriented people completely bewildered. Dr. Wells squinted at her, wanting to call it nonsense, but his daughter held him back. If you can't increase speed through scientific means, you could try my method. Thea waved her hand, displaying a 3D Earth in the air. Everyone in our lives depends on speed, walking, eating, everything involves motion and speed. My method is to extract a small portion of speed from all things and add it to Barry. That way he can suppress Zoom and eliminate him. This preposterous process left the science-minded people only half understanding, but Barry's kindness raised a concern. Won't it harm ordinary people? This idea had actually occurred to Thea while creating rings in the green. Temporarily grafting a portion would completely allow crushing the drug-enhanced Zoom. She calculated mentally. Theoretically harmless. After you extract their speed, everyone will just be a few seconds slower. This borrowed speed is extra, I can only lend it to you temporarily. Seeing them accept this method by default, Thea began calculating nodes and creating collection devices. This combination of magic and science was novel to everyone. By evening, they'd created 10 devices. Wells still didn't quite believe in something with no scientific basis. Thea calmly let him install and test it on site. Devices covering Gotham and the eastern United States were routed through the Batcave. Thea told Barry to run a few laps to warm up. When Barry reached maximum speed, she pressed the switch on the device. Instantly, except for Thea, everyone in the Batcave felt slightly sluggish, while correspondingly, Barry's speed increased fractionally. Wow. Those who knew their stuff understood that at this high speed, every tiny improvement came at an enormous cost. Just looking at Zoom, so drugged up he could barely think straight, showed how difficult speed improvement was. Whether this method could surpass Zoom, she didn't know. After all, the human body had limits to how much speed it could bear. Zoom's ultra-high speed hadn't developed overnight. Barry needed an adaptation process to find his body's limit before calculating final results. Thea gave Barry the 10-node installation locations and told him to install them himself. She then checked on Cisco's training. This goofball felt some urgency, but his combat talent was inversely proportional to his research talent. As strong as his scientific ability was, his combat skills were equally pathetic. Hoping he could tear through the sky, trigger earthquakes, and create tsunamis was unrealistic. Better to develop in a more devious direction. Using minimal force for maximum effect, abilities weren't about raw power but proper application. At least for Cisco, that was the only option. Cisco, you're an excellent scientist. She spoke graciously. Cisco's expression was odd, he wasn't stupid. He knew this conversational technique, praise someone before criticizing them. Thea conjured an image of Bane and continued, your physique can't handle greater vibrations. At minimum, you'd need to be as strong as this to unleash 50% of your ability's potential. As Batman's nemesis, Bane's reputation was well known. Cisco looked at Bane's build, then at his own, and smiled awkwardly. Even if he ate and trained constantly from now on, he'd never reach Bane's level, over 6 feet 6 inches, 2 meters, and 300 plus pounds, 136 plus kg, of pure muscle. But you have your advantages. You have a scientific mind. Vibrational ability is a gift that will let you experience the beauty of the multiverse. Barry's ability comes from an unknown space we can't observe. Zoom's probably does too. If you can find that space. Should I go inside it? Cisco's emotions had been swinging wildly from Thea's words, making him speak without thinking. Thea looked at him like an idiot. Two rushed to play word games with him. You can seal that space's exit. Even if it's only a millisecond delay, in the battle between Barry and Zoom, it'll secure Barry's victory. Oh. Cisco looked enlightened, staring blankly at Thea. You're so devious. Leaving Cisco to figure out how to block Zoom's connection to the Speed Force space, Thea figured that with his intelligence, once Barry installed the nodes and they tested it a few times, he'd work out a solution. If used unexpectedly, no matter how fast Zoom ran, it wouldn't matter. Thea even thought that with such momentum, a 1 or 2 millisecond delay without Speed Force assistance might make him fall and die from the impact. On another side, Alan Scott was diligently studying ring usage. Caitlin couldn't use rings in this timeline, but her experience remained, so she could offer guidance. Where came a sound as a white figure drew an arc, gracefully flying into the Batcave. Thea glanced over. Slender build, giant wings, this must be this world's ultimate combat power, Hawkgirl, right? What a sad story. This Hawkgirl seemed a bit better than the one in her memory, not quite as dim, appearing sharp and capable. At least superficially. Chapter 670, Chapter 669, Hawkgirl Seeks Help, Bonus Chapter. Hawk Helmet, Silver Half Armor, unlike the Hawkgirl Thea remembered, this Earth 2 Hawkgirl didn't carry a small mace but had switched to a crossbow. To Thea, the crossbow was a magical weapon. However, the energy within her body was strange, not Horus's divine power, but rather a peculiar type of magic. Thea said nothing, wearing the perfect bystander's expression as she stood watching the show. Hawkgirl anxiously told old Batman, Khaled's condition is getting worse, he doesn't recognize me anymore. Old Batman shared several similarities with his son, namely maintaining a poker face even if the sky fell. Did you use my sedative? Are his blood pressure and heartbeat normal? Hawkgirl removed her helmet. Unlike the Kendra from Thea's timeline, this one had sharper features and a more commanding presence. Her voice held some impatience. All his physical indicators are normal. It's just that Nabu's erosion of him is getting increasingly severe. Nabu. There was a Nabu here too. This must be about Dr. Fate, right? Thea was somewhat intrigued. Though she hadn't spoken, old Batman noticed her expression. Do you have a solution? This seems to be magic's domain. Following old Batman's words, everyone's eyes focused on Thea. Who is she? Realizing her true identity was exposed, Hawkgirl quickly raised her crossbow. Thea merely glanced at her casually. Hawkgirl Kendra immediately felt her whole body go weak, mentally exhausted to the extreme. She nearly dropped her crossbow, using all her strength to grip it with trembling hands, barely keeping from collapsing on shaky legs. Still a weakling, couldn't even withstand a little spiritual pressure. She was a bit stronger than her timeline's Hawkgirl, but only marginally. Her eyes flickered as she released the spiritual pressure. Only then could Hawkgirl gasp for breath and stand straight. I'm not your enemy, little bird. Thea met Hawkgirl's eyes, speaking each word clearly. Fear arose in Hawkgirl's heart, but as this world's strongest combat power, her willpower was at least passing. She gritted her teeth and said nothing. Old Batman and old Green Arrow showed no intention of intervening. What superhero didn't have some pride? Meeting someone new usually meant a fight to see whose fist was bigger, the stronger fist did the talking. Thea had no interest in dominating a weakling. She was just curious why this world had Hawkgirl but no Hawkman. Who's this Nabu you mentioned? Is he possessing someone named Khalid? In Thea's view, this should be a story of Nabu's helmet-performing body-snatching rebirth. Unlike her original timeline though, this Nabu seemed rather unscrupulous. Hawkgirl still didn't know what had just happened to her or if Thea had even done anything. But when it came to her lover, she didn't refuse to answer. Nabu is an ancient mage, possibly even the most powerful one. Khalid and I accidentally entered his tomb. Afterward, I gained these wings, while Khalid. Not a god. Actually a mage? Thea thought this universe's Nabu seemed more like her world's old Shazam. Was it because he hadn't ascended to godhood that his humanity remained, so now that he'd caught an unlucky victim, he'd begun body-snatching? The truth might differ slightly, but probably not far off. Whether divine power, magical power, or witch power, once the body-snatching process began, it meant two souls starting to merge. Unless reality was altered, it was irreversible. Khalid prophesied that gods and yellow lightning would come to save this world. Only after finishing did Hawkgirl look toward Thea. This woman, beautiful beyond reason, made her feel oppressed even just standing there casually. Ordinary people couldn't sense Thea's true nature. Hawkgirl had some magic power, not much, but enough to make her half a member of the magical world. Her crossbow was magic-powered. Compared to old Batman and old Green Arrow, she had a better grasp of the boundless sea of magic within Thea. Could this woman be the savior from Khalid's prophecy? Wanting to take her to see Khalid, but their previous relationship hadn't been friendly. Fortunately, Thea extended an olive branch. I'm fairly proficient in magic. Perhaps I can examine your friend. Thea's thinking was simple. This world was too weak. Having a magical side hero was a good thing. If this Nabu wasn't evil, then let the body snatching be. Are you two coming as well? Thea asked the two old men. Old Batman declined directly, he had a pile of matters to coordinate. Old Robert had nothing pressing and was prepared to go along. Where does Khalid live? Thea asked Hawkgirl. Hawkgirl replaced her helmet, but seeing Thea and old Robert standing there leisurely without any sign of boarding a plane, she was confused but still answered, New Orleans. Knowing the destination, Thea began locating it with spiritual power. Her spiritual search was now much faster than supervision. She quickly found the magic similar to Hawkgirl's. The magic was murky, good news, since the assimilation wasn't complete. She grabbed Hawkgirl and old Robert and teleported over. Having seen this kind of teleportation several times during previous battles, old Robert wasn't too surprised. What Hawkgirl experienced was shock. In the blink of an eye, they were home. I only said New Orleans, how did you find my house? Being polite, Thea didn't teleport directly inside but set the coordinates outside the door, gesturing for Hawkgirl to open it. Surrounded by wilderness, only a solitary wooden cabin stood awkwardly in the desolate outskirts. Hawkgirl looked left and right before finally confirming this really was her home, not some illusion. Gently pushing open the door, she invited them inside. The interior decor was unconventional. One wall was covered with weapons, several bows and crossbows, curved swords, battle axes, rocket launchers, energy guns, you name it. The opposite bookshelf was piled with ancient texts. Having seen Dr. Savannah's study, Thea quickly recognized these books covered various mythological knowledge, hidden information, and forbidden knowledge. The owner must be an archaeologist. A man with somewhat pale skin sat in a chair by the floor-to-ceiling window, head lowered, lost in thought, completely ignoring the newcomers. Hawkgirl rushed over, calling out several times, but the man's unfocused eyes showed no response. Let me see. This looks like traces of Egyptian magic. By the way, you do have Egypt here, right? Thea's hands glowed as she began searching the mental world for this person's original consciousness. Hawkgirl looked utterly confused. What do you mean, you have Egypt here? She turned to look at old Robert. Only then did old Robert realize he'd never explained Thea's origins. He quietly told the story. She's your daughter from a parallel timeline. Hawkgirl felt overwhelmingly absurd, but concern for her lover made her temporarily abandon further questions, focusing on watching Thea heal him. Thea didn't disappoint. After just a brief search, she found Khalid's original consciousness. Chapter 671, Chapter 670, Nabu and Khalid. A guy wrapped in a head covering with a bare upper body, wearing a cloth strip below, and adorned with various ancient ornaments was sitting cross-legged in midair within Khalid's mental world. Meanwhile, unfortunate Khalid lay face down on the ground. Mystical words streamed from the turbaned man's mouth as the surrounding mental world, which should have been high-rise buildings, was being transformed into desert oases and pyramids. Thea knew at a glance this must be Nabu. The other party also noticed her. His strength was decent, but he wasn't a deity. He was merely a powerful mage who'd lost his body. In life, he might have been at the peak of demigod-level power, but now he didn't possess even a third of his strength. However, Thea didn't immediately attack. She was a hero of justice, after all, she had to establish moral high ground with some verbal sparring first. You're just a fragment of Nabu's consciousness. Why are you forcibly seizing this human's body? Thea could tell this wasn't simple body snatching. Mainly because Nabu was already dead, his main consciousness gone. This guy was at most residual consciousness, using residual magic power to conduct a mental-level transformation ritual. Transforming the body to adapt to Nabu's magic power, after the ritual, this person should be considered Khalid who'd received Nabu's remnants. This is Nabu's final wish. This world needs his power. Once I complete the transformation, this human will gain unimaginable magical power. The other party was quite mild-tempered. Or perhaps he realized he couldn't beat Thea, so he revealed his purpose without hiding anything. Seeing communication was possible, Thea didn't want to get violent. It was just that this fellow's ritual was too domineering, he hadn't even asked the person's opinion, just forcibly proceeding. Willing or not, you had to accept. Does this Khalid know your intentions? Is he willing to fight for this world? Have you considered this question? Seeing Nabu's spirit looking utterly confused, Thea knew he hadn't considered it. Perhaps in these ancient people's eyes, this wasn't even questionable. Dedicating yourself to the world, dying for humanity, probably all taken for granted. Some extremists initially claimed to be descendants of celestial beings, then eventually believed it themselves. All came from this mindset. Modern people's broad knowledge was certainly good, but those willing to dedicate themselves and take responsibility were too few. Reverence was even less, people respected leaders because of their paychecks. Once the interest relationship ended, what was a leader? Nothing. Lack of reverence was one reason why belief in gods had reached a dead end. This Nabu was taking things for granted, using methods for dealing with ancient people to transform modern people, forcibly remaking Khalid's mental world. Thea felt that once the transformation finished, this guy wouldn't be far from corruption. I know you're not a bad person and don't want to do bad things. But if you continue, are you certain it won't backfire? Let me talk properly with Khalid, have him cooperate with you and accept your power. How about that? After speaking, Thea used her divination arts to pull glimpses from several possible futures. 10 total images, each showing Khalid wearing Nabu's helmet, but the results weren't optimistic. In 4 of the 10 futures, he ultimately walked the villain's path. Perhaps due to non-recognition during transformation, perhaps later evil corruption, they'd all fallen. Power meant for salvation had been taken to another extreme. Very well, I shall follow your command, honored goddess. Nabu's spiritual power withdrew. Thea pulled up the unconscious Khalid. This guy was truly unlucky, 1/4 transformed. She had no good solution for this irreversible process, only wake him first. She lightly touched Khalid's forehead, reconnecting the severed parts of his consciousness and body. Suddenly returning to his own body, Khalid felt dizzy and disoriented, falling from the sofa with a thud. Hawkgirl rushed to help him up. After a long while, gasping heavily, Khalid finally saw his worried lover clearly. Every muscle was trembling. With great effort, he sat back on the sofa. Mr. Khalid, I have no stake in your world. As a mediator, I spoke with the Nabu inside you. He's not a bad person, just crude and forceful in his methods. He thinks highly of you, believes you're qualified to receive Nabu's magic power. With that power, you could help this world. Thea spoke blandly, though Khaled's expression showed he wasn't listening. I don't know you, stranger, and I won't accept anything from Nabu. That thing wants to devour me, you know that. It wants to eat me. Emotionally agitated, Khaled shouted at Thea. Thea was speechless. This Nabu really couldn't handle things properly. Coming on with hard selling turned a good thing into a bad thing. Now their relationship was hostile. But having someone spit at her wasn't her style. Not indulging his tantrum at all, she silently cast an immobilization spell, freezing Khaled midwave as he tried to argue with her. This idiot, someone was mediating, and he wanted to beat up the mediator. Talking nicely didn't work, they had to do it the hard way. Suddenly losing sensation, his whole body rigid, Khaled didn't know what happened. He tried to move his limbs, but no matter how hard his brain commanded, how much his nerves and muscles strained, his muscles felt dead, completely unresponsive. He couldn't even move his head. Wanting to call his lover for help, he saw Hawkgirl looking at Thea with concern, not noticing anything was wrong with him. Help me. Help me. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't shout those words. Hawkgirl's expression remained unchanged, as if time had frozen. Khaled moved his gaze upward to the wall clock, staring at the second hand without blinking. His eyes grew sore, but the second hand showed no sign of movement. What was happening? Was time? Thea clapped lightly. Mr. Khaled, no wonder Nabu chose you. You have the qualifications to become a mage. Your observation, reasoning, and analytical abilities are all excellent. Still unable to speak, Khaled finally noticed there was one other moving object in the room. He automatically filtered out Thea's praise, his eyes revealing a trace of fear toward the unknown. With a snap of her fingers, he regained mobility. Rubbing his somewhat stiff limbs, looking at Hawkgirl and old Robert still frozen in place, even an idiot would know where the problem lay. You, what do you want? His voice was hoarse. He was confused, wasn't she brought back by Hawkgirl? Shouldn't she be a friend? Thea was even more helpless than him. This guy was too guarded. What did he have that she'd covet? Chapter 672, Chapter 671, Tower of Fate. I promised Nabu I'd help you two work things out, but I didn't expect such a violent reaction. I had no choice but to use this method to help you calm down. I'm not the bad guy here, neither is Nabu. Thea spread her hands innocently. It's not my fault I'm violent, you forced me into it. When your fist is big enough, that is the truth. No matter how dissatisfied Khaled felt, he couldn't say anything. He could only indicate that his emotions had stabilized. Could she please dispel this divine ability? The flow of time returned to normal around them, as if the world had been refilled with color. Khaled breathed a huge sigh of relief. Looking at the grinning Thea, he didn't dare throw another tantrum. The young heiress straightened her expression, trying to appear more serious. Steppenwolf is ravaging this universe. Limited by certain rules, I can only deal with Steppenwolf himself. The Earth villains surrounding him must be handled by you Earthlings. You can ask the old men beside me about this. She pointed at old Robert. The old men immediately nodded, confirming this was indeed the case. I know you're very dissatisfied with Nabu's methods, and you even have some negative thoughts about it. But I must say, if you can stay true to yourself, even if Nabu were an evil god, you should have the confidence to use that power for righteous purposes. Her words were decisive and aligned perfectly with mainstream values. Khaled's expression improved slightly. I'm not from this world. I'm just a visitor here. In the future, this universe, this Earth, will need power to protect it. Mr. Khaled, the opportunity is right in front of you. You shouldn't hesitate, whether for Earth or for your loved one. After speaking, Thea pointed at Hawkgirl. Though this world had no Hawkman, as Hawkgirl's partner, Khaled could be quite stubborn. She had to break down and thoroughly explain the reasoning. As she expected, at the mention of his wife, Khaled's spirits finally recovered, though he still hadn't made his final decision. Thea had forgotten who convinced him in the original timeline. All she could do was wait patiently for him to make up his mind. Hawkgirl began comforting him, repeating variations of, whatever you choose, I won't blame you, and, no matter what, I support you. Old Robert's attention turned to the crossbows inside the room, gesturing excitedly as he examined them. Thea casually flipped through the books in the room, but after a while, lost interest. The legends of these two worlds were too different, not much to reference. As she read, she found herself getting drowsy. Normally at this hour, she'd have already clocked out and gone home to spar with the Valkyrie. But that wasn't an option now. She'd been busy all day, though technically less than a day had passed. This morning she'd gone looking for Barry, then fought Steppenwolf at super speed, watched acid clouds obliterate Star City, got scared into a cold sweat by that Spectre fellow, had to personally train several heroes, helped craft a ring, and now had to mediate their conflict. The sheer variety and number of tasks today were annoying just thinking about it. The young heiress covered her mouth and let out an absolutely beautiful yawn. Just as she was drowsily about to fall asleep, Khalid finally made his decision. I will inherit Nabu's helmet. This is my destiny. Hey, you didn't fall asleep, did you? Khalid nearly burst into tears. Great. I'm making such a huge life decision, at such a crucial moment, and did you even hear me? But Thea was a deity. In less than a tenth of a second, she regained her composure. Relying on her adamantium drill combined with Speed Force-powered electric drill couldn't penetrate face, she smiled casually, indicating she'd been awake the whole time. Khalid still didn't dare challenge her. I abandoned that helmet. Now I don't even know where it went. It doesn't matter. The helmet is just a physical manifestation. It represents Nabu's spirit. Since Nabu is still inside you, the helmet hasn't been lost. Thea was actually exhausted, forcing herself to concentrate as she explained. She definitely needed to get some benefits from Nabu afterward, otherwise she'd have wasted all this effort. Is that how it works? Khalid's face was full of question marks. Thea just wanted to go home and rest. The best approach was to cut through this mess quickly. She extended her psychic power and had a brief conversation with the Nabu inside him, then withdrew. Mr. Khalid, that helmet has returned to Nabu's resting place. You must firm up your resolve to obtain Nabu's full power. All of Nabu's belongings are stored in a subspace. I'll take you there. After speaking, without bothering to ask anyone's opinion, the young heiress enveloped the three of them in azure fluctuations and teleported them over. Gray sky, rigid earth. Around them were either beast-shaped strange rocks or withered old trees that could scare children into crying. Faint wails echoed through the air. Several people examined their surroundings. Even Thea couldn't help but focus her attention. The negative energy here was unexpectedly strong. Did this Nabu trick me? Is he actually a necromancer? In this territory, if you buried 100 corpses, 70 or 80 skeleton soldiers would stand up the next day. The negative energy here was too intense. However, she quickly abandoned that thought. Not far from her line of sight stood a tower reaching into the heavens. That was the only bright spot in this world, the mage tower Nabu had described, the Tower of Fate. Dense order power circulated around the tower's body. Using the mage tower to suppress this space. Does this subspace bury something extremely evil? She pointed at the distant tower, indicating for them to follow. Halfway there, Khalid suddenly tripped over nothing, causing the young heiress some alarm. The guy scrambled up, not caring about his disheveled state, and shouted loudly, "Enemy of the mage. 1,000-year destiny. Red doom is coming." Thea was stunned by his words. This guy seemed to have gained some prophetic ability. The one-quarter transformation made him increasingly neurotic. However, what he considered an irresistible enemy was utterly insignificant in the young heiress's eyes. But after the previous incident with the specter, Thea had become much more cautious. 5 fingers, pale as jade, moved swiftly and casually, spreading out a mysterious and indescribable magic formation. This subspace and the outside world should have initially been one, only later artificially separated. All the rules applied here. Thea continuously set up 3 protective formations and 2 spatial formations. This time, even the specter couldn't teleport her away silently. These formations could at least buy a few seconds, she had that confidence. She concentrated and waited for several minutes. She was getting confused. She had no sense of warning in her heart. That meant only 2 possibilities: the enemy was far stronger than her, or the enemy was far weaker than her. This was embarrassing. The young heiress felt she was mostly a startled bird. How many beings in the multiverse were stronger than her and had nothing better to do than stare at Earth, too, all day? She couldn't divine her own fate, especially since she was also a powerful deity. In this dilemma, she could only wait. Chapter 673, Chapter 672, The Most Primordial Shadow. First Khalid tripped and gave his warning, then Thea set up her formation as if facing a great enemy. The remaining Old Robert and Hawkgirl were infected by their tension and drew their weapons, carefully maintaining their guard. Just as Thea waited and waited until she was drowsy again, a blood-red teleportation wave appeared before them. Thea gave a dry chuckle and pointed at the red fluctuation, looking at Khalid. Is this that so-called 1,000-year enemy you warned about? Khalid felt it carefully and nodded. The young heiress cursed under her breath, weakling. From the blood-red energy fluctuation, a handsome man in a large red cape and dark green leather suit walked out as if no one else existed. Using some kind of sensing ability, his gaze turned toward Khalid. Khalid Ben Hassan, you should not have come to Nabu's domain. The power of the greatest mage is not for someone like you, a nobody. He was smugly showing off when his peripheral vision caught sight of the young heiress. He immediately choked up, unable to continue. Is this even human? Magical power surged like substance. Even just standing there casually, waves of pure magic power continuously operated automatically according to some special rhythm. Her body was unconsciously absorbing surrounding magic power. The handsome man felt his own magic power wanting to escape from his body. Frightened, he involuntarily stepped back. Why'd you stop? Continue. The young heiress looked at him curiously. To be honest, this guy's strength wasn't weak. He was far stronger than Earth's Mr. E and Papa Midnight. In New Genesis's Magic Legion, only about 100 or so people could surpass him. The handsome man's heart was in turmoil. Could this be an illusion? That was his first reaction. He quickly tossed that thought to the heavens. Nonsense. My magic power is about to lose control. What kind of illusion could be this powerful? Simply the incarnation of magic power itself. Is this really human? Even the strongest mage he'd ever seen, Nabu, compared to this woman, was worlds apart. The handsome man felt his face burning. The handsome man almost instinctively tried to activate teleportation to escape. However, after exerting himself for a long time, his magic power seemed to be thrown into the void. Like constipation, he strained repeatedly, but the teleportation that was normally easy and reliable, both offensive and defensive, completely failed to activate. By now he completely believed this wasn't an illusion. Her magical attainments had completely crushed him. The gap in understanding was too vast. Actually, he'd wrongly blamed Thea. The young heiress could indeed lock down space, but the reason the handsome man was now terrified was because Thea had already fixed this space to prevent Khaled's 1,000-year enemy. Teleporting in was possible, but getting out. Several high-level spells were running. Even Thea herself would have trouble teleporting out. What's your name? What are you doing here? The young heiress asked calmly. Although she wore casual clothes completely mismatched with this desolate environment, the handsome man didn't dare ignore her. He bowed respectfully. Master, I am Votan. I came here to. When it came to his purpose, he hesitated a bit. I came here to steal the prize. But how can I say this without causing a misunderstanding? Fortunately, Thea helped him out. You have a grudge with this Nabu? The handsome man Votan immediately nodded. Yes, I desire to obtain his knowledge and skills, but he defeated me. Thea looked at him deeply, as if seeing through him. You're very persistent, full of passion for knowledge. I won't make things difficult for you. You may go. After speaking, the young heiress lightly tapped her left foot on the ground. Invisible fluctuations spread out, and the teleportation restriction was lifted. The handsome man originally wanted to run, but the question that had lingered in his heart for 1,000 years made him hesitate. Gathering his courage, he asked, Master, could you please enlighten me, why am I inferior to Nabu? Thea felt there were too few magic practitioners in this world. Losing even one was a pity, so she didn't plan to make things difficult for him. Now hearing his question, she smiled. Her eyes scanned Votan like lightning. Your body is perfectly normal, but your soul is already overburdened. You once thought about using magic to extend your lifespan, right? Don't deny it, many people have done this. But your attainments haven't reached that level, so you found another way, using magic to carry and continue memories. Am I right? The handsome man's face turned ashen. Having someone see through you so completely felt terrible, but he still nodded. You're completely correct, Master. Thea asked another question. Do you know why many ancient masters with far deeper magical power than you chose death rather than this method of continuing memories? The handsome man already vaguely knew the answer but still asked with a trace of hope, why? The soul cannot possibly bear such massive memories. You rely on accumulation from several lifetimes, trying to find magic's true mysteries. Good idea, but the wrong path. Each reincarnation doubles your soul's burden. Though knowledge increases, magic affinity constantly declines because of your soul. This is your current problem. To support her words, Thea pointed at Hawkgirl. I met her in another universe. Reincarnated 206 times. Each time weaker than the last. The human soul has limits. Now let's talk about your old acquaintance Nabu. In some worlds, he eventually ascended to godhood, but in this world, he also chose death, leaving only simple consciousness remnants. You could say this timeline's Nabu is already dead. Do you understand? Your path is wrong. Thea's words were directed both at Votan and at Khaled behind her. Go. After speaking, with the bearing of a great master, she walked toward the distant tower. The others followed suit, leaving only the dumbfounded handsome man standing alone. You've really met me. I've reincarnated over 200 times. Seeing the young heiress casually talk the menacing, 1,000-year enemy into stunned silence, Hawkgirl began using respectful forms of address. Thea looked at her strangely. Yes. In the multiverse, anything is possible. They stopped talking and slowly moved forward. Old Robert came to her side and whispered, that guy is still following us. Thea had noticed long ago. Votan was dejected, not knowing what to do with himself. Now he was absent-mindedly following behind them. Thea shook her head, indicating to ignore him. Most of her attention had already been drawn by the giant tower ahead. An unimaginable mighty force was suppressed here. What terrifying power, the purest, truest evil. Perhaps evil wasn't even the right word to describe it. Evil seemed too narrow before this mighty force. At the end of Thea's mutated vision, everything was indescribable shadow. Nabu used his mage tower, gathering at least half of this world's order power, to suppress this trace of shadow. Yes, Thea felt this was just an insignificant trace of shadow, perhaps just a wisp the original owner didn't care about that drifted into this world. Later, Nabu accidentally discovered it. This mage with a bright future gave up his chance to become a god and absorbed half the world's order power to suppress the shadow. The result was an imbalance of order power. Steppenwolf took advantage of the opening, the superheroes were badly defeated, evil gained the upper hand. Thea felt her guess was probably close to the truth. But what was the shadow? In her view, it was no less than the specter she'd seen that day, perhaps even higher level, more pure. Oh my god. Thea's heart churned like stormy seas. She nearly cried out. The natives might not know, but she knew there was a mighty force that could contend with God himself, the great beast. That most primordial shadow that existed before everything began. Chapter 674, Chapter 673, Entering the Tower. What is she looking at? Khalid asked his lover, Hawkgirl. How would Hawkgirl know what Thea was staring at with such panic? However, she tilted her chin, pointing at the somewhat effeminate-looking Votan. The meaning was clear, this guy might know. The so-called thousand-year enemy was complete nonsense now that Thea was suppressing him. Khalid didn't know that in the original timeline, after putting on Nabu's helmet, he would have a fierce battle with Votan. Now the two of them, one confused, one unsettled, stood side by side like brothers in misfortune. Do you know what she's looking at? After waiting another half hour and seeing Thea standing there in a daze without any movement toward entering the tower, Khalid had to ask Votan. In his view, these magic users were all mysterious. Perhaps he knew some inside information. The effeminate Votan looked at him with contempt. The power he'd spent his entire life pursuing, this guy could obtain without lifting a finger. However, with Thea present, he didn't dare throw a fit. He sneered. The master must be observing the tower's secrets. Looking around and seeing everyone's eyes focused on him, he felt a bit better. His knowledge still had its uses. Some scholars extracted a name from ancient texts, the beast. They didn't understand its meaning and forced an interpretation, saying it was where God imprisoned evil. After speaking, even Votan laughed. God. I've existed longer than God himself. Thea observed coldly. Votan's first few sentences were nonsense, but the last sentence touched on something. However, she didn't plan to explain to them the difference between this god and that god. As for this supreme power, she'd longed for it. Now she had a good opportunity to observe it. Absorption was impossible, the specter alone made her tremble, let alone the great beast. Fortunately, this was just a trace of power remaining after the great beast's projection into the material realm. No matter what, she had to experience it. Let's go. We'll enter and take a look. The young heiress had already seen through the mage tower's structure. She pulled them along, teleporting inside. Even Votan was brought along. The square tower soared straight into the clouds with extraordinary momentum. From outside, it appeared over 100 meters tall, over 300 feet. Inside, the space felt even more vast. Corridors, courtyards, spiral staircases, pillars, various architectural elements seemed randomly assembled by a child, completely defying physical laws as they stacked together. Above the pillars were spiral stairs, beside the stairs were courtyards, under the courtyards stood statues, all kinds of strange and bizarre sights. Numerous divine statues faintly retained some divine power. Even without looking at the symbols, Thea recognized these as her Egyptian old friends. For example, that eye symbol represented Horus. There were other symbols, like Set representing change and Mekhet representing destruction. Many Egyptian deities left their divine power here to suppress that trace of pure, deep shadow. Entering this place, Thea felt very uncomfortable. The divine power here was repelling her. After sensing briefly, she pointed to the right and told Khalid, follow this path and you'll obtain Nabu's power. Don't hesitate, don't be afraid. Accept that gift. And I'll hold off the enemy for you. As her words fell, a massive figure made several agile leaps, landing directly before them. Wreathed in black smoke, one could vaguely see some deep red muscles, a ram's head, crimson gaze, enormous fangs. A giant demon at least 33 feet long and 16 feet tall stood on all fours, looking at them. Go, Thea shouted angrily, and a light chain wrapped around the demon. The demon made guttural sounds as corrosive saliva dripped to the ground, forming several pits visibly deepening. Seeing them still wanting to help, old Robert had already drawn his arrows. Thea was speechless. This was the problem with righteous heroes, couldn't they see she wanted to chat with this demon alone? It can't hurt me. As long as you obtain the helmet, you'll complete the mission. Go quickly. There will be weightlessness ahead, but follow the corridor and you'll definitely reach the end. Thea's theatrics went into overdrive. She finally fooled them all into going for the helmet. The demon struggled fiercely. The chain seemed about to break but didn't. Thea looked anxious, but no matter how hard it struggled, it couldn't break the chain. Amid the demon's roars, the group followed her directions to retrieve the helmet. When they completely disappeared from view, Thea's expression returned to normal. She looked coldly at the unmoving effeminate Wotan. This somewhat handsome man was a bit weak-kneed facing the demon. Just because the young heiress could handle it easily didn't mean he could. But he held firm, not retreating a step. Smart people existed everywhere. Thea was a bit helpless. Actually, old Robert should have noticed something earlier, but he'd been wise enough not to say anything. This Wotan was equally clever. Thea probed, "Aren't you afraid?" The question had double meaning and could be interpreted either way. How could the handsome man Wotan not be afraid? He was terrified beyond measure. Initially seeing Thea struggling to maintain the chain while the demon fought desperately, as if the chain would break any second, he had some suspicions but wasn't certain. But now that the idle people had left, the young heiress's chain bound the demon like a kitten. How could he not know something was wrong? For knowledge, I can die. His words were resolute, possessing a spirit of sacrificing himself for truth. Thea nodded noncommittally. Honestly, she was a bit annoyed. The moment she saw this demon, she knew her scheme had fallen through halfway. The pure, deep shadow that drifted into this universe had been contaminated. Perhaps by the order power that attracted chaos, perhaps by human vices, this trace of shadow had gained consciousness. It birthed this demon from pure depth. Though it seemed to gain the ability to move freely, that power beyond rules was completely destroyed. It and the great beast could be said to have no relationship anymore. Even though this demon's combat power was quite high, Thea still felt it was a pity. Mixed with this world's impurities and losing that trace of purity, its value shrank tens of thousands of times. As for returning it to its origin, the young heiress only thought about it. Even with the specter's combat power, she didn't dare trace this demon's origin. Who knew what would emerge? She sighed. Facing Wotan's eyes full of thirst for knowledge, she still told part of the truth. If I'm not wrong, this creature is the beast described in your ancient texts. Originally I thought it would be something else, but now. She shook her head with a look of regret. Chapter 675, Chapter 674, Finally Seeing the Shadow. Wotan looked at the demon. He wasn't stupid. Anything valued by a mage at Thea's level must be extraordinary. However, he also knew he was too far from that level. Worrying about things beyond his reach was completely useless. He wanted to continue asking Thea a few questions about himself, but seeing her impenetrable attitude, did he have any other bargaining chips to move her? He struggled to recall information about this mage tower from his knowledge. Which sections mentioned the beast this master valued? Suddenly he slapped his forehead. Master, according to records, this tower initially had a room that imprisoned this beast. Most likely it escaped from there. Wotan deliberately raised his voice to emphasize this was important intelligence. Actually, he didn't think this news was particularly important, he just said it on a whim, trying his luck. However, when Thea heard these words, they automatically extended into new meanings. The room that birthed this creature might still have some shadow remnants. Even if nothing remains, observing the traces of its former presence would greatly benefit me. When deities walk the earth, they leave divine miracles. Something like the great beast, even just a trace of its shadow, would leave heavy marks in the material realm. What do you want? The young heiress struck the demon beast unconscious with a backhand blow, her gaze calm as she asked the effeminate man. Her words carried a hint of threat that made Wotan's heart race. Asking an outrageous price would have severe consequences. After slight hesitation, he stated his purpose: the memory continuation magic from back then isn't reversible. Can you solve my physical problems? I don't want to sink deeper into this cycle lifetime after lifetime. Thea looked at him coldly. Wotan feared both that she'd turn hostile and that she'd say she couldn't do it. Time seemed to pass for ages before Thea gave a slight nod. Your magic isn't particularly difficult. I can help you dispel it. Additionally, this lifetime I'll split your soul, letting you choose what memories to carry into the next life. If you have no problems with that, lead the way. For those who know, it's not difficult. Cutting souls was just a matter of a few sword strikes for her, but to Wotan it was like being granted a new lease on life. He eagerly took the lead. Thea thought for a moment, best to keep this demon. She shook the chain and dragged the demon beast along like a dead dog. The two walked intermittently. Wotan was under tremendous pressure, repeatedly checking landmarks according to book descriptions, terrified of walking into a dead end and having this master tie him together with the demon beast in anger. When he pushed open a stone door, Wotan was mentally unstable and didn't clearly see what was beyond. He stepped forward, his vision became void. Just as he tried to save himself, Thea pulled him back. He was about to thank the big shot when he saw Thea first cover her mouth, then burst into unbridled laughter. Ha ha ha, her voice was bright and resonant, as if she'd discovered some rare treasure. The young heiress's laughter made Wotan nervous. Please, laughing after discovering treasure before silencing witnesses is a villain move. You're a hero, right? How dare you steal our villain trademark? Thea had no time to care about his petty thoughts. She'd searched everywhere without results, been somewhat disappointed, but now this outcome exceeded her expectations. The self-awareness from the great beast's shadow had become the demon beast, meaning this void before her that absorbed all light had no consciousness. Though she couldn't directly absorb it, simulating and learning posed no problem. This whole, God is righteous, great beast is evil, thing, she didn't see it that way. Beings at that level had long transcended the definitions of righteousness and evil. Justice and evil were appropriate for describing High Father and Darkside, but describing those two big shots was complete nonsense. This void before her, even just looking at it, she felt herself gaining much knowledge. This knowledge surpassed what language could express, representing the power to create worlds. Suppressing her temptation to look further, there were too many idle people in the tower right now. It wasn't suitable for enlightenment. This tower hiding such an incomparable treasure, she wasn't planning to be polite. After all, she'd mediated the conflict between Nabu and Khalid. Surely changing the tower owner's name to her own, he wouldn't mind. Thea was enveloped in ineffable joy. The anxious Wotan couldn't help but look a few more times. What benefit did this master gain? Why so happy? Looking back at that void, he gained nothing. However, he knew this thing had no connection with him. Better to seize what he deserved. He looked at Thea pitifully. You won't go back on your word, right? The goddess of commerce naturally wouldn't take advantage of him. She pulled him directly outside the tower. She reached into the depths of his soul and extracted a light blue substance, the memory continuation magic he'd cast on himself in his first life. Her 5 fingers closed and gently crushed it. Then she drew her holy sword, clang clang, several strikes. Before Wotan understood what happened, she'd already finished. I've split off 2 souls for you. You can store necessary knowledge in 1 soul. The remaining 2 souls will automatically dissipate in 3 days. Soul splitting was no more difficult for her than partitioning a hard drive. After explaining the memory transfer method again, Thea thought about it. The benefit she'd gained this time was enormous, this guide contributed greatly. She'd only swung her sword a few times, which seemed perfunctory. Her psychic power swept through the tower, searching for a moment before a small cluster of psychic power flew back. Since you desire Nabu's knowledge, I'll fulfill that wish too. After Khalid's natural death, you'll become the new bearer of Nabu's helmet. I'll be staying in this universe a few more days. I might need you later, or might not. That's it. After speaking, she handed over the cluster representing Nabu's psychic power to Wotan, then directly opened a door and tossed him out of this subspace. Having driven away the idle people, she began claiming the mage tower. Although the tower owner was Nabu, so what? The goddess of wealth wanted to give him benefits, he couldn't refuse. She'd done strong-arm sales more than once or twice, without any psychological burden. However, this time she didn't use a single copper to buy the mage tower. Nabu values his successor. I'll give him a few spells as equivalent exchange. After all, knowledge is priceless. She transmitted several powerful spells from her Earth's Egyptian pantheon into the mage tower. The tower had no use for these spells, so they naturally transferred into Nabu's helmet. A simple transaction complete. Ownership changed. She didn't plan to move the mage tower. After all, it still bore half of Earth 2's order power. Whether to suppress the trace of shadow or maintain stability, moving it wasn't appropriate. When Thea wanted to gain enlightenment in the future, she'd just return to this space. What? Dr. Fate has no Tower of Fate. How will he manage? She didn't care about such matters. Moreover, she felt Khalid Ben Hassan might not even realize this tower should have originally belonged to him. The facts matched her expectations. Khalid put on the fully enclosed helmet. When he emerged again, he had no idea the tower should have been included with it. The 3 reunited with Thea. At that moment, the young heiress was outside with closed eyes, contemplating the knowledge from that earlier glimpse. The mysterious knowledge was intoxicating. Only when old Robert called her twice did she regain consciousness. There were too many miscellaneous matters in the outside world, really not a good time for pondering. She teleported them back to New Orleans. She briefly sparred with Khalid, who now called himself Dr. Fate, using magic. This kind of forced empowerment had many hidden problems. Unstable state of mind, arrogant and conceited, extremely crude magic power usage, thinking he was second only to God himself. Thea thoroughly beat him down before this man realized he was still mortal, not a deity. Nabu provides you only with magic power and experience. You still have a long way to go before you can freely apply his knowledge, Mr. Khalid. Wearing the metal helmet, Khalid kept demanding everyone call him Dr. Fate, separating the two identities, so to speak. Thea wouldn't indulge his bad habits. You've even forgotten your own surname. I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your Allah. After a thorough beating, Khalid Ben Hassan finally remembered his name and stopped stubbornly insisting people call him Dr. Fate. Leaving Hawkgirl to accompany Khalid in familiarizing himself with his new abilities, Thea took old Robert back to the Batcave. Seeing Cisco and Caitlin's strange expressions, after detailed questioning, she learned that while Barry was installing speed dampening nodes, he'd picked up a handsome guy.